to support the motorcycle community because we are riders, and motorcycle law is all we do. If you're injured in a motorcycle accident, don't fight the insurance companies with just any lawyer. Call 1-800-4BIKERS. We ride, we care, we win. If you go down, call Russ Brown. Motorcycle attorneys.
How do you top a Shakey's pizza? Add chicken bites, garlic cheese bread, or a giant cookie. Your choice, just $5 when you buy any large pizza. Feed more for $5 at Shakey's, the People's Pizza Parlor.
Are your trash bins filthy, smelly, or infested with flies and maggots? Wash Bins will sanitize and deodorize your bins with next day service or it's free. Sign up now at washbins.com for next day service or it's free. Enjoy clean, fresh smelling bins with next day service or it's free. Why wait? Have fresh smelling, clean bins tomorrow with next day service or it's free. Sign up now at washbins.com. That's washbins.com for next day service guaranteed or it's free.
Hello, taxpayers. I'm Eric with Ultimate Tax Group. If you owe the IRS $10,000 or more or have Indian filed tax returns, business or personal, Ultimate Tax Group wants you to take your freedom back today.
Call us now. We have an A+ rating with the Better Business Bureau and 5-star reviews on Google.
We will handle all negotiations directly with the IRS.
So you don't have to.
Don't let the IRS garnish your wages or levy your bank account.
Our team of tax professionals has over 75 years of combined experience.
Call now and speak with one of our settlement officers. We will call our IRS direct practitioner hotline to do a preliminary investigation and get a current updated status on your case. It's a $450 value, no charge.
Wow, that's great, Eric.
It is, Jeannie. We care and we will fight for our clients.
So call us now.
Let us resolve your tax issue once and for all. Call today.
How do you top a Shakey's pizza? Add chicken bites, garlic cheese bread, or a giant cookie. Your choice, just $5 when you buy any large pizza. Feed more for $5 at Shakey's, the People's Pizza Parlor.
Welcome back. Oh, look at that. A star ceremony on the Walk of Fame. Someone's getting a star.
Who is it? Who is it? Who is it? Christian?
Who is it?
Producer Christian?
They're checking.
Wow, a lot of
Look at the
fans
crowd,
lined
though.
up. Yeah, someone big.
Someone big.
No, I need to know.
Okay, well.
Los Buques?
Los
Okay.
Bookies?
Los Buques.
Well, congratulations.
Ah, Mexican regional music group?
Okay.
Oh,
A lot of
nice.
fans here in LA. Look at that. That's so cool. All right, the International Dance League is the first ever professional team-based dance competition of its kind, and Brooke is in downtown LA to tell us all about it.
Okay, so think the NFL, the NBA, that type of competition, right? City versus city, you know, everybody in the town roots for their team. But instead of, you know, it being about a ball, a court, or on a field, they're dancers. Yeah, this is so awesome. Connor, come here. Talk to me about all of this. What's going on? What a cool idea.
I'm super excited to share that we're launching the first professional dance league, which is happening this Saturday at the Shrine Expo Hall in Los Angeles.
That is so cool. Okay, so how did you even come up with this idea?
Well, I was a dancer. I spent my whole life dancing when I was a kid, and I spent hours in the studio training, winning medals with my team. But there was a certain point in my life where I realized there was no opportunity for go pro. The only opportunities were to be backup dancer or dancing on the sidelines for a team, and that really just wasn't for me.
And so is it really just as straightforward as something like the NFL? So it's essentially like, you know, it'll be LA versus San Diego until San Diego's team moves to LA. But, you know, they're competing, and then, you know, there's a build-up to a big championship, a Super Bowl kind of thing.
Yeah, absolutely. So you can think of it like the NBA or F1 of dance. It's a competition tour series where the teams are city-based franchises, all international, competing season after season for the championship.
Yeah, pretty cool. Okay, so we have a little sampling of what they can do behind us, right?
Yeah,
all right.
Absolutely. You want to see them?
Of course I want to see, Connor. Okay, I'm going to send things back to you all in the studio, but just take a second and watch them show out. Come on over here, Connor. Let's get out of the way.
Oh, it's funny.
moves. Looking good, looking good. I love the competition and the teams.
It's effortless.
I know.
So good.
Gliding.
Yeah.
All right, coming up, do you guys struggle with allergies? An ear, nose, and throat doctor has some tips as well as a warning about eating off the grill. Jen knows
Don't
this
do it.
all too well.
I mean, do it, but do it safely.
She'll share her story, too, coming up.
Our LA Galaxy plays here on Fox 11 Plus.
Welcome to Ono Hawaiian Barbecue.
An Ono Ohana meal, please. And an Ono Keiki meal for my new friend.
Say aloha to the delicious taste of Ono Hawaiian Barbecue with fresh, made-to-order food that'll have your whole ohana saying, everyone is welcome at Ono Hawaiian Barbecue. Disney's Lilo and Stitch, now playing only in theaters. Rated PG.
Meet Jerome's new Cooling Noir Hybrid Mattress. Using Coolstream fabric and IceFlex cooling bands that pull heat from your body, you'll sleep cooler throughout the night. Plus, with pressure-relieving charcoal-infused memory foam, you'll wake up more refreshed than ever. And the best part? At Jerry's price, the Noir mattress costs over $600 less than similar hybrid mattresses like Beauty Rest Black. Sleep cooler today and pay later with Jerome's no-interest financing from 12 to 60 months. Only at Jerome's.
Millions of people called us last year in their time of need. Injured, we became the largest injury law firm in the world for a reason. There's only one Morgan & Morgan.
I'm Father Cedric Pazania. I'm a Catholic priest. Tune in to my program every Sunday at noon right here on Fox Plus. I will encourage you. I will inspire you. Don't just live, live with passion.
I was in foot pain for 20 years. I bought all these products and not a single one worked. When I drove past the Good Feet store, I thought, I'm gonna stop in. What can it hurt? They wanted to make sure that they gave me the right arch support for my feet, not somebody else's feet. And you just knew, like your feet just, when they got on the right ones, they were like, oh yeah. I'm Teresa, and that's my Good Feet story.
See for yourself with a free personalized arch support fitting at the Good Feet store.
Good Night LA, a best of the best, weeknights at 11, only on Fox 11. At Fox 11, it's our passion for politics that makes us the ones to watch. Want direct access to top decision makers of our nation and here at home? Well, that's Alex's expertise. He's got one-of-a-kind interviews, going behind the scenes where others can't, like hitching a ride with the VP on Air Force 2.
What kind of country do we want to live in?
Having candid conversations.
We have to be unifying for our country.
To help you understand and make informed decisions. And that's why Alex and Fox 11 are the ones to watch.
Oh, La Jolla, nice. San Diego, beautiful. So 11:44, and if you guys suffer from allergies, Dr. Tanya Farmer is here for us. She's got a lot of answers. She's a renowned board-certified head and neck surgeon with hundreds of thousands of followers on social media, and many of her know her as Dr. Knows Best. Clever. She was here apparently yesterday. I'm so sad I missed it, but she has some great advice, so we wanted to pass along that message. Let's talk about dealing with allergies. First up, dealing with nosebleeds specifically.
I see nosebleeds round the clock throughout the year, but particularly during these season flare-ups and with allergies, we see nosebleeds very frequently. And people don't always know how to properly treat nosebleeds. So that's one of the educational things that I like to share.
All right, teach us your ways, because I was taught just pinch your nose with a tissue, right? Wait for it to
dip up like this.
Clog up. But look at, we're looking at NAB
Yes,
cons.
and both of you are doing it all wrong.
Oh, okay. All right.
So that's two of the things that you are doing improperly is tipping your head back. You don't want to tip your head back. That's just going to cause blood to flow into the back of your throat, which you can choke on. So you want to just lean slightly forward. Okay. You want to pinch the soft part of the nose, not the hard part. That's another bad thing.
My mom taught me wrong.
That's another myth. Not the hard part, but the soft part. The soft part.
Cartilage, like right here.
Exactly. Not the bone, but the cartilage. And that's a way that you're going to pinch and squeeze those blood blood vessels off. And then the other wrong thing you're doing is taking some tissue or some toilet paper and sticking it up your nose. You don't want to do that. A much better solution, a more effective solution, is to use a product like a nasal plug, like Nampons here. Right. Nampons is an FDA registered product that works very, very well. It contains a material that is it's a clotting material. Yeah. So you're going to take this plug, you're going to put it right inside the front of the nostril, just like you would if you had a tissue. But what's important?
Can I try?
Yeah, absolutely. Okay. And they come for kids and for adults.
Okay.
So this is
the child size.
Yes,
I was very small.
That one is pretty big. For the kid size.
Okay, so you just literally
gently put it right inside the nostril there. Yeah.
And let it hang out.
The blood as it's pulling down into the nose, it's going to expand the material.
Much like
it has a clotting material in it that is going to stop. We got more. You can stick them up your nose. That is going to instantly stop. Very effective. Quickly, it's going to stop the bleeding. And when you pull it out, it's not going to pull that nice clot off that helped to stop the nosebleed. And that's what tissues do. That's what tissues and toilet paper do.
We should also mention that you are a paid spokesperson for
I am a medical advisor for Nampons.
That's right.
Yes.
Wow, John.
Yeah. We went there.
We did. You had a lot to offer in this segment.
No, I made a lot of mistakes.
Yeah.
We were
I
all
realized.
taught to pinch the
literally in school,
look back, tissue, all of that.
Okay. All right. Well, if your nose health is so important when dealing with allergies, but you may be using one popular tool wrong, I think a lot of people might be doing this wrong. Watch.
The number one thing when it comes to the neti pots or nasal saline flushes is the type of water that you use. You definitely do not want to use tap water. You never want to use tap water. Oh, tell me you don't use tap water.
Wait.
Don't use tap water.
Nobody told me not to.
You don't want to use tap water. You want to use distilled water instead.
Okay.
Tap water can contain contaminants, which, believe it or not, are safe to drink. But when you go flush it up in your nose, you can develop a very severe infection. We've seen the stories out there of those brain-eating amoeba, Naegleria fowleri it's called. That can be in tap water. And if you flush it in your nose, it can lead to a life-threatening meningitis.
Never again.
So never use tap water.
Never again.
Get distilled water and keep it in the bathroom or your sink, wherever you do your flush.
Water. Ooh. I have questions though. I was wondering if it's the same as if you boil water, right? Because you make it purified and then chill it. Is that distilled water?
It's a lot of work.
Or you have to buy distilled water. She said keep distilled water in your bathroom.
Yeah, just buy some distilled. Or like use the Brita filter.
Brita's?
Yeah, like a Brita filter.
Yeah.
Oh,
okay. It filters it out, I guess.
All right.
Yeah.
Okay, and finally, the last thing Jen's been doing wrong. It's summertime, people are outside grilling, and Dr. Farmer has a warning when it comes to eating food from the barbecue.
So as an ENT specialist, the one thing we do wrong when it comes to grilling is how we clean our grill. You absolutely want to stay away from those wire bristle grill cleaners. It's very
easy. I'm living my life all wrong.
I know. I'm here to help you. I am here to change your life. Those bristles can come off. They get stuck on your grill. You put your burger or your steak on it.
It happens. I had to go to the ER for it.
What?
A grill bristle brush dislodged.
Absolutely.
Got lodged my tonsils, and I had to get it surgically removed.
I have taken patients to the operating room to remove these bristles. They can get stuck in your tonsil, the back of your tongue, and it can be an emergency situation.
That's right.
If it travels, if you swallow it completely and it travels into your intestines, it can create abscess, it can create a perforation. So I'm a strong believer that you should not use wire bristle brushes to clean your grill. There are other alternatives, such as the barbecue daddy that we have here. They're bristle-free. Even simple thing as you taking a lemon or an onion, cutting it in half and cleaning your grill. These are ways you can do this. There's other alternatives. There's bamboo cleaners that you can use, pumices to clean your grill. But the one question you always want to ask your host before you go to a barbecue is, how do you clean your grill? And if they say I use a wire bristle brush, think twice about eating the food.
I literally thought it was a fish bone. That's why I'm like, okay, this is fine.
And it absolutely is real. It happens, and it can be very dangerous. So this is my PSA to everyone to say, do not use wire bristle brushes to clean your grill.
Wow, it's a good one. Yeah.
What about restaurants? I have more questions, right? What about restaurants? We don't know what they clean their grill with, you know, when they do these outdoor barbecues and you're getting burgers.
Yeah, well, I don't, right, that's right. I mean, I don't know if they, how many, and think about like all the wear and tear on the bristles. Like, yeah, so it got lodged. I was like swallowing, and it felt like I was swallowing glass because, you know, when something's not right, right? It wasn't getting better, it was getting worse.
How long did you have it in there?
For like, I think it was like 5 hours, right?
Okay.
And so I finally went to the hospital, and I'm like, I ate something, and they put me under. That was the first time I ever got put under. And I woke up, and yeah, there was a pill bottle sitting next to my head, and the doctor had extracted it, and it was that long.
A bristle. Wow.
And they said, do you know what could have happened? Because this thing is metal. Do you know what could have happened if you didn't get this taken care of?
What?
Infection, like blood infection, like all throughout your body.
And imagine if you swallowed it and it went farther down the digestive system.
Good thing it got lodged, but it can be dangerous. That's good advice.
You don't really think about.
You don't. I'm getting one of those scrub daddy, scrub brush daddy, whatever it was.
It's one thing for you to have it, but it's about going out and you don't know what people are using. So now you have to go around asking people.
I know.
Hey, how'd you clean your grill?
Right.
Yeah.
Like, truly.
I know.
Right.
And it's such a popular gift, one of those grill brushes for Father's Day. I bet you every guy out there has one. Yeah. Right? Yeah.
I'm going to throw mine out.
Yeah, throw yours out.
You should. You absolutely should.
Yeah.
You really should.
All right. Well, that was useful.
Yeah. Food for thought.
We'll be right back.
Get your LA Galaxy games weekly on Fox 11 Plus KCOP.
The most important thing is family. AAA shares the same family values. For over 100 years, AAA has been providing legendary service and has helped what it values most, its members. Join our family, and you could save on your auto insurance policy with our competitive pricing. We offer you our support when you need it, whether it's questions about your policy or with our most trusted roadside assistance service. Visit AAA.com/insurance and find out how much you could save.
Throughout your life, there have been many gifts.
I love it. Oh, Dad.
But perhaps the greatest gift of all is just how much they are still giving you, even after they're gone.
Thanks, Dad.
For the people you love, take care of tomorrow, today.
Hello, taxpayers. I'm Eric with Ultimate Tax Group. If you owe the IRS $10,000 or more, or have any unfiled tax returns, business or personal, Ultimate Tax Group wants you to take your freedom back today.
Call us now. We have an A+ rating with the Better Business Bureau and 5-star reviews on Google.
We will handle all negotiations directly with the IRS.
So you don't have to.
Don't let the IRS garnish your wages or levy your bank account.
Our team of tax professionals has over 75 years of combined experience.
Call now and speak with one of our settlement officers. We will call our IRS Direct Practitioner hotline to do a preliminary investigation and get a current, updated status on your case. It's a $450 value, no charge.
Wow, that's great, Eric.
It is, Jeannie. We care and we will fight for our clients.
So call us now.
Let us resolve your tax issue once and for all. Call today.
I work from home, so bundling Spectrum, internet, and TV has been super important for our family.
My favorite thing is just the connection that we have to have. I do online workouts, I also do remote programming, and so I need to stay connected to make sure that I'm providing a quality service.
To be able to save money and also have reliable service, it's a win. Our bills have been affordable, can't complain.
Fast, reliable internet starting at $30 a month, backed by the Spectrum commitment to keep you connected.
All right, got to tell you guys about this. You can score a free ticket to the Ventura County Fair by donating a pint of blood today through Thursday. Today, folks in Ojai can donate at the West Ridge Midtown Market or in Newberry Park at the Palm Garden Hotel. And Thursday in Ventura, blood donations can be made at the Channel Island Lodge. Wow. Okay. Well, there you go. Flooding from a typhoon couldn't keep this couple away. Wedding day in the Philippines. These guys knew the risk of flooding, but they went ahead anyway, scheduled that ceremony. The couple and their friends took to the typhoon in stride, exchanged vows yesterday in knee-deep water. All of these people love them enough to be there. The groom called the high water a test to overcome.
Aww, that's kind of cute.
Wow.
Wow, they're all in it. Okay, next up, a sky-high mess. An Air France captain posted these images to X showing the mess one passenger left behind in business class. Oh my goodness, some people are calling it a snack apocalypse in the skies. The photos show crumbs, wrappers on the seat all around.
Luann de Lesseps, money can't buy you class.
Oh my God.
Right. That's a great song.
Yeah. Is it okay to treat your business class seat as a personal trash can?
No, never.
It's not. You got to clean up after yourself.
Anywhere. It doesn't have to even be first class.
You got to clean up.
Filthy animals. Fans of the super trendy Labubu toys. We're talking about Labubus again. Well, you can now dress up your doll for your wedding day.
Of course.
David's Bridal announced, oh, look at that. They're creating custom wedding dresses and bridesmaids dresses for Labubus. Wedding dresses start at $50. $50? I mean, that's so much. That's more
even
than the
more.
actual doll.
That's even, yeah, exactly.
But the final price depends on the complexity, of course, of the design, the fabric choice, embellishments.
My goodness.
Some couples are using them for photo props or souvenirs for their wedding party members.
Okay.
All right. Let's cleanse the palate. We have a taste test today, and we are trying out Trader Joe's deli sandwich style potato chips, I should say.
Why is this hiding?
These evoke notes of smoky ham, dill pickle, sharp cheese, and zesty mustard. Let me try.
It's like a Reuben.
I love the smell of a deli sandwich.
Lots of dill.
Lots of dill. The dill comes through pretty hard, but it's good. But it's good.
Honestly, it just tastes like chips and dill.
I like it.
It's not a sandwich to me.
Like a deli sandwich.
No.
No, you don't.
Not even.
You don't like the
just
ham,
dill and chips.
Smokiness.
No.
I like
You don't taste the smokiness?
I do not.
There's smokiness.
Really?
I like it. I wouldn't
I'll
mind
keep
it.
eating.
I'm not questioning
I don't like smoky things.
You like it? Good.
I do.
I like it too, but
It's a little too much dill, if I'm being honest, but
it's heavy on the dill. That's why maybe the dill is overpowering.
somebody say dill one more time.
Dill. Dill with this.
Guys, we still have 1:20 left in the show.
I don't know
so
how much you want to watch me eat.
what do you want to talk about?
Mile high deli sandwiches. You mean
What's a mile
when
high
they're
deli
stacked?
sandwich?
Well, people like to, get their money's worth. So people like that stacked high deli.
Like at Katz's Deli in New York?
Right.
I don't personally like it.
I don't like it either.
If I get a sandwich like that,
some of the inside
I
out,
give a bunch of that to my husband.
I have a big mouth, and I would have to unhinge my jaw.
Unhinge.
Do you? Like a snake. To eat something that big.
All right. Well, you know what? It's been fun. Have a great time
It's
off.
been real. Oh my gosh, thank you.
Yes.
I'm gonna go see Backstreet Boys this year. I will report back.
We'll follow your journey.
That's right. Follow
Don't
my
get
journey.
into too much trouble, but
I'm gonna try not to. I can't make any guarantees.
Be bailed out.
Whatever happens in Vegas is gonna go on my Instagram account.
That's right.
Follow
Don't
along.
get arrested.
Well, you have the
All right,
money.
we'll see you tomorrow.
Bail me out. Bye.
Bye.
Sean Murray.
Yes. Oh, we got a live one today, Sherry. And wow is the right word. It's a Wow Wednesday. You know, I said to you a few weeks ago, Christmas didn't start in my house until the Temptations sang Silent Night, and the Temptations are here today. Hopefully I won't mess up the harmonies singing on the side of the stage today. You know?
Oh, wow. Well, I can't wait till they come out. We've been waiting for the Temptations for a long time. Yeah. And so they're finally here. Oh, my gosh. I can't, you know, everybody, I think, tries to hit that note, that low note. But yeah, we're excited. We are so excited. I have to tell y'all, last week, we had so much fun with music legend Regina Belle. Yeah. And Regina, oh my gosh, I just love her so much. And afterwards, I saw Regina perform at Carnegie Hall. And she was part of the Night of Inspiration. So it was just so many gospel greats that performed. Oh my goodness, it was Courtney, Brian Courtney Wilson and Erica Campbell and Krista Campbell and, you know, the Winans brothers were there. It was
R&B stars like Rashawn Patterson and Dave Hollister.
Yeah, so a lot of R&B stars. And it was so wonderful. And I introduced Erica Campbell and her daughter Krista that night. So, I'm always scoping. In this Night of Inspiration, it was a lot of pastors there. And so I kept asking if any of them were single, because you gotta shoot your shot. And I love my dress. And I told them all, I said, I wore a sinful seafoam green. That joke didn't...
I think there's a stability that I have. I've managed to live on this earth a long time without letting the craziness take over. And we work in a business that sometimes makes you feel uncomfortable, or perhaps you're questioning your own value. And instead of making that make me crazy, I've decided that I just need to figure out ways to stay sane and balanced. I also, a number of years ago, started to worry a little bit that I've done far too many traumatic stories. Other people's trauma, not my trauma. I've been very fortunate not to have very much personal trauma, but I have talked to parents who've lost their child, or listened to hours worth of testimony from people who were lost loved ones in a mass shooting, for example, and I started to wonder, where does that trauma go? So then I went on sort of a personal growth journey to see whether or not I had ingested it and kept it inside, to the point where maybe not now, but maybe in a couple years, especially if I continue on this path, I'll wind up in some corner somewhere, all, in like a fetal position, because I've ingested other people's trauma. But so far, everybody I've asked, or if it's a professional or I've taken a personal growth journey, it seems to be okay. I mean, I've gone so far as to do things like 40 Years of Zen, where they scan your brain and they read the brain scan for you so you better understand how your brain is operating. And then you go into this, it's a wild experience, but you go into sort of like an isolation pod, and they take you on various, almost like a meditation journey. And there wasn't a lot to unearth in terms of personal trauma or professional trauma. So it was sort of, it made me feel good to know that somehow in the course of my long life, I've figured out how to stay sane.
What's the biggest learning experience you've had?
I feel like every day is a learning experience. I love the fact that in news, you're always learning something new, and there's always something more to learn even outside of what you cover as a journalist, and I find that fascinating. Today I was listening to a podcast about how AI is changing the world of journalism, and there's so much data out there, and nobody has the time to do it individually, to go down that rabbit hole. But if you have an AI assistant or AI program, and so it was really interesting to learn about that, and it makes me want to learn more. So every day is a big learning experience. Maybe going back to 40 Years of Zen, it was sort of interesting to learn a little bit about interior me versus exterior me and everyday me.
What's your idea of a perfect date?
Date? Oh, we're going in that direction now. My idea of a perfect date. I would say it starts with walking in and meeting them in person and not wanting to walk out immediately. So that's a good start. Perfect, I think, is when you get past the interview stage. In other words, you know, where were you brought up? And, you know, are your parents, you know, how did your parents impact your life? When you get past that and you go deeper, and then you recognize that, you know, there might be some chemistry there, and it you know, you get out of the friend zone. I guess a perfect date would include getting out of the friend zone. And for me, that's hard because I interview for a living, right? So I could always have a good dinner conversation with someone, but that doesn't mean I want a second date.
What's one vice you wish you could give up?
I'm not good at jumping out of bed. Every once in a while, I put myself back on that. You know, we're going to improve the sleep hygiene, meaning what time you go to sleep, and ditto, when you wake up, a different kind of day schedule. So get up straight away when you need to get up, perhaps go outside to get some vitamin D, or take the dog out for a walk, you know, drink your water, whatever. And I can do that thing where it's just easy to stay in bed with my phone and checking the email and looking for stories for the story meeting. And on the one hand, I kind of enjoy that I have the luxury to do that because my kids are grown now, so I don't have to get up at dark 30 to get them ready for school and pack their lunches or what have you. But on the other hand, I just wonder if there's not a better way to do it that sets your day off on the right track from, you know, the minute your eyes open up.
What's a cause that's important to you?
There are so many that I can't focus. So I have been trying to figure out whether I should start a nonprofit. And it's so daunting that I've not even taken step one. Sorry. So it has to do with, I'd really like to do research on, I'd really like to be in a place like Nancy Davis, who started Race to Erase MS, start a nonprofit that would bring more attention to a disease that doesn't get a lot of attention because it's what they call an orphan's disease, meaning not enough people suffer from it. And 2 members of my family have this disease, and that's why it's important. So I've talked to Nancy Davis about it. I admire her greatly because she's done so much with Race to Erase MS. She actually started another nonprofit to cure drug addiction. And it just seems so daunting. And of course, Nancy Davis has a big name, so she has a lot of people that she can tap for help and advice, and so do I. But even still that, I haven't taken a step forward on that. I am on the advisory board of the Asian American Journalists Association, and that's about all I can be right now, time-wise, but every time I do something with that great organization, I feel like, oh, I should be doing more. I have had, you know, I don't know how many rescue dogs become pets, so I prefer rescuing or adopting dogs as opposed to buying a dog. I won't buy a dog or shop for a dog. Whatever they say, adopt, don't shop. So there's a lot, and you know, we are fortunate as journalists to be exposed to a lot of people, a lot of different kinds of people, and different lifestyles, and people who live on, you know, all levels of the economic strata. So whenever I've done stories about, like, following, for example, a friend of mine who gifts to poor families Christmas, then you always think there's more to do with that there are children that deserve more than they're getting, and they're you know, it's difficult for them to be in school because they're hungry or what have you. These are all the stories that we do. So whenever you see those kind of things, you think, I think, what more can I do? And then my busy day starts the next day and I put it on the back burner. So yeah, a lot of different things I would like to put my attention on, and sometimes it's just a matter of not figuring out how to take that step.
What's the best compliment you've ever received?
Well, here I like it when people appreciate that I'm working hard. I thought it was very fun to be in Las Vegas over the weekend, and it was fairly late or early in the morning, and my friend says, my girlfriend sees this couple coming towards us. They're all decked out because they had just come out of the AC/DC concert. So she asked them, how was the concert? And they were like, oh yeah, it was okay. And then I asked a question, I don't remember what it was. And they looked up at me and the woman goes, wait, are you Susan Urasuna? So to be recognized, it's just kind of funny to be recognized outside of Los Angeles or Southern California. I mean, you know, if you're on TV long enough, you know, people recognize you, but it was just a sweet little moment there. So that was nice. It was a very nice compliment to be awarded the best weekend newscast by the Golden Mics, by the Radio TV News Association. As I said, I've been here almost 30 years, so it's nice to have the work right.
When do you feel the most inspired?
When do I feel the most inspired? Gosh, there's a lot of funny answers in that one. When you have just the right amount of wine and then you have all these ideas. There's that. Or it could be, it's been a good day and now, you know, it's time to say goodnight, you know, so time for me to wind down. And a lot of times winding down includes being a little too wound up. And so there's a lot of thoughts that go through my head. I'm not good at the meditation, but when I try it, I do find that my brain is still going, and sometimes in the course of settling the brain, lots of ideas come out, and then you have to settle the brain again. So I like to take saunas, by the way, so when I'm in the sauna, I try to kind of combine things and think about things I need to do and also, you know, what more I can do. I feel like there's more that I need to do in this world.
Sweet or savory?
Savory. But then followed up by a tiny bit of sweet.
What song can you listen to on repeat?
It changes because I'm like that. It depends on my mood. Currently, Anxiety by Doechii. I listen to that a lot.
What makes you smile the most?
Oh, my dog, when my dog smiles, makes me smile. Memories of my children when they were younger. So, saying, the other day I was thinking, I see my dog in the morning and my dog, you know, smiles at me and then I say good morning. And it reminded me of when my children, I have 2 sons, when they were still in the crib and you know they're awake. And so then you walk to the crib and they put their arms up like this. And so just the memory of that.
What's one thing people don't know about you?
There's a lot. Publicly, a lot of people wouldn't know that my first marriage, I had a first marriage that didn't result in my kids, and he is a notable guitarist and used to tour with a notable British folk singer. We'll leave it at that.
Heels, flats, or sneakers?
All of the above. Why can't I do all of the above? Depends on what the event is, right? So, but I do like my heels.
Vintage or new?
Gosh, are we talking, what are we talking? You know, are we talking fashion? Are we talking art? No, it's mostly fashion, right? You don't know. You're leaving it open-ended. What was the question again?
Vintage or new?
Probably new, but I keep things forever. If we're talking clothes, I still have clothes. I still have my first Christian Dior, when it was off the rack, Christian Dior cobalt blue suit, which to me was very of the moment, young journalist, wanted to look like she was already, you know, established. I still have that suit with the slightly large shoulder pads, and I can kind of still fit into it, but it's not worth wearing. So that would be quite vintage.
What are 3 things you can't live without?
Well, food, air, water? Is that too boring?
Window or aisle seat?
I feel like I'm fortunate enough that I've traveled enough that I prefer the aisle now. I don't need to watch outside when the plane lands or takes off. So I guess my most recent trip was aisle.
What's your current TV character obsession?
TV character obsession as in like I need to watch it again and again, or as in I wish to be that character? See, I'm a journalist. I need distinction. I need clarity before I answer. Okay, ask the question again.
What's your current TV character obsession?
Emily in Paris. I know that's old, but it's fun to watch.
Leather or lace?
Is that a Stevie Nicks question? Leather or lace? I'd say leather.
What's the most adventurous thing you've ever done in your life?
Adventure, so I've traveled by myself. That's kind of newer. But not to anybody, not to any place too scary or anything like that. It was pretty adventurous to do this program called 40 Years of Zen. That's 5 days of who knows what this is really about and what really is going to happen once you finish. So maybe 40 Years of Zen?
How would you define yourself in 3 words?
How do I define myself? How would I define myself in 3 words? Nice. Maybe too nice sometimes. Capricious. But I just wanted to use that word. Balanced.
What's your current favorite piece of clothing that you own?
I don't know that I have a favorite piece of clothing.
What's a must-have clothing item everyone should own?
That outfit that makes you feel good. Period. Whatever it is.
What's inspiring you in life right now?
Oh my gosh, everything, everyone, it's just amazing. I met this little boy right after his house burned down in the Eaton fire, and he just had so many ways to describe what he was feeling, and I was just inspired by him. He's like 6. I can't remember how old he is, and he was just amazing. I met this woman in Las Vegas. She's 88 years old. She's like old Las Vegas. So she could actually describe what happened and how the Rat Pack came together, meaning, you know, Frank Sinatra, Dean Martin, Sammy Davis Jr., Peter Lawford. So she explained to us, she told the story about how that came about. So she was an inspiration. She's, you know, beautiful at 88 and still living great and charismatic. So I'm really into biohacking now and longevity. So whenever you meet those people that are still vibrant and still, you know, interested and interesting, inspiration.
What's the best piece of advice you've ever received?
When I first started in this business, actually before I started in this business, and you put together your first couple of stories, I had a mentor that I had met. He actually had worked for CBS at one point, and he looked at my work and he said, you know what? You know the rules of the game, you just need to go play ball. Meaning you just need to do it day in and day out to hone the craft and get better. So that was helpful to me because, trust me, not every story was a good one, and I failed many, many, many times. But it was nice to know that you could start over and start again, and do it better the next time.
What's your pet peeve?
Currently, I have a pet peeve when it comes to a certain generation of women's voices. So it is very common now for the younger generation to do what is called vocal fry. Some people call it glottal fry, but it all has to do with the fact that for whatever reason, they want to talk like this, and I don't understand why that's appealing. So sorry if you talk like that.
Diamonds or pearls?
I have both, but I probably wear pearls more on TV if you're talking professionally, but no, I love a good diamond for outside. Not in the studio, I mean.
What's something you notice about someone when you first meet them?
Lately, I've really been honed in on how people are groomed and dressed. And so I feel like there's, you know, we went through a period where it was just okay to just throw on anything and walk out, and, you know, even if you're meeting someone for the first time. So I really like it when people are mindful of the way they're groomed and dressed.
What's your biggest regret?
My biggest regret? You're supposed to go through life without regrets, I thought. That's not true.
What's heavily played on your playlist right now?
I'm very moody. It just depends on my mood. So I listen actually to a lot of podcasts. But when I get into a music mood, it just depends. So after the Super Bowl, lots of Kendrick Lamar. Currently, Anxiety by Doechii, and then that puts you into the Doechii playlist. So I enjoy her music a lot. I don't like a lot of older music anymore, like music from my generation, but every once in a while a song will play, or like say, hey, do you want to go to this concert? And then I realize, oh yeah, I do still enjoy that music, whether it be Fleetwood Mac, or I saw U2 at the Sphere, that was amazing. So yeah, I'm more of a modern, current music person.
What's your favorite board game?
What board game did we play? Haven't played a lot of board games lately. We've done a lot of puzzles lately, I feel like. People who, not in my house, but people, if you go visit them, and they'll have a puzzle table. So that's a puzzle. I gave a bunch of board games because they were packaged really well and cute as like a book, like in a, it's not a binder, but think of a formal book like a encyclopedia, and you can put it on your shelf. So that would be Scrabble, Trivia, not Trivia Ball, what's it called? Trivial Pursuit, I'm like stumbling. Oh, I probably should say that I really enjoy, and we've had many, many fun times and laughs with Exploding Kittens, which actually a friend of mine, he was the one who created that. So we did have a lot of fun with that one.
What's your guilty pleasure?
Guilty pleasure. After having, wait, hold on. What's my guilty pleasure? I try to ameliorate a lot of my guilt. My guilty pleasure probably would have something to do with food. I have been lucky enough to be invited or experience like a tasting menu, like Jeremy Ford's tasting menu at Stubborn Seed. So probably food would be the guilty pleasure. But the converse of that is I tend to eat the same thing if I'm making it for me. So I'm not much of a, I'm going to be an elaborate cook. Everything is pretty simple. Throw the protein on a grill pan with some vegetables. That's exactly. did today for my lunch today.
Who is your biggest inspiration or motivator?
So many people. Who's my biggest? Gosh. I mean, it's hard not to say my parents because I feel like they did so much for their children. I'm one of 4. My dad is living with a genetic disease, and he does it with grace. And now my mother is suffering from Alzheimer's. And anyone who's ever gone through that knows that that can be difficult because they lose their personality, or I've heard that oftentimes someone with Alzheimer's or dementia will lose their personality, but my mom has kept hers. She's still very sweet and still wants to do things that she always did, which is serve. So she was very good to my father. You know, but my father was the inspiration in the beginning part of my life because he was married and had these children, but he wound up with 2 MBAs and, really almost broke through the glass ceiling in his profession, did very well at a time period where, you might not have been considered for those superior positions as an Asian American man and as somebody who he was in the incarceration camps, right? So that leaves kind of a sting. And my mom told me stories about how they got out of the camp. They were quite young, they were children, but they got out of the camp and went to Chicago. That's where you could go initially out of the incarceration camps, was away from the West Coast. So they were there, that's where they met and went to high school. But when they decided to move back to California, there definitely was that concern that they wouldn't be welcomed. They bought a house in Canoga Park, and as they were making the decision, the real estate agent kept saying, this might not be the right neighborhood for you. And according to my mom anyway, she was pretty convinced it was because they were a young Japanese-American couple. At that point, I think I was born by then. But they decided to buy that house, and it turned out to be a wonderful, really close neighborhood where, all the moms would get together and, play cards or whatever. So it turned out to be great. But my point is that, that didn't stop my parents from creating a pretty great family, and my father did well in his profession, and so yeah, they're inspirational even now.
How do you start your day?
Right now, I'm filling in for Marla, who's on maternity leave, so that means I'm working more nights than I did before. I'm working all night, so my morning starts a little more slowly than it did when I had a day shift as a field reporter, in the field reporter. But I, as I mentioned prior, I like to start the idea, I like to start the day with not having my phone on, not touching my phone, and trying to get up straight away and have a little moment to myself, drink some water, walk the dog, what have you. Have I done that today? No, I was too busy doing all the other things that I needed to do before coming in here. So one part of me likes to start the day very slowly, and the other part of me thinks I should do a lot more in the morning.
What's your favorite holiday?
Would it be bad to say my birthday? I'm just kidding. Favorite holiday? Probably Christmas. I have a lot of fond memories of how my parents celebrated Christmas and how I celebrated with my family.
If you could raid one woman's closet, who would it be?
Oh my gosh. No, you can't ask. Oh, There's too many women I know who have fabulous, fabulous closets, as in like all those designers that you know that I can't afford. We'll just say, for the sake of ease, my girlfriend in Las Vegas.
If you could switch lives with one person for a day, who would it be?
For one day. Ask me the question again.
If you could switch lives with one person for a day, who would it be?
Alive or dead?
Either.
Right now, all I can think of is President Trump.
What's one thing you've always wanted to try, but have been too scared to do?
Start that nonprofit that I mentioned. But if it's more experiential, I would say go on a track by myself into areas that not a lot of people go. Ultimately, my need for security and comfort outweigh any desire to do something like, say, you know, traverse the Amazon.
What's the one thing you wish you knew at age 19?
Oh my gosh. There's so much. What is the one thing I wish I knew at 19? It'll be okay. You'll do okay.
Besides your phone or wallet, what are a couple of must-have handbag items?
Lip balm? Oh, more than one?
A couple.
I thought it was, okay. Well, currently in my handbag, there would be some kind of lip balm or lip color. I guess like travel light, my key fob for the car, my press pass. I like to keep my press pass with me even if I'm not working. Never know when that'll come in handy.
If you weren't an anchor, what would you be doing?
Every time I go somewhere and experience something, I think to myself, what would it be like to be that person? You know, whether it's a performer on stage or even a server or a chef. So if I were not in the news business, I might be in the hospitality. I always think that I enjoy attending to people and talking to people. So, but it took my life in this world, in the news world, as an anchor and as a reporter, to make me enjoy talking to people and not be shy, because really I'm very shy and introverted, but because of what we do for a living, I have too many questions in my head, and when I meet people, I want to ask them questions. So that probably sounds like a hospitality thing.
What's something you can't do?
How much time do we have? Apparently, I cannot schedule physical exercise into my day regularly. It's always on my list of things to do, but somehow it doesn't get done because there's too many other things to be done.
What's one city you've always dreamed of traveling to?
Always dreamed. I'm lucky I've traveled to a lot of different countries. been to Italy, been to a lot of beautiful cities in Italy. I've never been to Venice. So before it's underwater, wholly, I better get to Venice.
Favorite food?
Favorite food. I don't have a favorite food. I just like food.
Favorite dessert?
Dark chocolate. As dark as it can be.
Favorite snack?
Oh my gosh, those crunchy mochi things. But here's the interesting thing. I was sick recently, and so I just walked around, even though I was working and stuff, I was walking around with this like low-grade nausea, and that's the only thing I wanted to eat. I'd buy those little packs from wherever, 2 at a time. Then I had a blood draw done, and it was very interesting because, you know, you could see all the inflammation markers had gone up. My A1C, my blood sugar had gone up. My LDL, that's the bad cholesterol, had gone up. And so the person who was reading the results, I asked, well, why would that happen when I was basically not eating very much at all? I was mainly working, sleeping, getting up, working, you know, maybe I would make a little bit of food, but it was just easier to eat those mochi snacks because they kept my nausea down. But then she explained, well, that's why all of those bad markers went up. You were basically just eating carbs and sugar and not exercising or not being active enough to keep the inflammation markers down. So I thought that was just fascinating.
Best place to eat in LA?
Oh my gosh, I'll make some of my friends mad. I have a lot of friends that are restaurateurs or chefs. Best place to eat in LA. I have to say Crust Station in Beverly Hills. But that's also because I love the people and the family, the On family. I love them so much. Otherwise, I would also say Republique, Chef Walter Mansky.
What's a movie that made you cry?
Well, first up, I'm not a boohoo crier. So anything that makes me well up, I appreciate. What's the most recent movie that made me cry? Oh my gosh, I mean, like, a lot of them do. I'm like really sentimental, so, you know. What have I seen lately? I kind of don't go to the movies. I wait for the SAG-AFTRA Award nominations to come out, and of those, I don't. any one of those necessarily made me cry.
What's your favorite movie of the last 5 years?
That also made me cry? I enjoyed A Complete Unknown, but I tell people that I enjoyed it a lot, in part because I watched the heavy movies right beforehand, like The Substance, and it was nice to have something that was pleasant, not too heavy.
What's the one talent you wish you had?
I wish I was musical and could play an instrument well, or my singing voice was better. I can sing, but just not that well, so it would be musical.
What's your favorite band?
I don't have one really, not anymore.
What's your favorite fast food order?
I try really hard not to eat any fast food, and I try not to eat any bread. So, you know, I try not to eat French fries, but I guess it would be French fries.
What's something you don't want to be doing in 10 years?
Maybe procrastinating on that exercise thing that I mentioned before that somehow I can't fit into my day.
What's the best thing that's happened this year?
So far, the best thing that's happened this year is traveling by myself to San Miguel de Allende and enjoying that little town. It's not very big, so you can walk and walk and walk and walk. And then meeting somebody who then took me outside of San Miguel de Allende so I could actually see something a little different, find out about local lore, etc. So that was a good little trip.
What's your favorite cocktail?
Again, it depends on my mood. I'm a big wine fan. I love a good glass of champagne or cab. But, you know, more recently it was a vodka martini with a twist.
Which movie makes you laugh the hardest?
This thing with movies, I feel like I don't watch a lot of movies. Which movie? Gosh. Off the top of my head, I can't think of it, but trust me, I have a sense of humor. I do have a sense of humor, and there are movies that make me laugh.
What are 3 words to describe living in Los Angeles?
Dynamic, traffic, weather.
Do you like surprises?
Oh, love it. This is a surprise.
What's one thing you had to learn the hard way?
Raising children, that was kind of hard. No one else can do it, so you got to do it yourself.
Who do you turn to when you're sad?
I have a great core of girlfriends, and thank goodness for them. They actually say, for a season, for a reason, for a lifetime. And I'm very lucky to have a core of girlfriends that will be there for me for a lifetime.
What's a trend you would like to see disappear forever?
Again, I don't understand the appeal of that glottal fry thing, speaking like that. So it would be nice if that would go away.
What did you want to do with your life at the age of 12?
At that age, I thought I would be a teacher. And if you think about it, that's all a lot of what you're exposed to at that age. So I would tell people, oh, when I grow up, I think I'll be a teacher. And since then, I've said, well, in a lot of ways, I am still a teacher.
On a scale of 1 to 10, How excited are you about life right now?
10. Life is good.
Describe yourself in a hashtag.
Hashtag lucky.
If you could do a love scene with anyone, who would it be?
What? Come on now. These questions, who wrote these questions? Yikes. I don't know, it's too embarrassing to even think about it. I can't even go there.
What's your wake-up ritual?
My wake-up ritual. My wake-up ritual is I have a glass of water next to my bed and my thyroid medication, because you're supposed to take the thyroid medication on an empty stomach. So the first thing I do is drink water and take my thyroid medication. But then there's other things I do too.
What's your go-to-bed ritual?
Go-to-bed ritual. Oh my gosh, that has gotten more complicated. You know, washing off my makeup or doing the skincare is now multi-products, thanks to having somebody in the med spa biz and insist I need, 10 products. And then, of course, I have to protect my teeth. So then there's the teeth ritual. And then when I climb into bed, more recently I started taking nighttime supplements as well. So there's nighttime supplements I need to take. There's something called Peak Rest, and I like to take it as a hot drink so I can wind down. And that's pretty much it. Get into bed, settle in. Sleep mask. Oh, sleep buds. I guess it's a lot I have to do.
Who do you want to write your obituary?
Probably that someone in that core of girls I mentioned, girlfriends.
Style icon?
Apologies, I can't think of anybody.
What 3 people, living or dead, would you like to make dinner for?
This is one of those dating apps question, So it gets answered a lot, I feel. I think the last time I answered that question, I said, well, it would be interesting to have Da Vinci, Tina Turner, those are 2 dead people, and maybe Barack Obama.
What's your biggest fear in life?
My biggest fear in life is getting old and frail, not aging. I think I'm trying to age as well as I can, but getting somewhere where you get injured and it sends you down the downward spiral.
Favorite app?
Favorite app? Gosh, I hate to admit this, but I am a TikTok watcher.
A superpower you would want?
Flying. I could get to work more quickly and travel much more.
What would you like to be remembered for?
I would like to be remembered as someone who was good at her profession, a good friend, and someone that you wouldn't mind wanting to hang out with for a while.
What are you most excited about at this time in your life?
Now that my children are grown, I feel like I'm most excited about, what happens next. That it's different now because I don't have as much, I don't have as many demands on me due to having a young family. So that means I can figure out what it is I want to do beyond what I do here in TV news, and so that's really exciting, and things are a little easier in terms of if I want to travel, I can just, as long as I can get the days off, I can do that. It doesn't, there's not a lot that is holding me back. So it just feels like everything's open.
What's your rating of the sit?
What the hell? I'm gonna say R. This was like a psychotherapy. I need a drink.
Naisha, who are you and what do you do?
Hello, I'm Naisha Arrington. Who am I? I mean, how much time you got? Yeah, no, literally I'm a human and I do cook food. I'm a chef.
What sparked your passion for cooking?
What sparked my passion for cooking? Well, you know, what sparked my passion for cooking, I believe, is like literally my purpose in this world. I am truly living out my wildest dreams by being a chef. I am very much an artist, and food is my conduit for self-expression.
How has your own heritage helped create a fusion of flavors in your cooking?
Yeah, so no, how has my heritage informed the fusion style of my cooking is quite literally in the makeup of my family and my upbringing. My mom's side of the family is from Korea, and my father's side is by way of Mississippi, both born in Los Angeles. And so for me, when I would go to my grandmother's house, it was like stepping into a new world and tasting like, you know, octopus at 4 years old and tons of spice and these just very robust flavors. And then, you know, eating this sort of Americana style of cuisine at my parents' house, right? But then like going to school and having like chicken tenders and chocolate milk, you know, the world of food was very explorative. The world of food was very exciting for my young palate development, and you know, now being able to be a chef, I feel like I tap into those experiences quite often.
What childhood memory still influences your cooking?
Childhood memories that influence my cooking. There's a few standouts. One in particular, you know, I grew up in Los Angeles and I'd visit my grandmother often. And I remember this moment when I think about, I took this culinary school course called The Physiology of Taste and Smell, early 2000s. And it was in this class where this core memory was unlocked, which was I was in my grandmother's car and I found this banana now and later that had like fallen out of my pack. And by now, you know, this particular banana now and later had been like sun-kissed and the temperature was like made it viscous in a way. So like, I just remember that moment of eating, you know, unraveling that wax paper and eating that banana now and later. By it being sun-kissed, it really elevated the experience of what that was like from just like opening the pack out of the store and eating them versus when it was warmed up. And even as a kid, I think about that moment because it unlocked what the experience is when something touches your palate. And as an adult and a established chef now, you know, those are the moments I seek to try to recreate when people enjoy my food.
One mentor and one lesson that stuck with you.
One mentor and one lesson, that's all? Oh my gosh. My culinary journey has been very robust, but one gentleman, one mentor that sticks out for me, his name is Josiah Citron, and I've worked with him through 3 restaurants, and I mean, the journey has been so incredible. I mean, I got to work with proteins that, you know, I got to like work with proteins that I haven't seen since I've worked in some of these kitchens. Like incredible wild game, you know, for me that has stuck with me the most. You know, making sauces and being in this like incredible brigade system, you know, such an incredible experience. And then in terms of lesson, I mean, I think for me, really, it's just about that hard work pays off. You know, I think that once you continue to keep fueling that fire and watering the seeds that you plant are a life lesson that will continue to grow.
Think back. What was the first dish you ever cooked and who was it with?
The first dish that I ever learned to cook. Okay, I'm trying to think back. So there were so many moments. Like for me, it's the through line. Like there's always these food moments. Well, I mean, my grandmother, really, she's really the first person that taught me how to cook. She was pulling me into the kitchen every opportunity possible to learn like proper cooking techniques. I like literally would stand next to her and learn how to like wash vegetables, and she used to make this thing. It was like a jello dish, and it perplexed me and blew me away. Like every birthday I'd always ask for it, but basically now looking back, I think it was like what she would do is set the individual flavors and colors of jello, and when you cut it, it was like this like rainbow effect, and then it had this like condensed milk layer moment. Like I can still taste it, but like I remember making that with her, and it demystified it all, and it was just like such a visceral moment.
What's the funkiest or weirdest ingredient you've ever cooked with?
Ooh, funkiest or weirdest ingredient that I ever cooked with. Okay, so sea cucumber, not a fan. Literally 10 out of 10 disagree that anyone should eat it. And like, I'm like generally a pretty like optimistic, like go with the flow person, but like I have like hard reservations about sea cucumber is like, it's like, I think in other cultures outside of my own, it's like that gelatinous mouthfeel is a prized thing to like enjoy, but like my palate doesn't enjoy it, it is like, it makes me want to gag. It's so disgusting. Was that even the question? I don't even think so, but my mind went there, so.
What's the cheapest ingredient that can immediately take a dish to the next level?
So I think, you know, my goal is always to empower people to get into the kitchen, and I say this time and time again, it's layering flavor is literally what's gonna make food restaurant quality. So any way that you can do that, whether that's a spice or something as simple as onions, but it's about being intentional about the aromatics, right? So it's all about aromatics. I would say spices are probably the easiest and cheapest way to elevate a dish.
You have to create a menu worth $250,000. What's your appetizer, entree, and dessert?
Wow, I have to create a menu worth $250,000. All right, guys, so we're gonna start out with an amuse-bouche because we fancy, right? So a little palate stimulator, if you will. And I think that food should be exciting, right? Food should get you ready to enjoy your meal. It should be visually stunning, and it should just get you excited to go on this journey. So I love crunch, I love texture, so I'd probably do like a little bit of a soup moment or like a light broth, probably some sort of kombu, delicious kind of like seaweed-inspired clean broth that has like some gorgeous like seawater or like saline quality to it, just to kind of clear the palate. Maybe a little like nori crostini, right, for the crunch. And then we would go into like something like king crab that's like almost like a dynamite, like a king crab that's like baked with like a delicious sort of like hollandaise, something rich on top. And then I would go with like a dry aged protein, probably like a ribeye, and do a double preparation on it, like a duo, the ribeye cap and the eye of the ribeye. And then I would go into something decadent for dessert with like lots of gold leaf and just gaudy because, you know, it's worth a lot. So yeah, that would be my menu.
What's your biggest pet peeve in the kitchen?
My biggest pet peeve in the kitchen is when people don't fold their towel. I really don't like that because I think if you do not do the simple steps, right? You use your towel. If the towel is crumbled up on your station, that like literally, I can't think straight. Like, I'm like, we have to like work in steps, right? It's like a foundation. If we're thinking our station is clean, it's organized, it takes the same amount of time to fold the towel and place it down and like also throw it, like literally. But I think it's those small incremental steps that allow discipline to form, right? Because then you can just build on that, and in something like a cooking competition, everything has to be in place.
Have you ever wanted to butt in on a contestant and say you're doing it wrong?
Geez, I mean, you know, here's the deal. Like, when a chef shows you, or a contestant shows you that like they care and they want to learn and they can listen, that's something that like I can build on. But when a chef is not listening or not showing that they want to be on the journey, you know, that's challenging. And you kind of want to just get in and say like, you know, do it like this. You're not listening. Like, we don't have time. I don't have time to say it explicitly over and over and over. So like, for me, the value is when a contestant listens, like insurmountable value there.
For those who suck at cooking, what's the most forgiving dish that you simply can't mess up?
So a very forgiving dish, and I would say super challenging to mess up, is a braise. I mean, a braise is gonna hug your soul every single time. This is why I love a braise so much, right? You don't have to take a temperature on the meat. It literally only gets better, whether that sits for hours or sits for days. A braise is only gonna get better. Where else can you cook a protein, cook the vegetables, and get a sauce all in sort of one expression? I'm gonna say for sure it's a braise.
Rapid fire, you have to pick one.
Okay.
Green curry corn chowder or avocado toast?
Green curry corn chowder.
Roasted beet salad or miso Caesar salad?
Miso Caesar.
Pork belly tacos or salmon rice bowl?
Salmon rice bowl.
Best place to eat in LA?
I have so many follow-up questions. Best place to eat in LA, I'm probably gonna say my kitchen.
What ingredient are you obsessed with?
Oh my gosh, what ingredient am I obsessed with? Obsessed. I'm like, which day is it? What season are we in? What's my mood? Who am I cooking for? Are all my clarifying questions. But if I had to pick one, you know, I'm probably gonna say, okay, so I'm like, as I'm thinking about my answer, I'm thinking about what's in my kitchen right now. And I always feel like if I have, it's hard to pick one, but I think some sort of form of onion is always gonna generally kind of be the base of like whatever I'm gonna build on.
One food you absolutely hate?
Sea cucumbers.
What's something we don't know about you?
Something you don't know about me is I actually really enjoy painting. It's my favorite, you know, outside of food and fitness. I really love setting a canvas. I really love setting up a canvas and painting.
Dream dinner.
Yes.
Who's at the table and what's on the plate?
Dream dinner. Well, first of all, for sure, my dog Blue Ginger. First of all, my dog Blue Ginger would for sure have a seat at my dream dinner. She would have her own separate meal, but then I would say all of the matriarchs in my family, because you know, I didn't get a lot of time to spend with my mom, my dad's mom, my grandmother. So, you know, I spent more time with my mom's mom, but I would love to have all my elders around the table and have all of their favorite dishes that they're known for, and then we all just like eat them together. Cause like my great grandma Lena, like everybody in my family talks about her lemon meringue pie, and I've done my version based off of the storytelling of that pie. I've made one, but I would love to like taste her lemon meringue pie.
Does the kitchen level really impact your chances?
You know, I think it's really important to work with what you have, right? I believe that you can create a great dish on any level that you are in the Next Level Chef kitchen.
How much power do the mentors really have?
All of the power. So silly. Okay, so, I mean, in terms of power, I mean, I wouldn't say, is it power? I mean, I think that we have a lot of influence. You know, I think with our teams, they're looking to us for leadership and guidance. And I think that's really where we add the most value. You know, I think individually, we all, for sure, you know, want our teams to win. And we go to bat for them. You know, we go to bat for their dishes. But, you know, and we also call out things when they're not correct. You know, so yeah, we have a lot of influence, for sure.
Was there a dish so bad it got cut from the show?
No, there's never a dish that's so bad that it gets cut for the show, because the reality of making the program is that we show the triumphs and we show the areas of opportunity for growth as well, equally, you know, so no, it's a cooking show.
Which mentor is the hardest to impress?
Which mentor is the hardest to impress? You know, I don't know if we're trying to impress each other. I think we want to bring out the full potential of what the contestant has to offer, right? So we look at these chefs, these hopefuls, these contestants as individuals and look at what they're bringing to the table. And I think for us, our, you know, flex, if you will, is going to be like, look how much I empowered this person, got them to get out of their shell and stand with confidence and puff their chest out and mean their words. You know, I think that's really what we're excited to showcase. I think we're all like individually super competitive, you know, and I think it's Gordon. Gordon's always the most difficult to impress, for sure.
What was the most shocking elimination?
Ooh, you know, I'm gonna have to say, The most shocking elimination. Oh, it's Bobby. I mean, this is our guy, you know? I think that's the most shocking elimination.
Have you ever disagreed with who got sent home?
Yeah, for sure. You know, I think we're 3 different individuals, 3 different life paths, 3 different opinions, you know? And so, yeah, I've definitely disagreed a lot.
If you could change one rule, what would it be?
Ooh. Okay, so if I'm gonna change one rule, it's gotta be you can't take contestants from other people's teams. You know who you are.
What's your rating of the sit?
My rating of the sit is a 10 out of 10. What's going on? What's happening? Where are we? Okay, my rating immediately just went down. I don't know where I am. The lights just went out. I gotta get out of here.
Debbie, who are you and what do you do?
Who am I and what do I do? That is a very good question. I bet a lot of people ask that, including me. I am Debbie Matnopoulos. I am a Greek immigrant kid that grew up in Richmond, Virginia. I should say first generation because I'm the first person in my entire family to be born in America. I very early knew that I wanted to do something in the entertainment industry. I wasn't quite sure what it was, but I remember seeing Madonna roll around on the stage at the MTV Video Music Awards when I was probably way too young to be watching it with my older brothers and sisters singing like a virgin. And I said, I don't know what those people are doing there, but I want to go. So I set my sights on moving from Richmond, Virginia to New York City when I was a kid and working at MTV and going to NYU and ending up on probably arguably the most successful, most important daytime television show in history, which was The View. And I was chosen by Barbara Walters personally to be the young one on that show. And then everything kind of just went from there. So I write cookbooks, I'm a mom, I'm on TV, I'm a friend, I'm a daughter, I'm every woman.
You have a new cookbook called Greekish.
I do.
What's one Greek tradition you refuse to give up?
One Greek tradition I refuse to... Wow, there's so many Greek traditions I refuse to give up. I am so Greek. And sometimes I don't even realize how Greek I am. My friends will say to me, you're so Greek. Wearing the evil eye. I think I actually have one on here somewhere. I know I do. And there you go, look. 2 of them actually. Always wearing an evil eye because in the Greek folklore, they believe that putting the evil eye on you is like a blessing, and it keeps all the negative juju away from you and all the negative spirits and the evil spirits. So from the time babies are born, they will safety pin an evil eye to the baby's diaper or the crib or whatever. So that's probably one thing I refuse to give up, even though, a lot of people say that's crazy hocus pocus. I'm not taking any chances, okay?
Did you ever steal a recipe from a family member and pretend it was yours? Be real.
Did I ever? Yeah, I've stolen many recipes from family members and pretended they were mine through the years while I was, maybe cooking for friends or for dates, or, I'd be at a party and I'd cook something and people would be impressed. So of course I wanted all the glory. And then when I finally published my first Greek cookbook, It's All Greek to Me, which was years ago, I just told the truth. I said every single one of the recipes in here, 120 recipes, they're all my family's. I cannot take credit. I can only say that they taught me how to make these, and I make them all the time.
Think fast. You have 20 minutes to make dinner for your family. What are you making?
Ooh, 20 minutes to make dinner for my family. What am I making? I'm probably going to... I know this can be polarizing because a lot of people don't like this. I'd marinate some lamb chops, throw them on the grill because I'm a big griller. I'm about to start another cookbook called Girls Who Grill. So I'd throw them on the grill. I would make a broccoli in the oven, just olive oil, salt, put it in a sheet pan, throw it in the oven, and kind of broil it a little bit and get it crispy and delicious. Not too much because you could burn it. Then I would do a smashed potato. Smashed potatoes are a really interesting thing. You take little red tomatoes, or just the small ones, you boil them 20 minutes, you take them out, let them cool, dry them, smash them with the bottom of a glass. You put olive oil on the bottom of a glass, smash them till they're flat on a sheet pan. You put onion powder, garlic powder, or fresh garlic if you want. You put some parsley. You then put a tab of butter, a little hint of olive oil, a sprinkle of salt in the oven, bake 350, 375 for about 15, 20 minutes, and they come out beautifully and crispy and delicious, and you can put a dollop of sour cream on top if you want, or some cheese, whatever. That's what I would do.
You can only eat one food for the rest of your life. What is it?
Hands down, not even a question, steak. I am a meat eater.
What junk food can you not live without?
Gummy bears. I have a problem. I'm here to say that an intervention needs to be had. I love gummy bears. As a matter of fact, just last night, this is crazy, I knew I was gonna have to be up early to come here, and I thought, oh gosh, I better go get some coffee. So I go to get coffee because I was gonna have to be up in the middle of the night for the coffee machine. And I walked past the candy aisle, and it was like a magnet. I could not, I had to go get the gummy bears. I just had to.
Is your kitchen always camera ready, or is there a junk drawer like the rest of us?
There's a junk drawer for about a week. Every week I clean the junk drawer because I have cleaning OCD. I need to have a clean house. I need to have a clean counter. Even when I was young, I couldn't even do my homework until my room was clean. I think I need a serene workspace. So yeah, for once a week I clean it out.
What's the weirdest thing in your fridge right now?
The weirdest thing in my fridge. I have dill pickle mustard, which was interesting. I always like to try these things that I say. I also have cabbage kimchi, but yeah, I don't know, is that weird? I like kimchi. I mean, maybe some places in the world it's weird. I have pickled asparagus. Oh, you know what might be bizarre to some people because they could hardly find it? Something called kefalotiri, which you can only get at a special Greek market, and it's have you ever had saganaki where they light the cheese on fire? They put ouzo on it and light the cheese on fire. I have that specific cheese in my fridge. And if you translate the word kefalotiri to what it means in English, it means head of the cheese.
What's one family recipe that could start a fight at the dinner table?
Depends on what kind of fight we're talking about. Like if everyone's trying to get lasts, go in for the last piece. I would have to say my mom's pasticcio, which is basically a Greek lasagna, except the sauce to it is saucier, if there's a way to describe that. And it's just, instead of the long flat noodles, it's like pasticcio noodles, which are almost like a macaroni. Oh my God. And there's a bechamel sauce on top instead of just the cheese like the Italians do. Oh my God, I'm getting hungry just thinking about it. It is so good. I have chills. Look, I have chills. It is that good.
What's the wildest thing that's ever happened at a Matnopoulos family gathering?
Oh, how much time do you have? And also, am I allowed to say what the wildest thing that has happened at a Matnopoulos family gathering? I mean, look, Greek people are an open book. What you see is what you get. Doesn't matter if you have visitors at the house. Doesn't matter. There's no shame in our game. We are who we are. So there have been proposals. There have been massive breakups. There have been fights where people have left the dinner table, like Thanksgiving, and haven't spoken to each other in months. Someone had to go to the hospital one time because my brother-in-law thought it was a good idea to have the kids out in the go-karts in the middle of the street and their children. What else? Oh, then another hospital. My brother got sick. It wasn't the food. It ended up being diverticulitis, but we thought we had poisoned him. What else? So many things. Laughter. Oh, pregnancy announcements. That's the thing with Greek people. Everything revolves around food. Like joy, tears, deaths, births, laughter, fights. Everything is in a kitchen. So it makes it's just who I am. It makes complete sense that what I would want to do is write cookbooks. I mean, it's where I feel most comfortable.
What's the most un-Greek ingredient you snuck into a so-called Greek dish?
Well, in this book, it's called Greekish because I have done some of that. I don't know, jalapenos. I made a crab jalapeno dip. So no, that's nothing's Greek about that. I made an artichoke jalapeno dip too. Artichoke's kind of Greekish though. Yeah, I would say jalapeno. I would say, 3 Mexican cheese. That's definitely not Greek. And it says on the package, 3 Mexican cheese.
What was the most difficult interview to get through on The View?
The most difficult interview to get through on The View? Of somebody that I interviewed? Okay, the most difficult interview to get through. I would have to say, Tommy Lee Jones is a hard interview. He's a difficult interview because he's a very smart man. And I sometimes wonder if he should have really been an actor or he should have been like something in a much smarter profession. But he's really, really smart. And doing an interview with him, number one, makes you feel incredibly insecure and stupid. Because I'm like, I'm not nearly as smart as you. I can't ask you these questions. So it makes you a little bit insecure. But he really is very cerebral and wants to talk about very serious things. And if you're not up on your information, you're going to be schooled, baby.
Did you have a backstage ritual that fans never saw?
My backstage ritual at The View would probably have been, I'd always listen to music and kind of get myself hyped up, listen to my fun music in my dressing room. And me and my producer, I had a specific producer that used to work with me. We would always just kind of, he'd always say, have a good show. And we'd give each other hugs and then I'd just go out and do it. But nothing really more than just listening to my music and trying to keep the energy light, because you could go out there and it's live TV and you sit down and then suddenly things can take a a strange turn. So you need to make sure that you keep yourself centered and light, and remember, it's just a TV show. It's just a TV show.
Who was your favorite co-host?
Oh, wow, that's tough. That is tough. I liked all of the co-hosts for different reasons. I'd have to say Star and I were the closest because we were the closest in age, so we used to travel together all the time. Meredith was like my older sister or my aunt almost. You know what I mean? I used to babysit her kids in the dressing room sometimes. So I loved her too. Joy, I was her wingman. I was her layup. I would toss her the basketball and she'd go in and dunk it. So I would always set up her jokes. So I always loved that. And you know, if I really had to choose my favorite co-host, BW. It'd have to be Barbara Walters. I mean, if it wasn't for her, I would not have had the job. She single-handedly chose me. And in turn, I probably wouldn't be sitting here, so. Walters.
Least favorite?
Least favorite. Oh, it depends on what day of the week it was. You know, sometimes Barbara was my least favorite, sometimes she was my favorite. Same thing with Star, Meredith, and Joy. You know, when you work so closely with people, it's like a family. It really is like a family. You spend more time with a lot of these people at work than you do with your own family at home, especially in television or movies. Like, you know, we have the longest days. So, you know, just like you said, what's the wildest thing that happened at a Matnopoulos family gathering? What's the wildest thing that happened around the table at The View? You pick one. It's the same.
What's the one vice you wish you could give up?
The one vice I wish I could give up. But do I wish I could give up? I don't. Coffee. I don't want to give it up. So how about that? Do you know when I was pregnant, not drinking was not even an issue. I was like, who cares? I don't care if I drink again. The coffee, it was a problem where I had to call the doctor and say, I can't do this. I'm gonna have to drink coffee. So I'll drink decaf. And then she said to me, no, do not drink decaf because it's full of chemicals. If you're gonna drink coffee, just water it down as much as possible. So it was like drinking coffee from like one of the pods that you would put through like 6 times. It was, to anyone else, the most repulsive thing on the planet. And to me, I looked forward to it because that's how much I like coffee.
Was there ever a time when you were told not to do something, but did it anyways?
Was there a time when I was told not to do something, but I did it anyways? Every single day of my life, period, the end. And here I am. if I didn't go against everything that everyone ever said, you'll never do that. It's too hard to be in the entertainment business. No one will hire you for that. You're not this, you're not, I wouldn't be here. Everything I've done, not in a bad way, but I've done it because I had a gut feeling. I had the wherewithal to realize that why is that person doing it and I'm not? They're not any better than I am. You know, I always go against the grain.
Sweet or savory?
Savory.
Favorite food?
You know, we said steak would be my last meal, but do you know what else I love so much? Pizza. I never met a pizza I don't like. Even bad pizza to me is good pizza. I love your pizza.
Favorite dessert?
Favorite dessert. Oh, something called galactoburico, which a lot of people may not. Oh, but also lukumades. Okay, lukumades are like a Greek puff ball donut. They were the original donut. Like donuts were invented in Greece, and they were lukumades, and then they came to America, and somehow someone put a hole in them. I don't know how that happened, how that like transgression happened. But anyway, so they're fried dough, and then you drop them in honey and roll them in walnuts and put cinnamon on top. And now they've made them all Americanized and put Nutella and all kinds of stuff in all the places in Greece. But the original, the really like amazing, just regular lukumada is honey, fried dough, honey, cinnamon, and walnuts. And funnily enough, unfortunately for the translation of Greek to English, you'll walk around some of the islands in Greece and you'll see shops that have signs that say lukumades, and then underneath it says balls dipped in honey. So I really think someone should probably let them know that there's another way to say that. Nonetheless, they are delicious. Then the other thing, the galactoburico, is, I call it galactic booty call because that's what it sounds like. It is so good. It's a custard, a delicious vanilla custard inside of a flaky phyllo, brushed with a honey lemon syrup and cinnamon on top, or brown or powdered sugar. I mean, it's so good you'll cry.
Favorite snack?
Favorite snack? Probably those little like rosemary crackers. You know, those long rosemary crackers I'm talking about? So boring. I don't know, maybe put a piece of cheese on it.
Best place to eat in LA?
Oh, best place to eat? Oh, I'm gonna get in trouble now because a lot of my friends own restaurants. Okay, best place to eat in LA. It depends on what you want. So I'm gonna say Craig's, because there's a plethora of different stuff that you could get in Craig's Pizza. Oh my God, truffle pizza at Craig's. Oh, delicious. I love you, Craig. Avra, because, you know, I gotta represent my peeps, my Greeks. They have the best fish in town, and the sea bass skewers are incredible. And they actually gave me the recipe, the secret recipe to put in the cookbook. How cool is that? Yeah, Craig's and Avra. That's my story, and I'm sticking to it. I mean, well, okay. Are we also gonna say like Nobu? But yeah, that's a whole different thing.
What's one thing people don't know about you?
One thing people don't know about me. That I'm really a homebody. I mean, I would much rather, and I'd much rather stay home and watch Netflix and chill than go anywhere. And there have been premieres that I've been invited to, I swear to you, premieres. And big premieres. And I've been like, yeah, I think I'm just gonna stay home. I'm that girl.
How would you define yourself in 3 words?
Resilient. 3 words. Jeez, that's tough. Okay, so I would say I'm resilient. I'm always optimistic, and I'm honest, maybe to a fault.
Girl crush.
Girl crush. You know who my girl crush is right now? Millie Bobby Brown. Because I had never seen Stranger Things. And people had been saying, I can't believe you haven't watched the show. And then I binged it with my daughter, who is also probably too young to be watching this. But her father let her watch it. And I said, I was shooting in New York. I came home and they're watching. I was like, what are you doing? She's too young to watch it. He's like, no, it's fine. So I'm like, okay, well, if I can watch it with her and cover her eyes during things. She's obsessed with it, and she's obsessed with Millie Bobby Brown, so we've been doing like a deep dive. And now I, too, am obsessed with Millie Bobby Brown. Did you know that she's married to John Bon Jovi's son? I did not know this information. I'm obsessed.
What's the oddest thing you have in your purse right now?
The oddest thing I have in my purse, well, it depends on what you consider odd. I mean, I have tweezers, which every girl should travel with a tweezer. You never know. I have, oh, you know what's probably the oddest thing? Or maybe not if you're a mom. I have a Dave & Buster's card for video games because it still has, some coins on it. And I don't want to just throw it away. I know at some point my daughter will say, let's go to Dave & Buster's. I'm like, hey, I got the card. What else? I have, endless amounts of bubble gum and extra and Mentos and Tic Tacs, probably all at the bottom. Oh, I even have some Euro change thrown in there from, like, I haven't been to Greece or to Europe since last June, and it's still in the purse. Why? Just take it out, it's heavy. That's the only thing I can think of right now. I mean, is that odd?
Who's the most famous person in your phone?
The most famous person in my phone. Wow. I don't even know if these numbers work anymore. You know, I had Bill Clinton's brother's phone number at one point. I don't know if it still works. Roger Clinton. The most famous person. Oh. Jerry Jones. Dallas Cowboys, baby. That's pretty famous. I would have to say that he's more famous than any of the actors I have in there. I got every single Baldwin. Oh my God, should I say this out loud? What if someone steals my phone? Ah!
Prove it.
Prove it, I don't have my phone over here now. No, I'm not showing you the numbers. Oh, I walked right into that. What a dope.
Who's your biggest inspiration?
My biggest inspiration, I would have to say, is my mom. Yeah, I mean, she came here with 2 kids, my brother, my sister, and my dad, with nothing. They hardly spoke English. They put themselves through night school to learn English. They built businesses. My mom, you know, had a successful beauty salon. I grew up in a beauty salon. My dad made furniture for a living his whole life. They worked 2 jobs sometimes to make sure that we had enough. And the reason they came here was for a better life for their family and put us all through college. And I mean, it's like, I often think no matter what I do in my life, I don't think it will ever be as taking as big a risk as my mom did with 2 small children and my dad did, or as impressive as what they had done. I mean, imagine being 28 years old and 2 little kids under the age of 4 and saying, you know what? Let's move to China. And you're like, but we don't speak Chinese. Well, we'll figure it out. And you literally do it. And you do it. You don't have a job. You don't know the language. You don't have friends. And you do it. I don't know if I could ever do something like that. I'd at least have to speak the language and then I could figure it out. But they didn't even speak the language. So I'd have to say my mom. She's pretty awesome. And she's like, has a direct line to God. I mean, not only is she like that, but she's also the kindest, sweetest woman, not a bad bone in her body. All the recipes are hers. I have her to thank for all of my recipes. And so kind.
What's your rating of The Sit?
Well, my rating of The Sit is obviously a 20 out of 10. I mean, you guys killed it. This is awesome. This place is incredible. And if you don't know about this show, you got to get familiar. It's pretty dope. Did you guys not pay the bill?
Meet Adam Krueger, the chief meteorologist for Fox 11. You can catch his forecasts at 5, 6, 10, and 11 p.m. Adam, his wife, and their 2 kids are thrilled to now call L.A. home. Adam's a self-proclaimed weather geek with over 20 years of experience tackling extreme weather. From floods to wildfires, he's seen it all. You might recognize Adam from his viral social media videos. When he's not forecasting or creating content, Adam loves exploring the great outdoors with his family in sunny Southern California.
Adam, who are you and what do you do?
My name is Adam Krueger. I'm the chief meteorologist here at Fox 11 in LA, and I'm also known as Weather Adam on social media.
What's your favorite time of day?
Favorite time of day is 2 parts. One, so I hate getting up in the morning, but once I'm up, I love being up. So I love it when it's early and if I'm up before everyone else in the house. But I also love late at night when I kind of have the house to myself as well, and I can kind of like be with my thoughts and think about the next day and things are, I guess what I'm saying is I like when it's quiet. So early in the morning, late at night.
What's your biggest weakness?
Biggest weakness might be maybe time management. I tend to put things off. I'm really good in crunch time. So if I have a lot to do in a short amount of time, I'm good at that. But if I know there's something way off in the distance, I might procrastinate a little bit and then kind of, get in a pickle where I had to do a lot of stuff all at the last moment. So let's go with time management.
What's your biggest strength?
Strength might be problem solving and kind of like being calm under pressure.
What's the biggest learning experience you've had?
My biggest learning experience is probably to embrace negative things that might happen, things that might seem kind of devastating at the time. And I'm thinking maybe in terms of like career, if you're told no, or you were hoping for some opportunity and you don't get it, in the long run, sometimes those actually turn out to be beneficial things.
Are you more of an introvert or extrovert?
Definitely more of an introvert. I can play the part of an extrovert, but I feel like an introvert at heart.
What's your idea of a perfect date?
Perfect date? So I've been married for, let's see, do the math, 15 or 16 years, coming up on 16 years. And so dates are different now than they used to be. I've got kids. So just getting a moment away from the kids with my wife. But I love daytime stuff. So, you know, outdoor things, whether it's at the beach, especially here in California. Also, there's a lot of times when my wife and I are on a date or with each other and wishing that we could also be with friends, like sharing that moment with friends. So like a double date or something like that would be an ideal date for me.
What's one vice you wish you could give up?
I'm pretty bad with sweets, and I kind of black out when I'm eating a dessert and will just mow through like a box of cookies. So that doesn't go over well, and I could feel it at night when I'm going to bed that I just had like way too much sugar. So if I could just minimize the sugar intake, moderation would help.
What's a cause that's important to you?
So I have a soft spot for natural disasters, mostly weather-related things, and it's not just because of my profession, but I've also been through weather disasters myself. And so I really like to endorse Team Rubicon, which is kind of like the Red Cross, but they're a veteran-led version of the Red Cross, kind of. So it's veterans, and they know how to do this kind of work better than anyone. They're built to serve is their motto. So Team Rubicon, they're like the Red Cross. They help out natural disasters, and they're mostly all veterans.
What's the best compliment you've ever received?
So, man, best compliment. I get a lot of comments, and we'll talk about social media in a little bit, but I get a lot of, like, thousands of comments, sometimes in a day, on my social media content. And the compliments that mean the most are the people that say that what I'm providing them on social media gives them a lot of joy, and they look forward to seeing it, and it means a lot to them to have that moment where they're smiling or laughing at something I might post on social media. And to be able to provide that to people is a special thing. So that's a good compliment when people really enjoy what I'm posting on social media.
When do you feel the most inspired?
I feel the most inspired when I see people doing just top level work, or maybe doing something similar to me, but I feel like they're doing it better than I am. And I kind of think in terms of weather, if I see someone presenting the weather in a way that's like just smooth and telling a great weather story and thinking of something that I might not have thought of, that inspires me to want to do better.
Sweet or savory?
I hate sweet when it comes to meals. So savory meals, savory snacks, but then you get past that point, and when it's dessert time, like I want the richest, sweetest dessert, and like I said earlier, I eat too much of it.
What song can you listen to on repeat?
Song on repeat is a good question. I love rap more than any other genre, and if I had to pick one song, it might be, I'm always in a good mood or excited when I hear California Love, and I'm not just saying that because we're in California, but Tupac, Dr. Dre, California Love, it's when it comes on, it's like, okay, let's go. I could listen to this on repeat, you know, all day long.
What inspired you to do TikTok videos?
To do TikTok videos, so I was just tinkering with it when TikTok was relatively new, and it was just a way to have fun at work. Sometimes work can be mundane, and I think it's important to inject some fun into work. And so I started doing these videos where I would use a word of the day in the weather and just figure out a sneaky way to insert it in the weather. That evolved into my followers suggesting that I try some other things, and they're the ones that got me into where I am now, where I'm doing all this crazy stuff with song lyrics in the weather.
What makes you smile the most?
It's funny because I think people that know me will say that I don't give enough of a reaction and I don't laugh out loud often, but when I see really good stand-up comedy that just makes me like cry, laugh, it's the greatest thing because I feel like I'm not easily entertained in a lot of other parts of life. So stand-up comedy or improv comedy, just that gets me. And I have a deep appreciation, especially for improv comedy. I think it's like the coolest thing to be able to be wired that way in your brain.
What's one thing people don't know about you?
Something people don't know about me? A few things might be, one, that I play guitar. 2, that I used to be a gymnast in high school, second in state in the state of Illinois at my high school. So I'll another thing, okay, I don't know, this just comes to mind. This suit I'm wearing, I wear it a lot. I just noticed recently that the stitching in the back, on the back pockets, is starting to separate. And so until I can get a new suit, which might be this weekend, I had to color in the, where the white back pockets are visible through the suit. I had to color it in black with a Sharpie so that, like, if you're walking behind me, you don't see these white spots where the threads are separated on the back of my suit. You can throw a picture of that in later if you want.
Sneakers or flip-flops?
Hate flip-flops. I feel like I have old man feet. My heels hurt all the time. I'm always in sneakers. I need like as much cushion between my foot and the floor as possible.
Vintage or new?
Not a fan of vintage. Love new stuff, love new technology, even the negatives that come with it, like trying to work through things or figure things out. But I'm a big fan of new stuff, new technology for sure.
What are 3 things you can't live without?
Can't live without coffee, right off the bat. It's my favorite part of waking up in the morning. I'll say my family, my wife and my kids, and music.
Window or aisle seat?
I often sit in the aisle, but I always wish that I had chosen window because I'm always trying to lean out like over people to look at what's outside, whether it's the clouds or the ground. I'm very fascinated by that, but I like to put my leg out in the aisle and hopefully not get in the way of the drink cart.
What's your favorite TikTok you've made?
Favorite TikTok I've made? The first thing that comes to mind is the Kendrick Lamar, Not Like Us. It was probably my most viral one. And it just worked well, it flowed well, it kind of like went with the beat. It had these fan favorite moments in it. That one and Lil Jon Get Low, which when I started doing these song lyrics in the weather, I knew I always wanted to do Get Low right off the bat, and I needed the perfect set of circumstances to deliver it just the way I wanted. So probably those 2.
Take us through the process of sneaking lyrics in.
It's a pretty long process to sneak lyrics in the weather. So it usually involves, and I've got this on the Notes app on my phone, just a list of all these ideas I have and certain circumstances I need in the weather for those songs to work. So I'll think about it like the day or 2 before and brainstorm, and then I come to work and I try to figure out how to put graphics together and also not sound like, I don't want to sound like a crazy person on TV. So I really work hard on trying to weave it into the weather, but in a way that makes sense, where if someone's watching and they don't know I'm doing that nothing sounds off to them. It's quite a process. I mean, it's some hours to think about it, some hours to put it together and edit it, and maybe an hour or 2 to even post it on all the platforms.
Morning person or night owl?
A night owl, for sure. Like I said, if I can get up in the morning, I'm glad I'm up, but I've always been more of a night person.
What's the most adventurous thing you've ever done in your life?
The most adventurous thing might be overcoming the awkward feeling of putting myself out there on social media. I haven't done skydiving or bungee jumping, minimal international travel. I'm happy just like traveling around the US. There's so much to do here. So I think it's just like getting over the uncomfortableness. Like public speaking is not a comfortable thing for me. Even being on camera is like initially just an awkward feeling for me that I've learned to get over. So I think just putting myself out there and being vulnerable on social media.
How would you define yourself in 3 words?
In 3 words, I think clever, creative, and playful.
What's your current favorite piece of clothing that you own?
So I wear these joggers, these pants, almost every day for like years. The first thing I put on in the morning, like to get the kids to school, always wear these. They're starting to like have little holes in the knees and where they get worn out, which I'm starting to notice a theme now with my clothing, is that it's starting to have holes. So I think I need some new clothes.
What's a must-have piece of clothing that everyone should own?
You gotta have a hoodie. I don't know what it is about a hoodie. Even you take a sweatshirt without the hood and it's not nearly as comfortable as the hoodie. Just that thing sitting back here. I could wear a hoodie every single day.
What's inspiring you in life right now?
Inspiring me in life, first thing that comes to mind would be my kids and how they are handling the fact that we have moved a few times in their life. They've lived in Texas all their life until we came here to California, and they've been very resilient in the move and dealing with COVID, and we did school from home for a little bit during that time. So I'm inspired by them, learning a lot from them. I don't know if I could handle it when I was a kid the way that they've been handling it now. They're doing. With it.
What the heck is an atmospheric river?
An atmospheric river is a, let's see, so there are a lot of layers in the atmosphere. There's at the surface where we live here, but then you go miles up in the atmosphere, there's different types of weather happening. An atmospheric river is essentially just a stream of high moisture content in the atmosphere. And if you imagine like a, well, like a river or like a train that's gonna keep running over the same area, where the cars of the train keep running over the same area over and over. So an atmospheric river would just be pointed at us and a constant flow of moisture, sometimes for 1,000 or 2,000 miles, which obviously then can lead to some devastating flooding that California has experienced many times from that.
Favorite sports teams?
Favorite teams, so I'm from Chicago, so my favorite teams, I mean, I grew up, you know, 90s Michael Jordan Bulls. Every Bulls game was worth watching, even during the regular season. So Bulls, Bears, they're awful a lot, but I still love them. I went to Cubs and White Sox games a lot as a kid, so but if I had to choose one, I'd go with the Chicago Cubs. And then I tend to like, I don't want to be like a bandwagon person, but I tend to enjoy the teams of where I live. There are a few select teams that I will just always hate, or they've been rivals of Chicago teams before. But I love the Dodgers. I've always liked them. Now I love them that I'm here, and they won the World Series, and like every single player is amazing and likable. So, but mostly the Chicago teams, and then Purdue. I went to Purdue and try to root on the Boilermakers as well, but they've had their struggles. Drew Brees was a quarterback at Purdue when I was there, so that was a good time for football.
Least favorite sports teams?
Least favorite teams, probably the Yankees, like New York teams in general, and then also just teams that are always successful, and you just kind of like, as a person who has had bad sports teams that I've been a fan of, it's hard to not hate the successful ones, right? So like the Patriots, nothing against them other than the fact that they would just win all the time with Tom Brady. So kind of like against the teams that always win over and over.
What's one item you can't live without?
I cannot live without coffee in the morning. I can't live without my phone. I'm on my phone too much, and then I hate when I'm on it too much, and I realize that I've been sitting on it for an hour doing nothing. And maybe like recently, now that I'm in California, my bike, just getting out on my bike is a lot of fun.
What's the best piece of advice you've ever received?
Best advice I've received. I think the first thing that comes to mind is when I talk to people that are older than me, a theme that kind of I hear often is to think about things in your life, think about how you're gonna feel about them when you're older and looking back, like looking back 20 years, 30 years. Will this, do you wish you would have been doing this? You know, was stressing over this scenario really worth it when you look back at it several years in the past, or in the future, I should say. So that's kind of like a long way of saying best advice is to think about things the way you're gonna look at them when you're a lot older.
What's your pet peeve?
Pet peeve is stupidity. And I'm not calling anyone stupid. It's just stupidity is a pet peeve of mine. Yeah, I'll just leave it at that.
Who is your role model?
My role model. I mean, there's, you know, as a kid, my dad, role model for me in several ways. And then, I think that's a good question, and I should have an answer right off the bat. I can think of some, I won't name names, but I can think of some meteorologists in cities I've lived before, and I've looked at these guys like they are just, I love the way they do what they do. And, you know, I think in this business and in this industry, we kind of take bits of people we admire and kind of help that, you know, that kind of helps formulate how we do our job. So there's a select few meteorologists that I really look up to.
You're going out to celebrate? What are you ordering?
If I'm gonna celebrate, I'm ordering a good old fashioned and just like filet, steak, medium, nothing crazy, not medium rare. Just good meat and a good drink.
What's something that you notice about someone when you first meet them?
Probably just their smile and whether or not they have a positive attitude.
What's your biggest regret?
Biggest regret? I don't know. I feel like I don't look back often. And I was joking before we did this that I'm not good about talking about myself, and I think part of that is because I don't think a lot about the past. So I mean, I don't have a good answer for that. I can't think of some big thing. And like I said earlier, I think negative things that have happened can sometimes be good things in the future. So I don't have a regret that stands out.
What's heavily played on your playlist right now?
Right now, so this is, as we're filming this shortly after the Super Bowl, and so a lot of Kendrick Lamar. My daughter is watching the Super Bowl halftime show on repeat like every day. So Kendrick Lamar is playing a lot in our house right now. And then I also just will listen to today's hits, whether it's pop or whatever. I just kind of I like to be in the know of what the kids are listening to these days.
What's your favorite board game?
Lately at home, we've been playing Sorry a lot, which is so basic for a board game, but I forget as a kid, playing it as an adult now, like it can be kind of savage if you want to, you know, when you take out your kids and they're about to win the game and you move their piece back to home. So we play Sorry a lot at home lately. I don't know why, it's what we're doing.
What's your guilty pleasure?
Guilty pleasure, probably too much social media. I used to try to read every comment I would get on my social media posts to the point where I'd feel like I was going cross-eyed, but I would do it because I want to give the people that are commenting the time of day. Like, they bother to put a comment, I would love to read it. I've gotten to a point now where I have to like take care of myself and not just spend all day reading the comments. So I've kind of nudged that guilty pleasure away a little bit. And then, like I mentioned earlier, the sweets, way too much dessert. I eat way too much dessert.
What book did you most recently finish?
I think as an adult, I've read one book and parts of some others, but I'm not a big reader. The book that I read was The Obstacle is the Way, which is actually kind of like a life hack book in turning negative things into positive, not just overcoming negative things, but using them to your advantage in your life. But whenever I'm reading, I feel like there's so many other things I could be doing at that moment. Whether it's thinking of things, to be creative on social media or whatever. I just feel like I could be advancing my life more. It doesn't sound great, and no teacher wants to hear this, but I feel like I could be doing other things and thinking of other things instead of relaxing and reading in the moment.
Who is your biggest inspiration or motivator?
Biggest inspiration or motivator? I look to my wife for like a lot of things that I'm weak in, she's strong in. So she's inspirational to me. She deals with a lot while I'm at work, and that's kind of been the story in my career. Is whenever there's a major weather disaster, I'm required, at my job, and a lot of times she's left to handle it on her own and handle the kids and handle the house. And if the roles were reversed, I don't think I'd be handling it as well as she does. So she's an inspiration to me.
How do you start your day?
Start my day, wake up and get on my phone immediately. Even if I have to get to the bathroom, for some reason, the first thing I do is like catch up on a few emails or look at social media. And then take care of my biological needs, and we'll go to the bathroom or something like that. And then it's immediately to coffee. Love coffee in the morning. It's such a great part of my day.
What's your favorite holiday?
My favorite holiday is Thanksgiving, because there's not the pressure of gifts. It's kind of just like a party. You get together with family, sometimes friends, with the only goal being hang out, eat food, maybe watch some football. And if the Super Bowl were a holiday, that'd be one of my favorites too.
If you could switch lives with one person for a day, who would it be?
Who would I switch with? I think in the past, I was so obsessed with Dave Matthews and Dave Matthews Band when I was just kind of getting into quality music as a kid. So I think at that time, I would have chosen to switch places with Dave Matthews. And I think as I'm saying this, I think it'd be like any rock star or performer, I think it would blow my mind to be able to switch places with whoever that person is, be on a stage, have a whole stadium just going nuts and wanting you to do what you do. So yeah, like a rock star, just fill in the blank, any rock star. I think that experience performing in a massive stadium would be incredible.
What's one thing you've always wanted to do but have been too scared to try?
I've never done karaoke, and I am not a good singer, and I don't plan on trying to do karaoke ever. I'm a musical person. I think I have a good ear for music. I enjoy music a lot. I don't have the tool or the instrument to make it come out of my mouth in the way that it should. So I've never done karaoke.
What's one thing you wish you knew at age 19?
At age 19, I wish I knew that all the shyness and awkwardness I felt at that age would kind of go away. And as you get older, you realize that I think for most people, you kind of care less about what others think about you. And that's kind of a nice feeling, to be kind of at peace with yourself and not worry about how you look to others.
Besides your phone and wallet, what are a couple of must-have items?
A wallet, first of all, is not a must-have. I hate having a wallet with me. I love that things are going digital on the phone now. You can pay with your phone. So phone is a must-have. Wallet, I like to leave behind as often as possible. Must-haves, comfortable clothing, like sweats, sneakers, and I think I've said this many times already, but that coffee early in the morning is a must-have also.
If you weren't doing your current job, what would you be doing?
So if I wasn't a meteorologist, I think this is like much different. I would enjoy anything around golf. And I grew up playing golf a lot, and I was actually a caddy. It was my first job. And just the feeling of being on a golf course, which first of all is like one of the most beautiful, just well-manicured pieces of earth on land. And then just the vibe of a golf course, being there, everyone's in a good mood, everyone's happy to be there. I could see myself working in some capacity, I don't know what, but working at a golf course or on a golf course, just that would not be so bad. Like golf course management, that's probably a profession, so let's choose that.
What's something you can't do?
So what I can't do, I mentioned I can't sing well. I feel like I can't dance well either, and I don't get it because I can like understand beats pretty well. Yeah, singing and dancing, unfortunately. I'm also kind of realizing like I'm not the greatest communicator, but like maybe like emotional communicator, like with my wife. And I can have a conversation and not give like much of a reaction through my face, or I might give like an audible like sound effect instead of actually like responding with meaningful words. So maybe like just that communication. And listening. I'm working on that right now.
Where was the best vacation you've ever taken?
I think my favorite vacations have always been involving skiing. And I've skied at all kinds of locations, but that's my favorite thing to do. It's just a great combination of scenery and like the activity you're doing. And to me, there's nothing like skiing. It's just such a thrill. Grew up doing it with my dad. Enjoy doing it with my kids now. And it's a really good like bonding family thing.
What's one city you've always dreamed of traveling to?
So I have done very little international travel. So I've never been to Europe at all. And you just pick any city in Europe. I think like Italy seems like it'd be cool. So name a place in Italy. That would be a city I should try to get to.
What's something you always travel with?
I'm bad about traveling with necessities, and I kind of rely on my wife to have the whole, you know, anything we might need, she's got it with her, whether it's medicine or something like that. But I guess AirPods, gotta have the AirPods, listen to some music on the plane.
Favorite food?
Favorite food is pizza, no doubt. Barbecue chicken pizza, to be specific. And yeah, I could eat pizza every day. It's good stuff.
Favorite dessert?
Favorite dessert is baklava.
Favorite snack?
Favorite snack, chips and salsa.
The best place to eat in LA?
Best place to eat in LA. I have been bad about exploring outside of my immediate area. I went to a place, okay, so this comes to mind. I went to a place recently called Palms and Patties, which I think they've been only open a couple of weeks. They're like smash burgers, and they're very good. It took a very long time to get the food, and I think they're going through some like opening pains, but it's an amazing burger. So I will say Palms and Patties, which is, I think they have a couple locations around LA.
What's a movie that made you cry?
So since I've had kids, I like will cry at the stupidest things that just switched an emotional thing in my brain. So yeah, any like family moment in a movie where it's like a dad and their kids, but it could be, I'm thinking of like, it's not like, it wouldn't even be a sad movie. It's just the random thing. I can't think of a good example right now, but things will get me to tear up that in the past I don't understand. You know, like I would never tear up at this thing, and since I've had kids, especially if it's like family related, I will tear up and kind of like walk to the kitchen and get a snack and act like I'm not crying so no one sees.
What's the one talent you wish you had?
I wish I could sing impeccably. I think it's the coolest thing to be able to do that. Like I said, can't do it. I have an ear for music. I can hear the fact that I'm not a good singer. Wish I could do it. And then I probably would try karaoke, which like I said, I've never done.
What's your favorite exercise?
For exercise, I can't stand running. I think it's good exercise. I get bored in a couple minutes. I like riding around on my bike, especially near the beach here in California. That's just, you can't beat it. What's your favorite band? My favorite band is, I'm all over the place on that one. Since I just mentioned biking, it's a special thing for me to listen to Red Hot Chili Peppers while on a bike along the sidewalk, along the beach in California, and there is something amazing about that. They have embodied the sound of California, in my opinion, so I'll say Red Hot Chili Peppers.
What's your favorite fast food order?
Fast food, a burger. In-N-Out, I like a lot. There was a local chain back in Texas where I lived that I liked a lot as well, but just a good burger, nothing crazy. The basic lettuce, tomato, pickles, ketchup, mustard, something like that.
What's something you don't want to be doing in 10 years?
In 10 years, I don't want to be on my phone as much as I am right now.
What's the cutest thing on planet Earth?
The cutest thing on planet Earth is seeing my kids laugh or smile.
What's your favorite cocktail?
Favorite cocktail, old fashioned. Especially if they can get the smoky, like, I've seen them do like wood chips and they get the smoke like infused into it. I don't do that at home, but that's good stuff right there.
Which movie makes you laugh the hardest?
Funniest movies to me, I think back to like the Chris Farley, Adam Sandler stuff. So Happy Gilmore or Billy Madison or Black Sheep, kind of that genre.
What do you usually eat for lunch?
For lunch, I'm a sandwich guy. Love a good sandwich. Just stuffing a bunch of things into it. And I think that stems from my dad, who was like a sandwich expert. So I could do a sandwich for lunch every day.
What do you usually eat for breakfast?
So lately I've enjoyed skipping breakfast. I'll do the coffee and I'll kind of hold off on, I love cereal, but I can also go until lunchtime without eating breakfast and it doesn't bug me at all.
What's your favorite thing in the world?
Favorite thing in the world has to be spending time with my family and my kids that are growing up way too quick, so I'm trying to hold on to those moments when I get them.
What's your favorite color?
Blue.
What color clothing do you wear the most?
Blue.
What are 3 words to describe living in Los Angeles?
Cool, like it's just cool to be here. Beautiful and lucky.
Do you like surprises?
No, I do not like surprises.
What's one thing you had to learn the hard way?
One thing I had to learn the hard way, I think, is patience, especially in a career, but also in life. I think patience goes a long way, and I think as you get older, maybe you get more patient. At least that's how I felt, so let's go with patience.
What's something you're tired of?
So before I came here, I was working a morning shift in TV, which morning shift means like you get up in the middle of the night. I was literally and figuratively tired of that morning shift. It's not for me. Like I said, I'm a night person. I was just so tired of waking up very early, which I don't have to do, thank goodness, right now.
Who do you turn to when you're sad?
Turn to my wife when I'm sad.
What's a trend you'd like to see disappear forever?
A trend that can disappear forever. Well, I can't help but think of social media, and there's just dances that are just stupid. I can't think of a better word. I don't know why they became a thing. I don't know why they became a trend, but some of those dance trends can just go away.
What did you want to do with your life at age 12?
When I was 12, I was clueless. And even when I had to choose a degree to go to college and something to major in, I felt pretty clueless also. I went with meteorology because I was like, I guess I think I like this. And I kind of learned to like it more actually in the future. But no, when I was 12, I wasn't thinking about that. I was just running around with my friends outside, played in the woods a lot, and played a lot of Nintendo at 12. I don't know what I would what I would consider doing when I was that age.
On a scale of 1 to 10, how excited about life are you?
10 right now. Things are great. I feel like I should have been living in LA my whole life. I love it here. I don't know why it took so long to get here. And so let's go with a 10.
Describe yourself in a hashtag.
Hashtag blessed. I feel like people would use that one a lot, but I feel blessed.
If you could do a love scene with anybody, who would it be?
There's only one answer. I'll say my wife. Any other answer would be wrong, I suppose. I guess I can think of a few people. Well, let's just say my wife.
What's your wake-up ritual?
Waking up in the morning, I'm bad about getting up. It's usually, so with the kids, we need to get them up for school. My wife gets up before I do and then yells from another room, like, everyone get up. And then my kids and we all ignore her. And so she's kind of like the snooze that goes off a few times. She yells from the other room to get up. So I'm just slow at getting out of bed. Like I said, first thing I do, unfortunately, is look at notifications on my phone.
What's your go-to-bed ritual?
Go-to-bed ritual lately has been playing video games to kind of like clear my mind before bed, although it probably like mentally keeps me awake a lot longer. But my son got me into playing Rocket League, which is just a dumb game where it's like soccer, but you're cars. And I like just hopping on, trying to beat some people in 10 minutes, and then I can just go to bed after I kind of like cleanse myself of the day with some mindless video games.
What's one thing that no one knows about you?
What does no one know about me? I mentioned the tear on the back of my pants earlier, so not too many people know about that. And then I think it's just those like I don't think anyone in this building here knows that I was a gymnast in high school, and I mentioned that earlier too. So let's just go with those random fun facts.
Dream country to visit.
Dream country to visit. Actually, so I mentioned Italy earlier, but I think Australia would be cool. And I've actually, when I started getting the social media momentum, I was on a few Australian shows live. Like I did a live, kind of like the Today Show in Australia. So they had me on live there, and I did a national radio show in Australia. I think I have a lot of fans there for whatever reason. So I'd like to visit there and say hello.
What's the biggest surprise you've had?
The biggest surprise I think that comes to mind, a lot of this is gonna kind of come back to social media stuff, but I kind of felt like, you know, when I first started doing the TikTok posts or whatever, maybe not a lot of people are seeing them, or some of them would get seen by a lot of people, but you know, obviously I'm doing a lot of lyrics from musicians, and I had always wondered, are they actually seeing this stuff? And over time I started learning, yes, they're seeing it. One of the biggest surprises to me was when Snoop Dogg commented on my video and shared one of my videos, and that kind of sent me off on this trajectory of, like I mentioned, doing these shows in Australia. I mean, that all stemmed from like this international news that Snoop Dogg shared my video, and I kind of went on like a press tour, I felt like, after that. So that was a really, really crazy moment for me.
Who do you want to write your obituary?
Let's go with Snoop Dogg to write my obituary. That'd be sweet. I'd like to see what he'd come up with.
What's one ingredient you put in everything?
Barbecue sauce.
What 3 people, living or dead, would you like to make dinner for?
Who would I like to make dinner for? So I think it would just be like 3 people I'd want to hang out with. So let's just go with like Jimmy Fallon, Justin Timberlake, because they're awesome as a duo. And then throw in another fun person. I like the late night guys. So like Stephen Colbert. Let's get that random trio of people together. I'd make dinner for them.
What's your biggest fear in life?
Biggest fear in life might be having regrets. I mentioned earlier I don't really like look back at having many of them, but I fear, I guess, getting to a point where I have regrets. It's not like I feel like one of the common answers is like death. I mean, grim to talk about. I don't feel like that's a big fear though. It's kind of gonna happen when it happens and whatever, and I can't control that too much. But I think just having like some really big regrets, maybe, I'm sure I'm gonna wish that I spent more time with my kids. No matter how much time I spend with them, I think there's never enough. And so I'll probably look back at that and wish that we just spent every single moment together.
What's your current TV obsession?
I hardly watch TV. But with the little bit of time I have lately, I've started rewatching How I Met Your Mother.
Favorite app?
Favorite app is Instagram.
Secret talent?
Secret talent, what can I do? I don't know. So knowing this was coming up, I figured this might be a question. I asked my wife what she thinks I would say is my secret talent, and her joke was that finishing off desserts, like other people's desserts, and also not worrying about stuff, she said is a talent of mine, that I have this like ability to not worry. She worries a lot, but I think I let a lot of stuff not get to me, let time kind of sort things out. So let's say not worrying is a special talent of mine.
A superpower you would want?
A superpower, I think invisibility would be cool, to be able to like listen in on things secretly.
The best advice you'd give your teenage self?
Advice for my teenage self would probably be patience goes a long way, and maximum effort. Like you can effort your way to a lot of things. You just need to give more effort than the other person who might be competing with you to get to, let's say, like a position for a job or something like that. But if you put in enough effort, you'd be blown away at what you can accomplish.
What would you like to be remembered for?
I think I'd like to be remembered a couple things. One is just a good father and husband, a caring person, but also as someone who brought joy to a lot of people. And I never would have seen that coming going back a couple of years. And there's all these people on social media that are just fans, and it seems like it means a lot to them what I'm doing. So that'll be pretty cool to be remembered by.
How do you define beauty?
Funny. Being funny is beautiful. Just leave it at that.
What do you love most about yourself?
What I love most about myself, I think that I'm a positive, easygoing person. I like to have fun, kind of playful. I feel like a kid a lot of times, and I like that.
How do you handle stress?
I handle stress pretty well. I don't get rattled too much. It's not like I have like a go-to thing. But for some reason, I just don't get fazed. Even high pressure, severe weather situations, let's say, and I've had a lot of those in my career. I just rely on the fact that I know what I'm talking about, and I don't know. I can kind of stay calm and cool under pressure.
Best way to take a rest or decompress?
To decompress, video games. Mindless video games, just a short 5 or 10 minutes, nothing that takes my whole day to figure out, but just, that's why I like Nintendo a lot. It wasn't too complicated. Jump on, play a game, clear your mind, and then you're done.
Favorite place to view art?
To view art? I think what people are putting on social media these days, there's a lot of like really good content that actually I would say is art. And I appreciate that and people's ability to capture your attention in just a couple of seconds. I think that is an art. So, it's not paintings and stuff. I'm not a big museum person. So just creative, clever content online to me is art that I love to watch.
If you could master one instrument, what would it be?
I think guitar, and I can kind of play guitar. And I'm like self-taught with guitar, but I would love to be able to like really just master it. So guitar is the coolest.
If you had a tattoo, where would it be?
Would never get one, don't have one. It would be somewhere where no one would ever see it. Just not, I don't want to commit to a tattoo, so I will never have one.
Do you prefer texting or talking on the phone?
Texting over talking.
What's your spirit animal?
Maybe a dog. Like a fun, playful dog. Let's say a golden retriever.
Best gift you've ever received?
Best gift. I'm really bad with gifts, and I actually prefer to not get them. Like I got an espresso machine once, and that thing I used every day for years. So that was a good gift. But I also would prefer to not get gifts. I don't want the attention of how I react to getting it. I kind of have what I need. I don't need more stuff. So gift cards would be fine too, because then it's not an actual thing. I want less stuff in my life.
Best gift you've ever given?
So I think one of the most meaningful gifts I gave my wife was a picture for her birthday. And our kids, my two kids were probably like, let's say 6 and 4 years old or something like that. And I had them pose as letters to spell out happy birthday, mom. And I did from above like pictures of them. So they would like, the two of them, for the H would kind of like lay out on the floor for the H. So I did pictures of them making all the letters and then put that all together on a collage that spelled out happy birthday, mom. And the kids were in their matching PJs, and it turned out really well, and she teared up. So that was a good one.
Least favorite color?
Least favorite color is maybe green, but I can't, for work, I'm in front of the green screen. I can't ever wear green. And so let's just say green.
What would you do if you won the lottery?
If I won the lottery, I'd panic. I don't think I would handle the stress well that I have this thing that is worth, whatever it's worth, like the ticket, I mean. So people are like elated when they win the lottery. I would immediately panic and stress and think of how to put the ticket in a metal box and contact a lawyer and not want to tell anyone. I would be way more stressed than happy. I think eventually I'd be able to buy something that would make me happy if I won the lottery, but I think I'd have a hard time enjoying it.
You said you've never sang karaoke,
right? But
if you did, what would your go-to karaoke song be?
A go-to karaoke song would be whatever has the lowest notes. I can't get up there. So I don't know a specific song. Maybe like Red Hot Chili Peppers seems like, I could probably handle singing a few of their songs, so let's go with that.
What's your go-to comfort food?
Comfort food, probably pizza or burgers, which is comfort food or non-comfort food. I could eat a pizza or a burger every day. I've had really nice meals and I've been sitting there being like, I wish I was just eating a burger or pizza instead. It's good for all occasions.
Coffee or tea?
Coffee, for sure.
What's the weirdest word in the English language?
Cyclogenesis, which is a weather term for like a storm kind of coming together. I think that's kind of a weird one that most people don't know.
Dark chocolate or milk chocolate?
Dark chocolate.
Stairs or elevator?
I like to take the stairs. Get some steps, why not?
Summer or winter?
Okay, so I moved here from Texas, and summer is like the enemy there. You are stuck inside, it's too hot to go outside, even at night it's too hot sometimes. So I've been anti-summer for years. Now I feel like I would say summer because this is LA, right? It's just like, it's nice all the time pretty much. So let's go summer.
You're stuck on an island. You can pick one food to eat forever without getting tired of it. What would you eat?
Pizza, easy.
A dessert you don't like.
Oh, I don't like fruity things that are almost trying to be healthy. Like a chocolate covered strawberry. Like, no thanks. Just give me the chocolate. I don't need fruit. So anything fruity, not for me.
A skill you're working on mastering.
Better listening in a conversation. And I think part of that is my career. I'm giving a monologue a lot of the time. You know, it's not like a back and forth. So listening to what people are saying and like giving some meaningful insight back is not that I can't do it, but it's a skill that I'm working on.
Best thing to happen to you today?
Today, best thing, I went back to bed after my kids went to school, slept till 11 a.m. I felt like I just needed rest. And so that was like my morning. I just got more sleep than I needed, but a good, just going back to bed nap.
Worst thing to happen to you today?
Worst thing today. So I'm not that comfortable talking about myself. So leading up to this was maybe the worst thing. Now that I'm sitting here, it's okay. But just like the build up to doing this maybe was like giving me some anxiety.
Favorite smell?
Favorite smell? It's gotta be food related. I've talked about pizza like 100 times so far, but maybe like a fresh baked pizza. And then also in nature, like right after it rains, is a pretty cool smell too.
If you made a documentary, what would it be about?
I think for me, the documentary would have to be about this insane rise I've had in social media. Yeah, it'd have to be about that, like the rise of this popular thing I've created. I'm like, now I have to put out like entertaining content, which again, a couple years ago, I would never think that that would be me.
Last piece of content you consumed that made you cry?
Ooh, I'm a sucker for like with music with anything. So it just like draws this emotion out of me. So, I can't think of a specific video, but I tear up at a lot of them. And so especially like music kind of like just, you know, pulls those emotions out of you.
How you know you're in love?
So how you know you're in love? My experience when I met my now wife is I felt like I was at an age, I was in my 20s. I felt like I wasn't ready to get married, and for no good reason, but I just felt like that. And then when I met her, I was like, crap, like I'm gonna marry her. Like jokingly, like darn, right? But I just knew, like done looking, like this is the person. Maybe this is gonna happen earlier than I would have scripted it, but yeah, just right off the bat, it was like, yeah, she's the one I'm gonna marry. So I think you just know is my advice there.
What are you most excited about at this time in your life?
At this time in my life, I'm excited to see how far I can take what I'm doing on social media, and a level I haven't gotten to yet is having like a major star come into the studio here with me and do something fun with the weather. Kendrick Lamar, Snoop Dogg, and I know these guys have seen my stuff, so that would be like the next level thing that I would love to be able to make happen.
Your go-to for having a good laugh?
For having a good laugh, stand-up comedy. Just nothing can get a laugh out of me like some good stand-up.
Your affirmation for today?
Affirmation for today. Don't look back.
What's your rating of the sit?
My rating of the sit. The sit is the Oh, lights off. We haven't been rolling this whole time, have we?
Meet Aroxia Caripadian, a vibrant co-anchor on Good Day LA from 9 to 11 on Fox 11 and GDLA Plus at 11 a.m. Born in Armenia, she moved to the U.S. at 7, landing in sunny Palos Verdes estates. Her journalism journey took her from Idaho Falls to Portland, and now she's crushing it in LA. Whoa! With a degree from Syracuse, Aroxia's passion for storytelling was sparked during a summer trip back to Armenia.
Hi, I'm Aroxia Caripadian. I anchor Good Day LA from 9 until noon. Let's see, I've been here for almost 13 years, which is crazy. And I've pretty much done all the hours in different capacities in the morning.
What's your favorite time of day?
My favorite time of the day is when my kids go to sleep. And then it's me time, which usually I regret the next morning because I'm too tired. But truly, when everyone goes to sleep, that's my favorite time of the day.
What's your biggest weakness?
Ooh, my biggest weakness? Let me think. There's so many things. Patience. I'm a very impatient person. And so whether professionally or personally, something I need to work on. And that's actually one of my New Year's resolutions. But so far, I'm not doing very well.
What's your biggest strength?
Probably having empathy, which I think is an important skill set for the job that I do. Just being able to see other people's perspectives and viewpoints, and also just have an understanding and feelings for what they're going through. Having empathy is a good thing, but it can also be a torturous thing because sometimes I feel like it leads to always being sad because you're always empathizing with everyone.
What's the biggest learning experience you've had?
Learning how to speak English. I couldn't speak English when I first moved to the United States, so right away being put into a school and having to figure out what was going on was tough, that's for sure. But as a kid, you're resilient and you quickly pick things up. But that was definitely challenging. It was like coming to a whole new world, quite literally.
What's your idea of a perfect date?
The perfect date? I've been married for so long, I don't even know what that means. The perfect date. I don't even know. The perfect date, geez. Just being gone out of the house for a few hours and not having to worry about my kids would be my idea of a perfect date. To actually go farther than a 10-mile radius would be great too. My husband and I are always near the house and don't do anything much just by ourselves. It's always about the kids. So anything where we don't have to worry about them, that would be good.
What's one vice you wish you could give up?
I won't do it. I can't give up my happy hour. Happy hour is called happy hour for a reason. Makes you happy. And it's not that bad. I'm serious. 1 drink a day, right? That's right.
What's a cause that's important to you?
Cause. There's so many. You know what? Recently, I started to learn and became part of this organization where they do transplant for organs for children all around the world. And this is a really important organization. It's also really sad if you think about it, because in order for a child to receive an organ donation, that means another child had to give up that organ, which obviously led to their death. So it's a really tough topic, and it's something that many people are uncomfortable talking about. But I think recently working with this organization, doing interviews with them and stories about them, it's become something that I'm actually passionate about.
What's the best compliment you've ever received?
You're exactly how you are on TV in real life. I think that's the most important thing, to be authentic and to basically be the exact same person that people are watching and getting to know and feel like they're your friend on TV. And then they meet you and say, hey, you're exactly what I thought you would be. I think that's a big compliment.
When do you feel the most inspired?
Definitely meeting people who are doing amazing things around the world or just in our local community. There are so many people, and you would never know it unless you were out and about and getting to interact with them. So anytime I'm at a community event and I meet someone who's doing something for other people, thinking of a cause that's bigger than themselves, those are the moments where you realize, oh my gosh, there's some amazing people in this world. It gives you faith in humanity. And so it leads to you feeling inspired and wanting to do more for other people.
Do you ever Google yourself?
How dare you? I do. I just want to see what pictures are out there and what ridiculous things are being said. There's always misinformation, so it's always kind of fun. And sometimes you're just like, how do you come up with this stuff, right? So yes, I have. Actually, I Googled myself this morning. I did.
Sweet or savory?
Ooh, I have a big sweet tooth and all the cavities to prove it. That's right. But I will add this. I love to eat sweets, but I don't like sweet drinks. So I want something spicy or tart to drink, but as far as eating, I'll always go for the sweets.
What song can you listen to on repeat?
That's tough. I don't know. I like too many songs and too many genres. It just depends on the weekend what I'm obsessed with. And then it's like over and over and over, you play the same thing. I really can't answer that.
What makes you smile the most?
What makes me smile? Probably my kids, because they're silly.
What's one thing people don't know about you?
There are lots of things people don't know about me, but I'm not going to share those things because you want them to still like you.
Heels or flats or sneakers?
You see that? Sneakers. There's this misconception that, you're always glamorous and you're always dressed up. But the second I get off the set, I immediately want to get into comfy clothes. So right now I'm half comfortable, but absolutely sneakers or flip-flops. I'm from the South Bay. That's how we roll.
Vintage or new?
New. I like things that smell new.
What are 3 things you can't live without?
Unfortunately, my cell phone, but that's like, a lifeline to living. Can I say people? Okay, my family, as cheesy as that sounds. And I do like my wine.
Window or aisle seat?
Oh my gosh, window all the way.
What's your current TV character obsession?
Current TV character obsession? Not that current, but I just finished binging Ozark, and I'm obsessed with Ruth Langmore's character. And it's embarrassing that I don't know the real actress's name, but you know Ruth Langmore, right? Yeah, you do. She's amazing.
Leather or lace?
Excuse me? Leather or lace? What are we talking about? Both. Both, yeah.
Do you look at the comments section?
Oh, depends on how much of a self-masochist I want to be. The rule is never read the comment section, right? But if it's not about me, I might read the comment section because it's quite entertaining. But if I don't want to get obsessive and feel bad, I would avoid the comment section.
What's the most adventurous thing you've ever done in your life?
Oh my gosh. Not very adventurous. Maybe when I went to Mexico to do a new story in Idaho Falls, just got a ticket and showed up to do a new story by myself. That was pretty adventurous.
How would you define yourself in 3 words?
Oh, I hate these. I feel like, do they have to be good things? I'm definitely stubborn, unfortunately. Don't tell my husband I admitted to that. Determined and curious.
What's your current favorite piece of clothing that you own?
Hold on a second, let me think. It's been a while since I've shopped. Oh, this like leather black jacket. Makes me feel like I've edge when I wear it.
What's a must-have clothing item everyone should own?
Black pants.
What's inspiring you in life right now?
Nothing. What's inspiring? I don't know. I feel cheesy. Like my kids are inspiring because they really make me see things in a different perspective. So if it's something where I've had a bad day or I'm upset about something, when you're around your kids, they're able to really put things in perspective, and you realize all that matters is the real things, and all the other things is just noise and nonsense. So I would say they inspire me to work on myself and to be a better version of myself. And so that probably would be my answer.
What's the best piece of advice you've ever received?
Not to take yourself too seriously.
What's your pet peeve?
How much time do you have? I have so many pet peeves. So many. I mean, it would be easier to say what's not a pet peeve. Everything can agitate me and annoy me.
Diamonds or pearls?
Diamonds for sure, but I do like a black pearl because those are rare.
What's something you notice about someone when you first meet them?
Their handshake. If it's like a nice, sturdy, like good handshake, or it's like this like limp handshake, or if their palms are sweaty, like, you know, a handshake can say a lot about someone.
What's your biggest regret?
I don't think I really have a big regret because, again, it's cliche, but everything that's happened has led me to where I am, and therefore, even if things felt like a regret at the time, it ended up not being one because I landed here.
What's your favorite board game?
Clue.
What's your guilty pleasure?
Guilty pleasure. Well, it used to be The Real Housewives, but I'm kind of over that. I do like reality TV, though, here and there. But I watch it in secret because I find myself being judged.
What book did you most recently finish?
Book? Like an actual book? Like the kind that you open and... Actually, I read it because I had to interview someone. Behind Closed Doors. It's about the former speechwriter of President Nixon and Reagan. And I was actually quite pleased to read it and listen to it. I did both. When you're stuck on the 405, it's the only way to get through that traffic. So that's my most recent read.
What are you currently reading?
I'm not, unless they're children's stories before bedtime.
How do you start your day?
How do I start my day? I start my day, I just get up and go. I don't even have coffee until I get into this building. So literally just get up, get dressed, and leave.
What's your favorite holiday?
Christmas.
If you could raid one woman's closet, who would it be?
I don't think I would raid a actual human being's closet, but I do love Karen Millen's brand.
If you could switch lives with one person for a day, who would it be?
No one.
What's one thing you've always wanted to try, but you've been too scared?
Surfing. It's kind of embarrassing. I grew up living by the ocean, and I've never surfed in my life. Ever, ever, ever. So I like to give it a try.
What's the one thing you wish you knew at age 19?
That everything's going to work out the way it's going to work out, and there's very little that you can actually do to change the trajectory of things.
Besides your phone or wallet, what are a couple of must-have handbag items?
My eyebrow brush. I take my eyebrows very seriously.
If you weren't an anchor, what would you be doing?
I love documentaries, and I know there's like no money to be made in documentary filmmaking, but I would like to get into that.
What's something you can't do?
Everything I just said. I would love to play the violin or the piano or even the guitar.
Where was the best vacation you've ever taken?
Rome, Italy with my mom and my sister. It was a fun girls' trip.
What's one city you've always dreamed of traveling to?
I've never been to Greece. I would love to go to the country of Greece.
What's something you always travel with?
Nasal wipes. If you ever go on a trip with me, I pack my cleaning products. I even have gloves. So we walk in, imagine this, we walk into a hotel room and you have to just give me like 10 minutes. Don't touch anything, don't do anything. I put on my gloves, I start wiping everything away, spraying everything down. The hotel room is cleaner than when we arrived, and when we leave, it'll be the cleanest it's been. Oh, and small trash bags. I like to take small trash bags and line them in the trash can, and then that way I take the trash out, and then no one ever has to come into the room because I'm always just like constantly cleaning. I know this doesn't sound like a vacation, but it really is. It brings me a lot of inner peace.
Favorite food?
Favorite food? Oh, well, can't eat gluten anymore. It used to be pasta, so sushi.
Favorite dessert?
Any kind of like a warm, freshly baked chocolate chip cookie or brownie.
Favorite snack?
Hot Cheetos. Lemon or lime flavor. You know the green one? That one.
Your husband's calling again.
Ignore him.
What's a movie that made you cry?
Gosh, so many. Let me think. Recently? Hold on. Gotta think. What did I see recently? I mean, honestly, I cry very easily. It doesn't take much. I can cry at a commercial.
What's your favorite movie of the last 5 years?
Give me movies. I don't know. Can't think of anything in the last 5 years that I've seen that I like loved. I just saw Honora. That's up for Oscar. My least favorite movie, I tried to watch Emilia Perez, and I don't even know what's going on there. So it didn't make it past like 3 minutes. I know everyone loves it, but sorry.
What's the one talent you wish you had?
I told you, I wish I could sing or play a musical instrument.
What's your favorite exercise?
I don't really like exercising, like, let's be honest. But bar method or Pilates are very effective for my body type, so I'm told.
What's your favorite band?
I can't do music. I love all genres. I love all music. Depends on my mood. I'm just not a fan of heavy metal. And I will say, to my surprise, pleasant surprise, I've gotten into country lately, which is a big deal for me.
What's something you don't want to be doing in 10 years?
Talking to you. No, I'm just kidding. I don't know. I want to keep doing everything I'm doing in 10 years because then to me that would mean I got old.
What's the cutest thing on planet Earth?
Am I supposed to say puppies? No, I don't think that's true for me. I don't know, little babies, I guess, that aren't mine so I can enjoy them for the moment and then give them right back.
What's the best thing that happened this year?
Nothing good has happened so far this year. It's January 29th. It's been the longest month ever.
What's your favorite cocktail?
Oh, okay, so if it's not red wine, I do like a margarita or a dirty martini. And when I say dirty, I mean filthy, like a filthy martini with blue cheese olives.
Which movie makes you laugh the hardest?
So many stupid movies. I don't know, Night at the Roxbury. It's always a good one.
What do you usually eat for dinner?
My kids' leftovers.
What do you usually eat for lunch?
Probably the Gelson Caesar salad that's down the street.
What do you usually eat for breakfast?
I don't eat breakfast, just coffee.
What's your favorite thing in the world?
I don't have a favorite thing in the world.
What's your favorite color?
Purple.
What color clothing do you wear the most?
Well, I think all colors, jewel tones as you like to call them. Before I got into TV, my wardrobe was very limited, as in black, browns, tan, white. Now, you open up my closet and it looks like the Easter Bunny threw up in there. It's just like all the colors of the rainbow.
What are 3 words to describe living in Los Angeles?
3 words. Diverse, traffic, sunny.
Do you like surprises?
It's a tough one. Yes and no. I like to be prepared. I don't want to be caught off guard. So if it's a surprise that I'm gonna like, then yes. But if it's a surprise that might throw me off or make me angry, then naturally no.
What's something you're tired of?
These questions.
Who do you turn to when you're sad?
Oh, my husband and my mom.
What's a trend you would like to see disappear forever?
There are a lot. I never got into TikTok. I'm not a TikToker. Is that a thing? TikToker, whatever. I kind of wish it would go away.
What did you want to do with your life at the age of 12?
Let me think. Age of 12. Well, once upon a time I wanted to be a doctor. So I did volunteer at the hospital and I quickly decided that was not for me. Then I wanted to go into politics. I did volunteer for a senator and I decided it was not for me. So yeah, those were the 2 things I was focused on, politics and the medical field.
On a scale of 1 to 10, how excited are you about life right now?
1 to 10? 10!
Describe yourself in a hashtag.
I wish that trend would go away.
If you could do a love scene with anyone, who would it be?
Okay, no one. I would be the worst actress on the face of the planet. There is no way I can have a love scene with some stranger. No matter how much money you pay me, I can't do it. I know, it sounds crazy, but I can't do it. The idea of having an intimate moment with someone that you don't really know, I don't understand it. It boggles my mind. So I would be fired on the spot because I would refuse to do those scenes.
What's your wake-up ritual?
My wake-up ritual to crawl out of my house as quietly and as quickly as possible. I really, truly get up, shut the alarm so fast because I'm so afraid it's going to wake everyone else up. And I put on sweats and I run out that door. Because if those kids wake up and see me, I'm gonna be late to work.
What is one thing no one knows about you?
There's lots of things no one knows about me, which I won't share.
Who do you want to write your obituary?
My gosh, no one. I can't think of, I hate talking about death.
Style icon?
I don't really have one.
What's one ingredient you put in everything?
Salt. I like salt.
What 3 people, living or dead, would you like to make dinner for?
Those people do not want to taste my cooking. 3 people I would love to go out to dinner with? Let's change that question. Living or dead? Okay. Lucille Ball. Love Lucille Ball. Audrey Hepburn. And Sean Connery. They're all dead.
What's your biggest fear in life?
Actually, probably not living to my full potential. Being disappointed, knowing that I could do more but didn't.
What's your current TV obsession?
What am I watching right now? I am watching Schitt's Creek and Yellowstone. Catching up. I know, I'm always behind.
Favorite app?
I should be banned from owning an iPhone. I really don't know how to use one. I don't do apps. I just make calls, text, and post pictures on Instagram. That's the extent of my technological skills.
Secret talent?
I wish. I don't have a talent.
Superpower you would want?
Teleport. That way I could be everywhere and do everything. I always wish I could just like, whoop, show up, be there, and then immediately be able to appear in my own house. Especially living in Los Angeles, as you know, it's like you have to pick one activity to do that day because that's all you're gonna get. So the ability to skip all that and to be able to do more than one thing would be awesome.
Best advice you'd give your teenage self?
The advice that was always told to me, especially getting into this business, to not focus so much on the destination and enjoy the journey. And it's really hard to do that, but I wish that was something that I was more mindful of growing up.
What would you like to be remembered for?
How you make people feel is how people will remember you. So I hope that, you know, I'm kind to everyone I meet along the way and make people feel good about themselves.
How do you define beauty?
Beauty's a feeling. Again, I think it goes back to how you feel or how you make others feel. Something can look beautiful on the exterior, but in the interior it could be a big mess. So it's all in a feeling.
What do you love most about yourself?
It's interesting. So when it comes to work type of situations, I'm always able to figure out a way to get something done. So there's no such thing as we can't do this or this is impossible or there's no way to do it. So if you say that to me, I will find a way to make it happen. There's no such thing as it can't be done. But I find that in my personal life, I'm more negative, which is interesting. Like I won't have that same optimistic outlook. So I don't know. I don't know why that is.
Best way to take a rest or decompress?
Wine. And a workout. Sometimes together.
Favorite place to view art?
In life, art's all around you.
If your life were a song, what would the title be?
These are great questions for Amanda Salas. Can I phone a friend? Wait, seriously. Can I call her and ask her? I bet you she'll give me the answer in 2 seconds. Watch this. Watch if she picks up. Okay, hold on. This is fun. Can we do this more? Phone a friend.
Hi.
Hi, I have a question real quick.
Yeah.
If my life was a song, what would the title be?
Ooh. Oh my God. Okay. Let me think this through. This is a very good question. What is this for?
I'm doing a promo thing.
Well, you're very good at multitasking.
Okay.
So I would say there's like a song called like She Does It All, or and Kenny Chesney has a song that like She's Got It All.
Oh, so you're thinking of actual songs. Those are good. Those are good. But what if you had to make one up for me?
Oh. You want me to write one for you?
Just give me a title, yeah.
Multitasking Mama.
Does it have a reggaeton beat?
Yeah, multitasking Mama.
Okay.
She can do it all, and she works so hard but still has a ball.
I love it.
You can see her starting at 9, but when it turns 5 o'clock, just pour her some wine. Multitasking Mama. Yeah.
I knew it. I love it. Thank you. I know that was
rent. Her starting at 9, but at 5 o'clock, better hand her some wine. Multitasking Mama.
You're the best. Okay, keep your phone by because I might call you for more things. Bye.
Okay, I just finished getting myself lasered. Okay, bye. I'm here.
If you had a tattoo, where would it be?
I would not get a tattoo. Let me tell you why. I can't make a decision for the life of me. So for me, making a decision is almost like, you know when you go to the Cheesecake Factory and you get that menu and it's so overwhelming? That's how I feel about everything where I have to make a decision. I couldn't decide where or what, so it would lead to no tattoo.
Dolphins or koalas?
Dolphins.
What's your spirit animal?
I don't really have one. I'm not an animal person. Things with fur, like, I don't know, I get bothered by. Feathers bother me. I don't mind scales though. What does that say about me? I'm not quite sure.
Least favorite color?
Oh, lime green.
Drugstore makeup or designer?
Designer.
Blow dry or air dry?
Everyday life, air dry. For this job, blow dry.
Pilates or yoga?
Pilates.
Coffee or tea?
Coffee.
What's the weirdest word in the English language?
The word I can't pronounce. I'm gonna try it. Hold on, I gotta focus. Phenomenal. Hold on. Phenomenal, but the word. Not phenomenal, but the phenomenon. Thank you. Phenomenon. I can't say that, but I can say phenomenal.
Dark chocolate or milk chocolate?
Oh, milk. All the way.
Stairs or elevator?
Stairs.
Summer or winter?
Summer. Hate being cold.
You're stuck on an island. You can pick one food to eat forever without getting tired of it. What would you eat?
The exact same thing? Chocolate.
A dessert you don't like?
I like all dessert. Truly.
A skill you're working on mastering?
Answering these questions.
Best thing to happen to you today?
In about 5 minutes when this is over.
Favorite smell?
Love the smell of a new car. It's a good one. And then one day it just disappears. Oh, and newborn babies. That's an amazing smell too. That one too, one day just disappears. And this is gonna sound weird, but I don't mind the smell of skunk. I know, it's very odd. I didn't say I like it, I just said I don't mind it.
If you made a documentary, what would it be about?
I don't know, people going off to different places in the world and documenting real life that people are living. That most people who are tourists, they go to travel and they don't really get a sense of what the everyday person is like there.
Last piece of content you consumed that made you cry?
Always are asking me about crying. What did we watch today? Oh, just on the news today, we had a clip of an elderly woman who had her hearing aids. Her hearing aids were being charged when the fires were happening, and she didn't get the evacuation order. And so these two firemen found her in the dark in the hallway of the adult living facility. She had no idea what was going on, and she was so helpless, and it made me very, very sad, and it made me tear up.
Lipstick or lip gloss?
Neither. I don't like either, but, you know, gotta do it for work.
Girl crush?
I don't have a girl crush.
How you know you're in love?
It's been so long since I've had that feeling. When you have all the energy in the world and you're not tired. You can get like no sleep and you're still going and you're riding this high cloud.
Your go-to for having a good laugh?
I don't know, if you watch our show, the best stuff happens during commercials. We're always laughing, we're always saying inappropriate things. So anything that's inappropriate and rude and things we'd be fired for is what makes me laugh.
Your affirmation for today?
My affirmation just for today, huh? Do it with a smile.
What's your Yelp review of being on the set?
On the what? Oh! Oh. Best day ever.
Naisha, who are you and what do you do?
Hello, I'm Naisha Arrington. Who am I? I mean, how much time you got? Yeah, no, literally, I'm a human and I do cook food. I'm a chef.
What sparked your passion for cooking?
What sparked my passion for cooking? Well, you know, what sparked my passion for cooking, I believe, is like literally my purpose in this world. I am truly living out my wildest dreams by being a chef. I am very much an artist, and food is my conduit for self-expression.
How has your own heritage helped create a fusion of flavors in your cooking?
Yeah, so no, how has my heritage informed the fusion style of my cooking is quite literally in the makeup of my family and my upbringing. My mom's side of the family is from Korea, and my father's side is by way of Mississippi, both born in Los Angeles. And so for me, when I would go to my grandmother's house, it was like stepping into a new world and tasting like, you know, octopus at 4 years old and tons of spice and these just very robust flavors. And then, you know, eating this sort of Americana style of cuisine at my parents' house, right? But then like going to school and having like chicken tenders and chocolate milk, you know, the world of food was very explorative. The world of food was very exciting for my young palate development. And, you know, now being able to be a chef, I feel like I tap into those experiences quite often.
What childhood memory still influences your cooking?
Childhood memories that influence my cooking. There's a few standouts. One in particular, you know, I grew up in Los Angeles and I'd visit my grandmother often. And I remember this moment when I think about, I took this culinary school course called The Physiology of Taste and Smell, early 2000s. And it was in this class where this core memory was unlocked, which was I was in my grandmother's car and I found this banana now and later that had like fallen out of my pack. And by now, you know, this particular banana now and later had been like sun-kissed and the temperature was like made it viscous in a way. So like, I just remember that moment of eating, you know, unraveling that wax paper and eating that banana now and later. By it being sun-kissed, it really elevated the experience of what that was like from just like opening the pack out of the store and eating them versus when it was warmed up. And even as a kid, I think about that moment because it unlocked what the experience is when something touches your palate. And as an adult and an established chef now, you know, those are the moments I seek to try to recreate when people enjoy my food.
One mentor and one lesson that stuck with you.
One mentor and one lesson, that's all? Oh my gosh. My culinary journey has been very robust, but one gentleman, one mentor that sticks out for me, his name is Josiah Citron, and I've worked with him through 3 restaurants, and I mean, the journey has been so incredible. I mean, I got to work with proteins that, you know, I got to like work with proteins that I haven't seen since I've worked in some of these kitchens. Like incredible wild game, you know, for me that has stuck with me the most. You know, making sauces and being in this like incredible brigade system, you know, such an incredible experience. And then in terms of lesson, I mean, I think for me, really, it's just about that hard work pays off. You know, I think that once you continue to keep fueling that fire and watering the seeds that you plant are a life lesson that will continue to grow.
Think back. What was the first dish you ever cooked, and who was it with?
The first dish that I ever learned to cook. Okay, I'm trying to think back. So there were so many moments. Like for me, it's the through line. Like there's always these food moments. Well, I mean, my grandmother, really, she's really the first person that taught me how to cook. She was pulling me into the kitchen every opportunity possible to learn like proper cooking techniques. I like literally would stand next to her and learn how to like wash vegetables. And she used to make this thing. It was like a jello dish, and it perplexed me and blew me away. Like every birthday I'd always ask for it. But basically now looking back, I think it was like, what she would do is set the individual flavors and colors of jello, and when you cut it, it was like this like rainbow effect, and then it had this like condensed milk layer moment. Like I can still taste it, but like I remember making that with her, and it demystified it all, and it was just like such a visceral moment.
What's the funkiest or weirdest ingredient you've ever cooked with?
Ooh, funkiest or weirdest ingredient that I ever cooked with. Okay, so sea cucumber, not a fan. Literally 10 out of 10 disagree that anyone should eat it. And like, I'm like generally a pretty like optimistic, like go with the flow person, but like I have like hard reservations about sea cucumber. Is like, it's like, I think in other cultures outside of my own, it's like that gelatinous mouthfeel is a prized thing to like enjoy, but like my palate doesn't enjoy it. It is like, it makes me want to gag. It's so disgusting. Was that even the question? I don't even think so, but my mind went there, so.
What's the cheapest ingredient that can immediately take a dish to the next level?
So I think, my goal is always to empower people to get into the kitchen, and I say this time and time again, it's layering flavor is literally what's gonna make food restaurant quality. So any way that you can do that, whether that's a spice or something as simple as onions, but it's about being intentional about the aromatics, right? So it's all about aromatics. I would say spices are probably the easiest and cheapest way to elevate a dish.
You have to create a menu worth $250,000. What's your appetizer, entree, and dessert?
Wow, I have to create a menu worth $250,000. All right, guys, so we're gonna start out with an amuse-bouche because we fancy, right? So a little palate stimulator, if you will. And I think that food should be exciting, right? Food should get you ready to enjoy your meal. It should be visually stunning, and it should just get you excited to go on this journey. So I love crunch, I love texture, so I'd probably do like a little bit of a soup moment or like a light broth, probably some sort of kombu, delicious kind of like seaweed inspired clean broth that has like some gorgeous like seawater or like saline quality to it, just to kind of clear the palate. Maybe a little like nori crostini, right, for the crunch. And then we would go into like something like king crab that's like almost like a dynamite, like a king crab that's like baked with like a delicious sort of like hollandaise, something rich on top. And then I would go with like a dry aged protein, probably like a ribeye, and do a double preparation on it, like a duo, the ribeye cap and the eye of the ribeye. And then I would go into something decadent for dessert with like lots of gold leaf and just gaudy because, it's worth a lot. So yeah, that would be my menu.
What's your biggest pet peeve in the kitchen?
My biggest pet peeve in the kitchen is when people don't fold their towel. I really don't like that because I think if you do not do the simple steps, right? You use your towel. If the towel is crumbled up on your station, that like literally I can't think straight. Like, I'm like, we have to like work in steps, right? It's like a foundation. If we're thinking our station is clean, it's organized, it takes the same amount of time to fold the towel and place it down and like also throw it, like literally. But I think it's those small incremental steps that allow discipline to form, right? Because then you can just build on that, and in something like a cooking competition, everything has to be in place.
Have you ever wanted to butt in on a contestant and say, you're doing it wrong?
Geez, I mean, you know, here's the deal. Like, when a chef shows you, or a contestant shows you that like they care and they want to learn and they can listen, that's something that like I can build on. But when a chef is not listening or not showing that they want to be on the journey, you know, that's challenging. And you kind of want to just get in and say like, you know, do it like this. You're not listening. Like, we don't have time. I don't have time to say it explicitly over and over and over. So like, for me, the value is when a contestant listens, like insurmountable value there.
For those who suck at cooking, what's the most forgiving dish that you simply can't mess up?
So a very forgiving dish, and I would say super challenging to mess up, is a braise. I mean, a braise is gonna hug your soul every single time. This is why I love a braise so much, right? You don't have to take a temperature on the meat. It literally only gets better, whether that sits for hours or sits for days. A braise is only gonna get better. Where else can you cook a protein, cook the vegetables, and get a sauce all in sort of one expression? I'm gonna say for sure it's a braise.
Rapid fire, you have to pick one.
Okay.
Green curry corn chowder or avocado toast?
Green curry corn chowder.
Roasted beet salad or miso Caesar salad?
Miso Caesar.
Pork belly tacos or salmon rice bowl?
Salmon rice bowl.
Best place to eat in LA?
I have so many follow-up questions. Best place to eat in LA, I'm probably gonna say my kitchen.
What ingredient are you obsessed with?
Oh my gosh, what ingredient am I obsessed with? Obsessed. I'm like, which day is it? What season are we in? What's my mood? Who am I cooking for? Are all my clarifying questions. But if I had to pick one, you know, I'm probably gonna say, okay, so I'm like, as I'm thinking about my answer, I'm thinking about what's in my kitchen right now. And I always feel like if I have, it's hard to pick one, but I think some sort of form of onion is always gonna generally kind of be the base of like whatever I'm gonna build on.
One food you absolutely hate?
Sea cucumbers.
What's something we don't know about you?
Something you don't know about me is I actually really enjoy painting. It's my favorite, you know, outside of food and fitness. I really love setting a canvas. I really love setting up a canvas and painting.
Dream dinner.
Yes.
Who's at the table and what's on the plate?
Dream dinner. Well, first of all, for sure, my dog Blue Ginger. First of all, my dog Blue Ginger would for sure have a seat at my dream dinner. She would have her own separate meal, but then I would say all of the matriarchs in my family, because you know, I didn't get a lot of time to spend with my mom, my dad's mom, my grandmother. So, you know, I spent more time with my mom's mom, but I would love to have all my elders around the table and have all of their favorite dishes that they're known for, and then we all just like eat them together. Cause like my great grandma Lena, like everybody in my family talks about her lemon meringue pie, and I've done my version based off of the storytelling of that pie. I've made one, but I would love to like taste her lemon meringue pie.
Does the kitchen level really impact your chances?
You know, I think it's really important to work with what you have, right? I believe that you can create a great dish on any level that you are in the Next Level Chef kitchen.
How much power do the mentors really have?
All of the power. So silly. Okay, so, I mean, in terms of power, I mean, I wouldn't say, is it power? I mean, I think that we have a lot of influence. You know, I think with our teams, they're looking to us for leadership and guidance. And I think that's really where we add the most value. You know, I think individually, we all, for sure, you know, want our teams to win. And we go to bat for them. You know, we go to bat for their dishes. But, you know, and we also call out things when they're not correct, you know? So yeah, we have a lot of influence for sure.
Was there a dish so bad it got cut from the show?
No, there's never a dish that's so bad that it gets cut for the show, because the reality of making the program is that we show the triumphs and we show the areas of opportunity for growth as well, equally, you know? So no, it's a cooking show.
Which mentor is the hardest to impress?
Which mentor is the hardest to impress? You know, I don't know if we're trying to impress each other. I think we want to bring out the full potential of what the contestant has to offer, right? So we look at these chefs, these hopefuls, these contestants as individuals and look at what they're bringing to the table. And I think for us, our, you know, flex, if you will, is gonna be like, look how much I empowered this person, got them to get out of their shell and stand with confidence and puff their chest out and mean their words. You know, I think that's really what we're excited to showcase. I think we're all like individually super competitive, you know, and I think it's Gordon. Gordon's always the most difficult to impress, for sure.
What was the most shocking elimination?
Ooh, you know, I'm gonna have to say the most shocking elimination. Oh, it's Bobby. I mean, this is our guy, you know? I think that's the most shocking elimination.
Have you ever disagreed with who got sent home?
Yeah, for sure. You know, I think we're 3 different individuals, 3 different life paths, 3 different opinions, you know? And so, yeah, I've definitely disagreed a lot.
If you could change one rule, what would it be?
Ooh. Okay, so if I'm gonna change one rule, it's gotta be you can't take contestants from other people's teams. You know who you are.
What's your rating of the sit?
My rating of the sit is a 10 out of 10. What's going on? What's happening? Where are we? Okay, my rating immediately just went down. I don't know where I am. The lights just went out. I gotta get out of here.
Naisha, who are you and what do you do?
Hello, I'm Naisha Arrington. Who am I? I mean, how much time you got?
We begin with breaking news out of San Bernardino County. Fire crews are battling a brush fire in Chino Hills. It's the area of Euclid Avenue and Highway 71. At one point, flames jumped the freeway, prompting a full closure. CHP shutting down all lanes on Highway 71 at the Euclid Avenue exit. And you can see from SkyFOX right there, look, a big rig got doused in that bright pink fire retardant. Flames also got close to homes. You can see more of the Phosgene around their perimeter. Wow, very close.
And check out ground video from the Citizen app. This was the view from the 71 freeway that drivers had for a while this afternoon while they were stuck in traffic. Fire officials reminding everyone to keep away from this area. Right now, CAL FIRE says the blaze has charged 120 acres. It's 0% contained.
So live look here at the fire scene right now. No flames in this area. Looks like the Phosgene and water dropping choppers and planes did the job, but very scary here. As we know, we're in the midst of summer. And Alex, really to see that fire so close to homes and cars there on the freeway. Very scary. Can you imagine driving the Phosgene there?
But also a great sort of lesson in how good a job the firefighters can do, especially in a situation like this without those crazy Santa Ana winds that we often see that propel some of the worst fires. We didn't have that today, and thankfully it looks like the danger on this one is done, at least for now.
Keep on watching that for you. Right now, we welcome you to the Fox 11 News at 5 simulcast on our sister station, Fox 11 Plus. I'm Christine Devine.
I'm Alex Michelson. Our other top story tonight, it is a first in California history. The state is making moves to essentially take over L.A. County's juvenile justice system.
This comes after years of troubles over how it's operated, including allegations of drug abuse, even coordinated fights among the detainees.
Fox 11's Gina Silva starts us off. She's live in downtown L.A. Gina.
Well, I can tell you that Bonta did not hold back. He said the juvenile system has been a failure, and waiting on the current department to fix it is no longer an option.
For the first time in the history of California DOJ, we're asking a court to place a public institution, in this case Los Angeles County's juvenile hall system, into receivership.
California Attorney General Rob Bonta says he's had enough. He's taking control away from the LA County Probation Department, saying kids in its juvenile halls are in danger, and the system has completely failed them.
Here's what's happening. In just a 6-month period, 69 youth-on-youth fights were allowed or facilitated by probation staff, impacting 143 young victims. Multiple youth at Los Padrinos Juvenile Hall have overdosed, even after the court ordered stronger contraband controls.
my client was subjected to those narcotics and suffered a almost fatal overdose.
Attorney Dominic Westmoreland represents 2 juvenile clients, one who he says nearly died from a drug overdose.
There were drones that were flying in narcotics into the facility, in which we believe may have been coordinated by some of the staff members at Los Padrinos in order to distribute those narcotics amongst the juveniles in order to make a profit.
His other client says he was forced to take part in the so-called gladiator fights at Los Padrinos Juvenile Hall in Downey, allegedly orchestrated by probation officers and staff.
Fighting for entertainment, a very arcane way of entertainment for some of these guards who were hosting these fights, sometimes outside of the view of cameras and in obscure areas on the facility. That included forcing them to fight in closet rooms.
These are not isolated incidents. These are systemic failures. Failures that put lives at risk and violate the fundamental rights of youth in custody.
Bonta's plan is to hand over full control of the LA County Juvenile Hall system to an independent receiver, someone with the power to hire, fire, set policy, and run day-to-day operations.
Hopefully, with the Attorney General's involvement now, there will be some justice for these minors who have been forced to participate in these gladiator fights, as well as suffered other abuses.
The LA County Probation Department issued a statement that says, in part, our hope is that a receivership structure, should it be approved, be used as a collaborative tool to help remove obstacles, not as an isolating mechanism that sidelines the people and systems committed to improvements and reform. So on the one hand, they did agree with Bonta regarding some of the failures, but they don't want the complete power to be stripped away from the Probation Department. Of course, a judge will have the final decision, and that will be, a court hearing has been scheduled for August 15th. I'll send it back to you guys in the studio.
All right, Gina, thank you. SkyFOX over the end of a pursuit in the Pico Union section of L.A. happened just after 11 a.m. Investigators say they had a report of a man with a gun. Police used the pit maneuver to get the car to stop. Wait for it. Right there, near the intersection of Venice Boulevard and Arapahoe Street. Took some doing, but the suspect was finally taken into custody after officers had to yank him out of the car. No officers were hurt. Another pursuit ends in gunfire from an LA County Sheriff's deputy. An investigation underway after a stolen vehicle pursuit ended in East LA this morning. SkyFOX over the scene near Washington Boulevard and Eastern Avenue. Investigators say the deputy's single bullet hit the suspect's vehicle, not the suspect. SkyFOX rolling as authorities took that driver into custody. No one was hurt.
The Catholic Archdiocese of LA announcing a program to help immigrants affected by recent ice raids.
Fox 11's Christina Gonzalez at the cathedral in downtown Los Angeles with more. Christina?
Yeah, they're helping out the parishes that have already been helping out. They did something very similar during COVID when people couldn't leave their homes. Take a look. A day laborer receives a bag of free groceries at St. Patrick's Catholic Church, one of the many parishes gathering food and supplies for delivery to immigrant parishioners affected by recent ice raids.
They are afraid to go to work or be seen in public for fear that they will get arrested or be deported.
Archbishop Jose Gomez announcing the creation of the Family Assistance Program with donations from philanthropists like Rick Caruso.
The worst thing that can happen is we end up with families on the street. And that can happen very quickly if you can't pay rent and you don't have a source of income.
Oscar says he's been too afraid to go look for work at this Home Depot off Wilshire. The Immigrant Work Center looks empty, with those looking for employment trying to just stay out of sight.
Paró el trabajo.
Todo, no work.
Ya la señora.
No more work, says Jose, explaining he had steady employment helping at properties damaged after the recent fires until the raids started at the Home Depots. He's also getting help at St. Patrick's, where ministry coordinators know trust will be an issue.
I tell everybody we're going to approach it when we deliver it like an Uber delivery. You know, it's just if we have to just knock on the door and leave it outside. And in the beginning, just to get that trust from the people out there.
Now, if you want to find out more, we put a link on our website at foxla.com. I can tell you, if you want to help, Caruso is actually matching up to $50,000 in donations. That after giving an initial $50,000 gift, him and his wife. I'm Christina Gonzalez in downtown Los Angeles, and back to you in the studio.
Seems Rick Caruso's in a lot of areas. Thank you, Christina. Appreciate that. Santa Monica, a doctor who investigators say helped supply ketamine to actor Matthew Perry pleads guilty to federal charges of illegal distribution. Dr. Salvador Plasencia's plea agreement calls for a prison sentence of up to 40 years and a fine of $2 million. His attorney says he will voluntarily surrender his medical license. Plasencia is one of 5 people charged in Perry's death. He's free on bail until sentencing in December. The Friends star was found dead of an accidental overdose in his hot tub at his Pacific Palisades home in October of 2023.
Talk about the weather now, which was obviously very important in the firefight we talked about in San Bernardino County. Chief Meteorologist Adam Krueger here with a look.
Yeah, and we'll start right there with the wind forecast. As we go later into the evening, eventually the winds will start to back down. Let me take you in a little bit closer to where we have the Euclid fire going on right now. That's the fire we talked about at the top of our newscast between Chino Hills and Corona. You can see the gusts in the next hour around 15 to 20 miles per hour. There's the fire right there. So whatever's left of it will continue to get pushed to the east primarily. Winds going from west to east. Here we go into 8 o'clock tonight. Those winds are still gusting around 15 to 20 and then falling down by 11 o'clock tonight around 10 or below. And then they'll be calm for the rest of the night. But as we saw, it looks like they're getting a pretty good handle on the Euclid fire right now. Relative humidity in that area around 50%. So it's not like it's extremely dry. Of course, the vegetation is dry though. And our temperatures right now, well, we've got the same thing we had yesterday where it's cool near the coasts, warmer but pleasantly warm. Inland, we've got 70s and then 80s as you get into the valleys and over towards the Inland Empire. Quick look at our forecast for tomorrow for LA. We'll find clouds around just for a little while in the morning. Temps in the 60s, topping out upper 70s. Beautiful weather for the afternoon. The marine layer, not much of an issue the next few days. We'll talk more about that. And we have a little bit of a change in our temperature trend. All those details in the next block. For now, though, let's go back to you.
All right, Adam, thank you. New at 5, the city of Riverside is honoring members of its search and rescue team after an exhausting recovery effort in flood-ravaged central Texas. California Task Force 6 back home for nearly 3 weeks in that disaster area. The team, consisting of 5 crew members and 2 search dogs, they spend much of their time on rescue boats, searching for bodies along several miles of the Guadalupe River.
The challenges were, first and foremost, the humidity. The heat is much like our heat. However, the humidity was exhausting, both for us and especially for the canines.
We were able to hydrate them a lot ahead of time, and that helped a ton, but that was definitely a priority for us, was keeping them hydrated.
Task Force is led by the Riverside City Fire Department and is one of only 8 FEMA urban search and rescue teams in California. The team frequently ventures outside the state when duty calls. At last count, that flooding in central Texas has claimed at least 137 lives.
More than 7,000 structures, including homes, were destroyed in the Eaton fire, but one neighborhood is taking a unique approach to rebuilding. Details of their cost-effective plan coming up.
And a Marina Del Rey storage unit appears to be the focus of the investigation into the deaths of 3 LA County Sheriff's deputies. We'll take you there live ahead. An Altadena woman had an aha moment as she faced rebuilding her home after January's wildfires.
Fox 11's Susan Hirasuna joining us live in Altadena, where 24 families may get to move into their new homes by this time next year. Susan.
Yeah, Alex and Christine, the difference between the homes in this community versus other parts of Altadena, this is a planned community. Now, the homes here were built decades ago. The original plans all gone, but a new company came in to build on the last parcel of land here in the Lavinia community. And the woman who lives right there, she thought, what if?
Living room and dining room on the right, and then kitchen in the back and family room.
Pauline Ching described her home of 22 years with fondness.
The whole hillside was green, and there were trees all along this wall on your right.
This was her house in 2024. This was her home after the wildfires of 2025. She vowed to rebuild and noticed the company building new homes up the street.
I just thought, well, there's so many of us that lost our homes. I don't know who to use for a builder. I thought maybe they would give us a discount if there's a bunch of us.
In all, 52 homes burned in the Lavinia gated community. 24 homeowners agreed to contract with PLC Communities to rebuild. If you understand the concept of bulk buying, you understand why rebuilding 24 homes at the same time is better than building one home at a time.
As long as we have quantity of 10 plus, we can produce pricing that's probably about 60% less or 50% less than, say, the custom homes and other numbers you're hearing quoted around Altadena and Palisades.
It's been actually fun and exciting, you know, to rebuild a brand new home with so much help.
Building new homes in the neighborhood meant PLC knew how to design to appeal to the rebuilder and the homeowners association.
We've been working with the HOA on the logistics, and we think we have most of it worked out, and they've been flexible. We've had to come back and ask for a few more things, but we'll get through that. The board has empathy for these folks.
The last hurdle now is getting the plans approved by LA County. Once that comes through,
we're going to trench the first one and keep trenching until we're done, and we're going to start the framer at one end, and he's going to keep framing until he's done.
I have a good friend who lives outside of the gates, and she doesn't think it. She said, Pauline, it'll probably take her 2 to 3 years minimum to rebuild her home.
2 to 3 years minimum, she said. Okay, so the rebuilders here in this community had the choice of 6 different designs, and yes, there was some personalization or accommodations for, like, say, what the insurance company was willing to pay. But imagine 1 year from now, they might be able to celebrate Thanksgiving in their brand new homes. Reporting live in Altadena, I'm Susan Hirasuna, Fox 11 News.
What a journey. Love to see this, Susan. Thank you. California's wildfire found could be drained after the Eaton fire in Altadena. Investigators are looking into whether Southern California Edison equipment sparked the deadly fire in January. If Edison is found responsible, claims could deplete the $21 billion fund meant to protect utilities from wildfire costs. State officials are set to meet tomorrow to discuss the matter.
More now on our weather. Let's go back to meteorologist Adam Krueger.
All right, beautiful day across the area. We've got clear skies. That includes along the coast. We've actually got like a 70 or 80 mile buffer between the coastline and where the clouds are way out over the ocean. So it is all clear. We're going to see less marine layer as we go into the next couple of nights and mornings. Watch it on Futurecast now as we go into tomorrow morning. Yes, there'll be some clouds around early. That's 7 o'clock. But notice between 7 and 10 a.m. how it pretty much dissipates. Maybe a few clouds hanging out over the ocean, but that's about it. So this is a shallower marine layer, meaning it won't make it as far inland and it clears a little sooner in the day. That's the case tomorrow morning and again on Friday morning. Big picture weather pattern looks like this, and our temps for July have been cooler than normal for a while. We continue that way through the week with this broad low pressure over the western U.S. Meanwhile, the heat wave continues out east. Notice as we go into this weekend, the pattern doesn't change much, but as we head into next week, we still expect that heat wave, that dome of high pressure, that heat dome to expand westward, and that's when our temperatures start going back up to around or maybe a little above normal for this time of year. And when I say normal, by the way, for LA LA, at least downtown, 83 would be considered normal for this time of year. So we've got upper 70s tomorrow. We actually see a little bit of a dip in temperatures leading up to Saturday, where we're down in the mid 70s, then up a few degrees Sunday, but just really nice through the weekend. Notice those 80s coming for LA and inland Orange County as we go into next week. For the beaches, it's low 70s for the next few days, about 70 on Saturday, so that's our coolest day, and we're talking coolest by just a couple degrees, going up to the mid 70s as we head into next week. For the valleys, the Inland Empire, it's upper 80s for a couple of days here, with the coolest day again being on Saturday, a little bit warmer Sunday, 90s coming next week, probably mid 90s in fact by Tuesday and Wednesday. For the mountains, a couple more days here in the 70s, 80s on the way for next week. You see the orange bars there for Monday, Tuesday, and Wednesday. For the high desert, we've got temperatures that are not that bad at all for July, around 90, and then upper 80s Friday and Saturday. Upper 90s to near 100 degrees coming next week. And finally, for the low desert, where we almost always find those 100s this time of year, at least it's just a few degrees above 100 in the next couple of days. Saturday, only 101 around Palm Springs, but getting closer to 110 as we head into next week. Back to you.
All right, Adam, thank you so much. Still ahead, a new report from the Wall Street Journal threatens to heighten the tension surrounding the Jeffrey Epstein case.
He chose destruction. He chose evil. He feels nothing.
Heart-wrenching victim impact statements today. How long an admitted killer will spend in prison for infamously killing 4 college students.
The man who confessed to killing 4 University of Idaho students came face to face with the victims' families today.
It's a highly anticipated sentencing hearing. Fox's Kennedy Hayes is live outside the courthouse in Boise. Kennedy?
Hi, Christine and Elix. I was inside the hearing all day. It was emotional and at times overwhelming. Not only did the judge wipe away tears, but so did the lead prosecutor. And many of the victims, including the surviving roommates, looked directly at Krueger as they gave their statements.
my friends, my safety, my identity, my future. He took their lives, but I will continue trying to be like them.
There's no place for you in heaven. You took our children. You are gonna suffer, man. I'm shaking because I want to reach out to you.
No one is impressed by you. No one thinks that you are important. You orchestrated this like you thought you were God. Now look at you.
Family members and friends of the victims gave powerful statements. Surviving roommates described the trauma and anxiety they're still living with, tracing back to that night in November 2022 when Brian Kohberger murdered their 4 friends. One victim's sister called Kohberger a, quote, sociopath, psychopath, and murderer. Kohberger had the opportunity to speak today, but he declined. Instead, he just sat there stone-faced as Judge Hippler sentenced him to 4 consecutive life sentences without parole, plus another 10 years for burglary. The judge also ordered him to pay $270,000 in financial penalties to the victims' families. Kohberger pleaded guilty to the 4 murders earlier this month. It was part of a plea deal to avoid the death penalty. Prosecutors say they still don't know why he targeted that specific house, and Judge Hippler said even if Kohberger had spoken more, there's no guarantee he'd tell the truth. It's unlikely the court would have believed him.
By continuing to focus on why, we continue to give Mr. Kohberger relevance. We give him agency and we give him power. In my view, the time has now come to end Mr. Kohberger's 15 minutes of fame. It's time that he be consigned to the ignominy and isolation of perpetual incarceration.
And some families say today's hearing is a way to help them recover. Others called it merely a shortcut. As for Kohberger, right now he's being held in a maximum security prison just outside of Boise. In Boise, Idaho, Kennedy Hayes, Fox 11 News.
All right, Kennedy, thank you. Developing news, the Wall Street Journal is reporting that Attorney General Pam Bondi told President Trump in May his name appeared in files tied to Jeffrey Epstein. The White House initially called the report fake news, but later acknowledged Trump's name is in some records. Bondi reportedly shared related materials earlier this year with conservative influencers.
Coming up, mosquitoes are a natural part of summertime, but today health officials are issuing a warning about the pesky insects.
Also, 5 days after it happened, we're still waiting for details on an explosion that killed 3 L.A. County Sheriff's deputies. A live report is next.
And now this traffic report brought to you by Morgan & Morgan. We've got a lot to get to. First of all, we talked about the Euclid fire at the top of our show. That's got Highway 71 still reported closed right there between Chino Hills and Corona. Over to Orange County on the 5 North, there's a wreck there with a lane blocked, slow travel there. Also, a new one just popped up around Buena Park. Looks like there's some slow northbound travel on the 405, or on the 5 there. Meanwhile, the 405, you can see south of LA moving very slow. Then we had a vehicle fire that maybe just cleared on the 405 North right there. Also near downtown, there's a wreck on the 110 North and 134 West also. Now we'll look at some other traffic hotspots.
There was a forklift accident. Before I hired Morgan & Morgan, I did call a few other places. The other places denied helping me. I called Morgan & Morgan, and they accepted me kind of like with open arms. They are for the people. They showed me that they were for me.
watching the Fox 11 News at 5.
Developing information on the investigation into the deaths of 3 elite LA County Sheriff's deputies.
The focus continues to be a storage unit in Marina Del Rey. Fox 11's Laura Diaz live there with the latest. Laura.
Yes, Alex and Christine, investigators have been here in the Marina Del Rey area for 3 days in a row now. Now, a sheriff's investigator that I talked to earlier today said they returned to this particular location because they wanted to get fresh eyes on it.
For them to be here for as long as they've been here lets me know that there's something that was of interest that was in that locker.
Excuse me, sir, can you tell me if you're any closer to taking anybody in for questioning or...
That is going to be a question that our Sheriff's Information Bureau will be able to answer at this point.
For the second day in a row, investigators from the LA County Sheriff's Department and ATF scoured a small storage unit at Via Marina and Marquesas Way in Marina Del Rey. Neighbors got the word Del Alley was off limits on a text chain. A warning was issued.
Residents in building F, G, and H should stay away from Del Alley balconies and windows.
Some neighbors worried for their safety. Little information was given. SkyFOX overhead Wednesday morning as the intense search for clues as to what caused the deadly explosion Friday, July 18th in East LA. It took the lives of 3 veteran LA County Sheriff's detectives, Joshua Kelly Uckland, Victor Lemus, and William Osborne. The search on Via Marina began Tuesday night and included bomb-sniffing dogs and a bomb robot.
There we go, we got stuff coming out.
Wednesday, our SkyFOX camera focused in on a box removed during the search with a name and telephone number out of Florida. It is possibly connected to a technical advisor in Florida. Fox 11 called multiple times, no response.
He's got air tanks, rifles, the combat dummy.
The suspicious device investigation has been at full throttle. Friday afternoon, federal and local investigators descended on an apartment garage on Bay Street in Lincoln and Santa Monica, looking for explosive devices. Residents were evacuated. Neighbors told Fox 11 a former tenant left behind explosives in his storage unit. Then Monday, investigators served a search warrant on a boat docked at the marina on Marquesas Way. Fox 11 obtained exclusive video of that search on the boat and investigators carrying off bags from the boat. By 1:30 Wednesday afternoon, the yellow tape was pulled back and residents allowed access once again to the Del alleyway. Law enforcement working nonstop on the tragic case.
Seeing a helicopter hovering over what seemed to be the marina and then gradually making its way over to my complex.
As far as the storage unit, I was told by numerous people, you don't have to live in one of the nearby buildings to have access to one of those units. Anyone can lease it. So it's hard to say whether there's a connection between the storage unit here and possibly the boat, which is less than a mile from where I'm standing. I'm Laura Diaz reporting live from Marina Del Rey, sending it back to the studio.
I know a lot of residents there have been hearing those helicopters. Laura, thank you so much. Funeral services for an LA Police Department sergeant who died last month in an accident on the 405 is going to take place tomorrow. Sergeant Shu Deng died June 23rd when he and a motorist were struck and killed on the freeway. Tomorrow at 9:30 a.m., he'll be buried at Forest Lawn Cemetery in Covina. LAPD Chief Jim McDonald described Shu as an exceptional guy who will be missed by the department.
Former Los Angeles County Sheriff Alex Villanueva has made it official. He'd like the job back.
Walked this path before, and I'm returning with broader experience, more clarity, and a deeper commitment to the people who deserve better.
Villanueva has registered a campaign committee for the 2026 election. He faced criticism during his term for, some say, abandoning reforms, failing to address alleged deputy gangs. Alex Villanueva will join Alex and Marla live right here on the Fox 11 News at 6 to talk about the campaign.
A plea to our viewers tonight from the family of a woman who police say was murdered recently. In addition to asking for help finding that suspect, the family also has a message for the killer.
Know who you are. She's still roaming around the streets. She's still going around free, calling people, talking mess. It's been getting back to us. we've been hearing different things. We know, and it's okay. It's not okay, but it's okay because we believe in a higher power.
She doesn't bring harm to nobody. She always a peaceful person. She tried to bring my family together.
So Jolene Thurton was the owner of Pepper's Jamaican Belizean Cuisine in South LA. Investigators say she was shot, but her family insists she was stabbed multiple times. SkyFOX over the scene of that murder last Friday morning at a home on West 87th Street, also in South LA. Thurton died at a hospital. Police are in need of information on this case. They don't have any details who the suspect is. If you've got information, you can call Crime Stoppers at number 1-800-222-TIPS.
A referendum to overturn Los Angeles' Olympic wage ordinance is moving forward. Officials say over 140,000 signatures were submitted and will now be reviewed for validity. The ordinance passed in May raises wages for hotel and airport workers to $30 an hour by 2028 with added health care benefits. The LA Alliance for Tourism has challenged the move, arguing it will force business owners to find other ways to reduce costs, possibly including layoffs. UCLA researchers are installing 20 new air pollution monitors across northwest LA County to track fine ash and dust from the Palisades fire burn area. The network provides real-time, hyper-local data to help residents understand air quality risks, especially from larger particles stirred up by reconstruction. The color-coded dashboard and email alerts aim to keep the community informed and safe.
Fox 11 Weather is sponsored by Yamava Resort and Casino.
Okay, the more air sensors, the better, in my opinion, so that's good news right there. We start with a live view out of Mount Wilson right now. You can see some different layers in the atmosphere, a little hazy down low, nice and clear up high. It's common this time of year to get temperature inversions where it gets warmer as you go higher up in the atmosphere, and therefore there's limited vertical mixing, and you tend to get that smog or that hazy appearance. We'll see less of that as we get into fall. Let's start, though, with our air quality currently, and it's good across a lot of the area, and at the worst, it's moderate around the Inland Empire, some of the mountains as well. And again, that story we just talked about, there's going to be a new cluster of instruments right around the Palisades fire. So Topanga State Park, around Palisades, Brentwood, Santa Monica, that's where those 20 new sensors will be installed. At the top of our 5 o'clock newscast, we talked about the Euclid fire. If you missed that, if you joined late, it's right here between Chino Hills and Corona, affecting Highway 71 right now. It looked like from the aerial shots, they're getting that under control, and winds are a little bit gusty here. You see 15 to 20 miles per hour. That'll be the case for the next couple of hours, but later tonight, those winds will turn almost completely calm and stay that way through tomorrow morning. On our weather headlines, we will see less of the marine layer the next few mornings. We'll see very slight cooling through Saturday, and then we'll be heating up heading into next week. Here's a look at our temps right now for July. Below average today. A little cool near the coast. We've got those 70s around Los Angeles. You go farther inland, especially into the valleys and the IE. That's where we see the 80s right now. San Bernardino over to Lake Elsinore is where we have a couple 90s showing up. Here's the high temps for tomorrow, and it's going to be a lot like what we saw today. So again, warm but not overly hot for those inland areas. A blend of 70s and 80s around Los Angeles, a little bit cooler as you go near the coast, low 70s there. A wider view for tomorrow shows the deserts, again for July, not bad. Palm Springs, 104, around 90 degrees up into the high desert. Nationwide now, we continue with this heat wave stretching across the southeastern U.S., the central part of the country. Not just the fact that they're seeing triple-digit heat there, but also it is very humid, which means it could feel as hot as 105 to 115. You see the heat alerts stretching across the Mississippi River Valley, but also into parts of the northeast as well, and that heat is going to gradually spread westward towards us by next week. So the hot weather happening under that area of high pressure. Winds, by the way, go clockwise around high pressure, and see that little cluster of rain off the coast of Florida. The Hurricane Center is watching it, saying a very low 10% chance of formation, but it is going westward. Notice on the model, you see this broad swirl right here. I think there's a low chance, I would agree, that it really forms into something in terms of a tropical system, a named system, but it will likely spread a lot of rain into the Gulf Coast areas. Might be some flooding as a result of that. All right, our 7-day forecast now. We'll start with LA and inland Orange County, upper 70s tomorrow and Friday, and notice down to 76 Saturday. That's that little slight drop in temps, and then getting into the 80s for next week. For the coast, we've got low 70s for a few days, maybe 70 on Saturday, up a little Sunday, mid 70s on the way for the coast for next week. For the valleys, the Inland Empire, again, it's warm but not hot for July. Highs in the upper 80s for a while, maybe mid 80s by Saturday, heading into the 90s for next week. A couple more regions here, for the mountains, it's going to be 70s through the weekend, 80s for next week. For the high desert, we've got windy conditions for a couple of days coming up, highs around 90 or so, closer to 100 next week. And finally, the low desert, it'll be in the 100s with the heat really hitting next week. Back to you.
Adam, thank you. A warning for residents of L.A. and Orange counties. Mosquitoes in both counties have tested positive for the West Nile virus. Positive samples were found in several L.A. County communities, including Arleta, South El Monte, Van Nuys, and Lake Balboa. Orange County officials found positive samples in Anaheim and Garden Grove. Health experts are urging use of mosquito repellent when spending time outdoors, and a reminder to dump standing water.
So you think you can dance? A new competition will put dance moves to a global test.
Teams from around the world are participating in a global competition. We'll take a look at the International Dance League ahead.
And good evening. I'm Gerard Moncure, live at beautiful Loyola Marymount University. Day one of Rams camp here. We'll have a live report coming up next in sports.
The Fox 11 Sports Desk is sponsored by Hyundai. See your SoCal Hyundai dealer today.
Hello again from Loyola Marymount. Gerard Moncure here, day one of Rams camp. It's great to be out here. So many expectations for this club. Maybe the highest in the Sean McVay era of competing for a championship in the NFC with the Eagles, the Lions, the Commanders, among others. But we're going to start right now with baseball. Dodgers in the matinee series finale against the Minnesota Twins out at the Ravine. Shohei Ohtani getting things started in the first, sending this ball into the pavilion for a fifth straight game. He hits a home run. It's his 37th of the year. and the Dodgers lead 1-0. But the Twins would rally, take a 3-2 lead in the bottom of the ninth. Freddie Freeman at the dish, bases loaded, 2 outs, facing Griffin Jacks. And steady Freddie with 2 strikes comes up clutch, base hit in the left field. Harrison Bader cannot make the catch. Mookie Betts scores. Here comes Ohtani, and the Dodgers win the series in dramatic fashion, 4-3 on a Freddie Freeman walk-off to increase their lead in the NL West back to 4.5 games. All right, the Halos trying to avoid the sweep against the Mets in Gotham City. Let's take you to Citi Field. Pick it up in the third. Mike Trout at the dish, and he sends the Sean Manaea pitch to deep right center and gone for a game-tying blast. That's career home run 396 for Mr. Trout, and RBI 999 of his illustrious career. But the Mets would go up 2-1 in the third, and Pete Alonso ups that score with this no-doubter off Jake Errer. And the Mets do not look back as the Angels lose 3-6 and are swept in the series. All right, joining me now are NFL analyst Ron Pitts. Ron, so good to see you, my man. It's been a while, but football is back.
I love this, man. I'm back out here. I feel like I can maybe play up one play or two.
Let's talk about the obvious. Matthew Stafford dealing with a lower back, just a strain, and he's not out here doing much with the first teamers. Jimmy Garoppolo's out here.
No, nothing serious there, and that's also a little bit of load management now. This is a 37-year-old man, 17 years in the league, so Sean McVay is taking care of him as he should. But this team has got some things going on, namely Devontae Adams coming in. That's going to be big. He just went deep a few plays ago. Ball put on the money, and he's so smooth. He's going to give the Rams that deep threat that they haven't had in a while. Legit deep threat.
On the other side of the ball, what do you see from this defensive line? They were young last year. They were 24th against the run. That has to improve. They were 22nd in getting to the passer. That has to improve, too.
Jared Verse coming off an honors year, got all the awards in the world. He's going to get better. Braden Fisk on the other side. They've got the pass rush coming there. Kobe Turner is playing lights out. Excellent job. Byron Young inside. They've got 4 folks that can get to the quarterback, and that's the key. Can you get pressure with just 4 people? That's what they've gotten. And then they have depth. They brought in Landman, linebacker from Atlanta. Poona Ford from the Chargers. He just literally walked across the freeway. But now they have depth. I'm seeing 4 that I just mentioned, and then there's 4 behind there. They've got depth in the secondary, and that's key.
It's great to see you. We're going to be out here a lot. Ron Pitts, Gerard Moncure. That's going to wrap it up for sports right now. We'll have much more on day 1 from Rams camp at Loyola Marymount coming up at 10. Reporting live from LMU, Gerard Moncure, Fox 11 Sports. Back to you guys in the studio.
Are we really at football season?
I know.
Yeah, we really are.
Looks like fun.
All right, the International Dance League is the first ever professional team-based dance competition of its kind.
Fox 7's Brooke Thomas shows us their moves.
So think the NFL, the NBA, that type of competition, right? City versus city, you know, everybody in the town roots for their team. But instead of, you know, it being about a ball, a court, or on a field, they're dancers. Yeah, this is so awesome. Connor, come here. Talk to me about all of this. What's going on? What a cool idea.
I'm super excited to share that we are launching the first professional dance league, which is happening this Saturday at the Shrine Expo Hall in Los Angeles.
Just take a second and watch them show out.
Uber says it's launching a new program for women passengers who want a female driver or share a ride with a fellow female. Female riders can also book a trip with a woman driver in advance. The Women Preferences pilot program is designed to give women more choices, confidence, and flexibility on the app. It'll roll out here in LA, in San Francisco, and in Detroit in the coming weeks.
Fox Business is getting an inside look at an enormous artificial intelligence data center in Virginia. Fox's Lauren Simonetti gives us a tour, shows us what it takes to keep the massive system up and running.
We are in the physical home of the digital world, and the internet runs above me in these yellow trays where 30,000 cables, 4,000 miles of fiber run inside. But this center also powers the newest AI chips.
These are the new GB200 or Grace Blackwell 200 chips.
Grace Blackwell.
The chips are deep inside of these server blades, and you can see on the back exactly why.
I can actually hear it. It's like the sound of compute.
That's right. So you can see here the liquid cooling, the cold water loops coming in, and that's actually flowing then into the cabinets and allowing efficient cooling for the chips. And then you can see it ends up getting piped out after it's heated, takes the hot water and hot liquid away.
And what is all of these? They look like strands of hair.
So inside of this is the incredible networking cable that NVIDIA has designed to be able to link all of their GPUs together and just expand the amount of power they can do by being effectively one gigantic virtual supercomputer.
How much power is right here?
So these two cabinets is 240 kilowatts of power.
Which is enough
That's roughly the equivalent of 200 homes.
And they need even more power. So Equinox is opening a new $600 million data center set to open here next year in Ashburn, Virginia. Lauren Simonetti, Fox Business.
Wow. That gives you a sense of how big that is and how much power that takes.
Who knew?
Coming up, we've got more news, including our entertainment report, but we go to break with a live picture from our Mount Wilson camp.
Fox 11 Entertainment is brought to you by DTLA Law Group, Accident and Injury Attorneys.
Congratulations here. They are a staple in Latino households all over the U.S. and Mexico, and likely the world. The legendary Mexican band Los Bukis are the latest musicians to receive a star on the Hollywood Walk of Fame. So the band has been around for 49 years. You saw their famous comedian Gabriel Fluffy Iglesias and actor Demian Bashir speaking about Los Bukis, about their success ahead of that unveiling there. The band reunited in 2020 after a 25-year hiatus, headlining a stadium tour that sold out SoFi Stadium. They also had a successful Vegas residency. And check out the view here. This is SkyFOX from today's unveiling. You saw quite the crowd. They're lining up just to see their stars. Fluffy right there. It shows just how much Los Bukis are adored, with dozens of fans showing up. By the way, Bukis means children and comes from an indigenous tribe in Mexico. Last night it was all about the freaky. It was all purple and green at the Freakier Friday premiere in Hollywood. The Disney movie comes more than 20 years after the original, but OG stars Lindsay Lohan and Jamie Lee Curtis are back for the sequel. So is Chad Michael Murray. This one is different from the original. This one features a four-way body swap. Freakier Friday. Such a fun movie. In theaters August 8th. Big announcement from the creators of South Park. Paramount has agreed to buy the global streaming rights for the satirical cartoon for $1.5 billion with a B for 5 years. It's around $300 million a year for the show's creators. Not bad for Trey Parker and Matt Stone. This brings the show to Paramount Plus for the first time in the U.S. South Park premiered on Comedy Central, remember that, back in the day, on August 13th, 1997. Going strong still. All right, that's it. Thank you so much for watching us and joining us here at 5 o'clock. Have a great night.
Coming up, the latest on a brush fire burning close to homes in Chino Hills.
These are systemic failures.
California Attorney General Rob Bonta says L.A. County's juvenile halls are in crisis. The unprecedented step he's taking to try to stop it.
I've walked this path before.
He lost big in 2022, so why does Alex Villanueva think voters will send him back to the sheriff's office now? He's here tonight to answer that question.
Now, this is the Fox 11 News at 6.
Welcome, everyone, to Fox 11 News at 6 o'clock. Thank you for being with us. I'm Marla Tejas.
I'm Alex Michelson. A major legal setback for former President Trump. A federal appeals court has ruled that his order to end birthright citizenship is unconstitutional. The Ninth Circuit upheld a nationwide block on that policy, which aimed to deny citizenship to children born in the U.S. to undocumented or temporary residents. The case could now fast track to the Supreme Court.
We have more breaking news. This is a brush fire that's burning in San Bernardino County. SkyFOX up and over this. This is in Chino Hills, where fire crews have really done an amazing job knocking down those flames. The brush fire shut down both sides of the 71 freeway at the Euclid exit. We are hearing it will reopen very soon. As of now, 120 acres burned. No structures lost. We do not have official containment numbers yet from CAL FIRE, but it's definitely looking good out there. Chief Meteorologist Adam Krueger, the firefighters, they had some help from the weather.
Yeah, I mean, the wind's fanning things a little bit, but it's not overly gusty there. I love, by the way, the aerials when you see the fire line just stop where there's the red from the fire retardant. Great to see that stuff working nicely. The fire, though, just west of Highway 71, and so, yes, 71 closed because winds are blowing eastward. We saw it spread a little bit into the highway there. Gusts next hour will be around 15 to 20 miles per hour, which is what we've seen throughout the last couple of hours. So, again, not really windy, but enough of a breeze to where it could be slightly challenging in the next couple of hours. Watch as we go later into the evening now. 8 o'clock, still gusting at times over 15. Here's 9 o'clock, still a little bit gusty in this particular spot. But by 10 to 11, we expect to see a pretty dramatic reduction in the wind speeds there. And then overnight, the winds will be pretty much completely calm. Also, by the way, the relative humidity between about 50 and 60% in this area right now. So it's not like it's super dry air either, although we know the vegetation is dry, as we see around a lot of Southern California right now. We'll talk more about our forecast coming up a little later. For now, let's go back to you.
Adam, thank you. Developing at this hour, something that has never happened in California history. The state making moves to essentially take over LA County's juvenile justice system. We've told you about Los Padrinos Juvenile Hall, where allegations of drug use and coordinated fights among detainees have happened. Fox 11's Gina Silva live for us in downtown LA to explain. Gina.
That's right, Alex. Bonta did not hold back. He says the juvenile justice system is a complete failure. He's been asking for reform since November of 2024, and very little has changed.
We gave the county numerous opportunities to fix this on its own.
California Attorney General Rob Bonta says he's had enough. He's taken control away from the LA County Probation Department, saying kids in its juvenile halls are in danger, and the system has completely failed them.
Here's what's happening. In just a 6-month period, 69 youth-on-youth fights were allowed or facilitated by probation staff, impacting 143 young victims.
Attorney Dominic Westmoreland represents 2 juvenile clients, one who he says nearly died from a drug overdose.
There were drones that were flying in narcotics into the facility, in which we believe may have been coordinated by some of the staff members at Los Padrinos in order to distribute those narcotics amongst the juveniles in order to make a profit.
His other client says he was forced to take part in the so-called gladiator fights at Los Padrinos Juvenile Hall in Downey, allegedly orchestrated by probation officers and staff.
These are not isolated incidents. These are systemic failures.
Bonta's plan is to hand over full control of the LA County Juvenile Hall system to an independent receiver, someone with the power to hire, fire, set policy, and run day-to-day operations.
The county's inability to reform the system is causing harm.
The LA County Probation Department issued a statement that says in part, our hope is that a receivership structure, should it be approved, be used as a collaborative tool to help remove obstacles, not as an isolating mechanism that sidelines the people and systems committed to improvements and reform. A court hearing has been scheduled for August 15th. Alex Marlowe, I'll send it back to you guys in the studio.
So if a judge approves it at that hearing, does it essentially go into effect at that point?
It goes into effect immediately, and it would be someone that who's already overseeing some of the problems that have been taking place, and that person is Michael Dempsey. He's an appointed monitor receiver. He's been he was appointed by the court in 2021, and he's been aware and making notes of everything that's going on. But according to Bonta, the current administration, the current probation department, is not really doing what they're supposed to be doing to fix the problems, and that's why he wants to take away their power.
And would there be a time frame, an end date on that?
No, he did not address that.
All right, very good. Gina Silva, live for us on this. Thanks so much. The Catholic Archdiocese of Los Angeles is announcing a program to help immigrants affected by the recent ICE raids. Fox 11's Christina Gonzalez is at the cathedral in downtown LA with more now. Christina?
Yeah, the idea is to deliver medications, groceries, even prepped meals to people who have not been able to leave their homes. Watch. A day laborer receives a bag of free groceries at St. Patrick's Catholic Church, one of the many parishes gathering food and supplies for delivery to immigrant parishioners affected by recent ICE raids.
They are afraid to go to work or be seen in public for fear that they will get arrested or be deported.
Archbishop Jose Gomez announcing the creation of the Family Assistance Program with donations from philanthropists like Rick Caruso.
The worst thing that can happen is we end up with families on the street, and that can happen very quickly if you can't pay rent and you don't have a source of income.
Oscar says he's been too afraid to go look for work at this Home Depot off Wilshire. The Immigrant Work Center looks empty, with those looking for employment trying to just stay out of sight.
Paró el trabajo.
No work.
Ya la señora.
No more work, says Jose, explaining he had steady employment helping at properties damaged after the recent fires until the raids started at the Home Depots. He's also getting help at St. Patrick's, where ministry coordinators know trust will be an issue.
I tell everybody we're going to approach it when we deliver it like an Uber delivery, you know, it's just if we have to just knock on the door and leave it outside in the beginning just to get that trust from the people out there.
Now, they did do this during COVID, and they were very successful at it. They say they're hoping to have that same kind of success. If you want to find out more and want to help, we put the link on our website at foxla.com. In downtown Los Angeles, I'm Christina Gonzalez. Back to you guys in the studio.
All right, two questions. First off, how do they determine who gets the money so they make sure that it goes to the right people? And secondly, what do they say to critics who say this is just incentivizing illegal immigration?
You know, the way they're going to do it is people are writing down their names on these pink slips that they have during masses, and then they reach out to them, and then they go visit them at home and see what the situation is. It's not like, you know, they're just going to get people off the street and follow up that way. In terms of the critics, yeah, there are people who are saying, you know, that this is just incentivizing the whole situation. But the Catholic Church for a long time has been very open about their support of immigrants and being very much against the raids. So I don't think that's going to matter very much to the Archbishop or any of the people at the parishes. But again, they don't have any numbers for us. They just started the program. But what I saw is, again, that people sign up and then they follow up with them.
And of course, the Archdiocese of LA paid out $880 million to victims of clergy sexual abuse. So financially, they can afford this?
Well, they're depending on the contributors. For example, Caruso started with $50,000, and then once they get from other people to $50,000, he's going to match that. So a lot of this is philanthropists. They are hoping that people out there will help. As a matter of fact, I know some local churches that have had fundraisers with their parishioners to all that food that you saw, all those boxes, that's all parishioners helping out.
An interesting choice for Caruso, as we know he considers a political campaign, that this is sort of the lane that he's going down as well, trying to make a statement as well.
Well, you know, I'll tell you something to that, Alex, because I do happen to know this about Caruso from other stuff. He has always been a big supporter of the Catholic Church.
Oh, yeah.
He goes to Mass. He's really a big believer, and he has put his money into many of those. So it does not surprise me that he has picked this to go to. And he said, you know, we asked him, he said it's not about politics at this point, but, you know, everything sometimes is.
Yeah.
But in terms of this, I can tell you that it's not the first time.
He's got the Caruso Catholic Center at USC, where he spent $250 million decades ago. He's been at Para Los Niños volunteering and fundraising there for many, many years. So this is something he's been doing for decades. All right, Christina, thank you. An Altadena woman had an aha moment as she faced rebuilding her home after January's fires. And there might be a lesson for all of us in this. Fox 11's Susan Hirasuna is live in Altadena. And this story kind of reminds me of Costco a little bit, Susan.
Exactly. If you think of mass manufacturing or bulk buying. So the thing is the woman who lives right here, she realized there were so many people in this neighborhood who lost homes. She thought, well, what if we all band together and then asked a construction company that was building new homes in the same neighborhood, hey, can you help us out?
Living room and dining room on the right, and then kitchen in the back and family room.
Pauline Ching described her home of 22 years with fondness.
The whole hillside was green, and there were trees all along this wall on your right.
This was her house in 2024. This was her home after the wildfires of 2025. She vowed to rebuild and noticed the company building new homes up the street.
I just thought, well, there's so many of us that lost our homes. I don't know who to use for a builder. I thought maybe they would give us a discount if there's a bunch of us.
In all, 52 homes burned in the Lavinia gated community. 24 homeowners agreed to contract with PLC Communities to rebuild. If you understand the concept of bulk buying, you understand why rebuilding 24 homes at the same time is better than building one home at a time.
As long as we have quantity of 10 plus, we can produce pricing that's probably about
60% less or 50% less than, say, the custom homes and other numbers you're hearing quoted around Altadena and Palisades.
It's been actually fun and exciting, you know, to rebuild a brand new home with so much help.
Building new homes in the neighborhood meant PLC knew how to design to appeal to the rebuilder and the homeowners association.
We've been working with the HOA on the logistics, and we think we have most of it worked out, and they've been flexible. We've had to come back and ask for a few more things, but we'll get through that. The board has empathy for these folks.
The last hurdle now is getting the plans approved by LA County. Once that comes through,
we're going to trench the first one and keep trenching until we're done, and we're going to start the framer at one end, and he's going to keep framing until he's done.
I have a good friend who lives outside of the gates, and she doesn't think it. She said, Pauline, it'll probably take her 2 to 3 years minimum to rebuild her home.
well, the company came up with 6 designs for the rebuilders to choose between, and they were able to personalize or make changes based on what the insurance companies were willing to pay. Meantime, imagine that these people may be able to celebrate Thanksgiving next year in their brand new homes. I'll send it back to you. Alex, Marla?
I mean, that's the timing they think? I mean, it's about a year or so?
That's what he said, about a year, that they're hoping to start in August, and that it would take about a year to get these 24 homes all done. So, you know, fingers crossed. Right now, the biggest hurdle would be LA County with getting all the plans approved. So, I don't know. I kept saying, well, didn't the county promise that they would try to fast track all of this? And he said it's still more difficult today than 30 years ago to rebuild a house or to build a house.
Wow.
Yeah.
So much red tape to go through.
Maybe that AI technology will help. All right, Susan, thank you.
Let's take you outside. It is a live look at Santa Monica. It doesn't look like there's too many people enjoying the coastline on this Tuesday afternoon? What day? We're on Wednesday. I can't
Closer
keep
to
track.
the weekend.
I have a newborn at home. I don't know what day
I made that mistake last week.
Yeah, there we go. Adam Krueger, help me out here.
I'm telling you, it's the middle of the week where it's like, where are we? What's going on? I'll tell you, as far as the weather goes, it is really quiet. We've got clear skies. You saw it along the coast right there. In fact, there's about an 80-mile buffer between the coastline to where we see some cloud cover way out over the ocean. So it's not like clouds are going to come in and bother our view of the sunset here this evening. Really nice end to our day, although it is a little bit on the cool side right along the coast right now. You see temperatures in the 60s in places like Santa Monica to LAX, Manhattan Beach, San Pedro at 68 degrees right now as well. Obviously, we have those warmer temperatures inland with some 80s in the valleys over towards the Inland Empire currently as well. Now, tomorrow will be a lot like today. So a lot of sunshine, pretty nice temperatures for LA. We start the morning with some 60s. There'll probably be some clouds early, like really early, but they clear off soon. Minimal marine layer tomorrow. We're in the upper 70s at about 2 o'clock and then going back down to 60s tomorrow evening. Now, on Futurecast, you're going to see, again, what I was talking about, the lack of the marine layer tomorrow morning. Yes, there's going to be a few clouds around early in the day. That's 7 a.m. But as we go into 9, 10 o'clock in the morning, most of that cloud cover is gone, and it will remain sunny for the rest of the day. Even along the coast, I expect a lot of sunshine tomorrow. Meanwhile, across the other side of the country, we have a heat wave going on under that area of high pressure. That's where there's a lot of heat alerts. There's heat index readings that could be like 115. That's how hot it'll feel with the heat and humidity. Through Saturday, the pattern doesn't change much. High pressure stays out there. Low pressure keeps our temperatures cooler than normal through Saturday. Then we get into next week, and that high starts to expand farther westward. That's when our temperatures start coming up. You'll see that here on our forecast highs for all the regions I show you. I'll show you 6 regions here, but you're going to notice Monday through Wednesday of next week is when we see our warmest temperatures over the next 7 days. So for LA, Inland Orange County, it's upper 70s tomorrow and Friday, more like mid 70s on Saturday. So we cool a little bit heading into Saturday. We jump up a couple degrees Sunday, and then there's the 80s coming our way next week. For the beaches, low 70s the next few days, about 70 on Saturday, low 70s on Sunday, mid 70s by next week. For valleys, Inland Empire, we're looking at temperatures in the 80s instead of 90s. Not bad for July, right? That's the case through Saturday, closer to 90 on Sunday, and definitely into the 90s by Monday, Tuesday, and Wednesday of next week. For the mountains, it's 70s for a few days. Again, a little dip through Saturday. Then we start going back up with some 80s for next week. For the high desert, temperatures are not hot for July. 80s for the most part, or near 90 degrees, well into the 90s next week. And finally, the low desert. This is where we often find our hottest temperatures. But for the low desert in July, this is below average. 109, by the way, is the average for Palm Springs. So we're just a little over 100 through Saturday, getting back up to around average by next week. Back to you.
Former LA County Sheriff Alex Villanueva wants his old job back, launching a campaign to unseat Robert Luna, calling the department dysfunctional and declaring public safety is in crisis. Villanueva was first elected back in 2018. He lost his re-election bid to Luna in 2022 by about 20 points.
And the former sheriff, Alex Villanueva, is here on set with us tonight. Congratulations on the campaign launch. Thanks for being here.
Oh, thanks for having me.
All right, let's start with the fact that you did lose to Luna by about 20 points. You made a bid. You announced that bid here for supervisor, LA County supervisor. You lost that by a larger margin to Janice Hahn. What's different about you now that will attract the electorate?
Well, I think the basic thing is people are now understanding that they were fed pretty much a false narrative about what was going on with the department. Because today, the department is in absolute crisis. They've lost 25% of their staff. They're gone. You have 13 deputies committing suicide on Luna's watch. You had 26 in-custody deaths on his watch. That's this year alone. That figure probably leads the nation. The suicide rate leads the nation. You had 31 people burned to death in the fires, and there was no semblance of any evacuation plan. Those all fall on his shoulders. The department is in crisis right now, and the only way that's going to we're going to come out ahead and be able to serve the public is with new leadership at the helm.
What are you going to do differently on all those fronts? And why is it Luna's fault in terms of suicides?
Because when you unjustly throw your own employees under the bus, you just kill recruitment and retention right there. I mean, it is dead in the water.
How has he done that?
Well, the Trevor Kirk case is a prime example of that. That had no business being in federal court with a federal sentence, given the facts that we know about the case. My plan is simple, is to hire 2,000 deputies in 2 years. I hired 1,100 in 1 year when I was in office. I'm going to do it again, but now we just got to do it bigger.
Well, you need money to do that, and you get that money through a relationship with the Board of Supervisors. That has been icy between you and the board. How has that changed?
The money is still there. Luna, his budget increased to $4 billion, and he can't hire people. Heck, he can't bring ants to a picnic right now. So the board is going to be new in 2026. Hilda Solis is gone. You're going to have two others that are fighting for re-election. Given the performance, heck, just today, the Attorney General announces a receivership for the county jails, or the juvenile halls, run by the Board of Supervisors. So I think people are starting to understand that we have to separate law enforcement from the politics of the Board of Supervisors.
So speaking of politics, in 2018 when you ran, you were a Democrat, you were the Democratic Party's choice, and your big calling card was that you were going to take ICE out of the jails. Now you're a Republican, and a whole lot of Republicans blame ICE being taken out of the jails as part of the reason for a lot of our problems right now. Was that a mistake?
Actually, in 2018, that was not a mistake. Trump was in office, the border was secure, and we did not have the 4 years of open borders and tens of millions of people just flooded over into our nation unvetted. So the problem on the ground has changed. However, my position in 2018 is consistent with today. What are they doing? They're getting judicial warrants, which is something we asked for all along. We can't have ICE establish the county jail be a detention center for immigration enforcement. I don't think that's the purpose of the LA County jail system. So separating the two functions, ICE has a job to do. We're going to honor their judicial warrants. And then local law enforcement has a job to do actually interacting with the undocumented community. We just have to do the two separately.
So your position's the same now that it was then?
Same. The only difference is that now ICE has changed their behavior. Now they're getting judicial warrants, right. Something that we think is a very good, solid step.
Alex brings up the point that you make a big deal out of the fact that you were a Democrat. Now you're switched to a Republican. You made that announcement not that long ago. You got a lot of attention on social media, yet in your announcement yesterday to declare your candidacy, you talk about you have to take politics out of public safety. How do you stack up the two?
Well, the office is nonpartisan. When you look at the ballot, it doesn't say D or R next to the name. It's can you do the job or not? And I think that's the difference right here. And the incumbent right now has demonstrated he is not able to do the job, and he has basically surrendered the department to the Board of Supervisors' whims. That's why we're in the crisis we're in. We need to separate the two and get law enforcement back to the business of actually enforcing the rule of law.
But you know this is an overwhelmingly Democratic county, which is part of the reason you were able to win in 2018, because the Democratic Party were saying, this guy's more Democratic. How do you win in LA County, one of the most Democratic counties in the country, as now a Republican?
Well, actually, if you look at Hockman,
Yeah.
He's Republican for life, turned independent just.
Well, he ran as an independent on purpose. However, made a point that he's not a Republican anymore.
But the point is,
endorsed Kamala Harris.
But most importantly, he's a DA who is independent of politics. The sheriff has to do the same thing. He has to be independent of politics. You can't run and say, well, I'm going to enforce the law differently for Democrats and Republicans. It's one rule for everybody, and that's what we expect of the Sheriff's Department. We're not getting it with the sheriff right now.
Well, you are one of several candidates to declare candidacy. Tomorrow night, we're going to have retired Captain Mike Bornman, who announced his candidacy as well. He'll join the show. We're going to extend the same offer to Luna and other candidates. So we appreciate you taking the time out tonight.
That was great to see you.
Good to see both of you.
Appreciate it.
You got it.
Still to come. After deadly flooding in Texas and sharp criticism of FEMA's response, Congress is now questioning the agency's future, and what happens next could impact wildfire aid here in California.
The acting director of FEMA faced questioning from lawmakers just weeks after the deadly flooding event in Texas. Fox's Nate Foy has more from New York.
Amid dozens of disasters, from deadly flooding to devastating wildfires, government officials are considering ways to improve emergency response.
How we can work together effectively to fix our emergency management system. American people are depending on it.
The acting director of FEMA, David Richardson, testified before the House Transportation and Infrastructure Committee Wednesday. His testimony comes after over 130 people were killed in the Texas floods earlier this month, and harsh criticism of FEMA's response. Reports say Department of Homeland Security Secretary Kristi Noem took 72 hours to authorize the deployment of FEMA's search and rescue network. And on the second day of recovery, nearly 2/3 of calls went unanswered.
Can you imagine losing a family member, losing your home,
and having your call go unanswered when you're looking for a lifeline, all while this administration was working to dismantle FEMA.
FEMA's search and rescue chief resigned earlier this week, citing frustration with the Trump administration. President Trump has long vocalized his goal to put recovery efforts on state and local governments. However, Richardson says FEMA is committed to improving its technology and programs to protect the country from disasters.
We must bolster our partners' operational readiness to support our homeland for the risk of today as well as the threats of tomorrow.
There have been 20 disasters resulting in major disaster declarations across 10 states so far this year. In New York, Nate Foy, Fox News.
More news ahead in the 6:30 half hour, still to come.
The latest clue in a deadly explosion that killed 3 LA County Sheriff's detectives, why investigators zeroed in on a locked storage unit in Marina del Rey.
And a man accused of attacking federal agents during an immigration raid near Paramount finally caught, where authorities tracked him down. May surprise you.
I'm Christine Devine. Coming up at 10 o'clock tonight, there's a new threat to people who lost their homes in Altadena during the Eaton fire. And squatters, we're hearing that some squatters are parking their RVs on empty lots and taking over. We look into it tonight. Fox 11 News at 10.
You're watching the Fox 11 News at 6.
I'm Gina Silva in downtown Los Angeles, where California Attorney General Rob Bonta announced his push to strip control from the LA County Probation Department, saying the juvenile hall system has failed and kids are in danger. A court hearing is set for August 15th.
I'm Christina Gonzalez in downtown Los Angeles with how Catholic parishes are helping immigrants affected by ICE raids.
I'm Susan Hirosuna in Altadena. 24 families in this community figured out how to rebuild after the January wildfires. The key, band together. They could be in new homes by next year.
sort of the buy in bulk strategy. Welcome back to Fox 7 News at 6 o'clock. I'm Alex Michelson.
And I'm Marla Tejas. Other stories that we're following tonight. The Compton man accused of throwing objects at federal agents during an immigration raid is arrested at the U.S.-Mexico border. 39-year-old Elpidio Reyna has been on the FBI's most wanted list since June 7th when he was caught on camera throwing rocks and pieces of concrete at federal vehicles in Paramount.
Wall Street Journal is reporting that the Attorney General, Pam Bondi, told President Trump in May that his name is, in fact, in files tied to Jeffrey Epstein. The White House initially called the report fake news, but later acknowledged that Trump's name actually is in some of the records.
More law enforcement activity in Marina del Rey today, part of the investigation into last week's explosion that killed 3 elite sheriff's deputies. Fox 11's Laura Diaz, she's there live with the latest tonight. Laura?
Yes, Marla, investigators have been here all week long in Marina del Rey. They came back again today after yesterday searching a storage unit. And I was told by one official with the sheriff's department they came back today because they wanted to get fresh eyes on it.
For them to be here for as long as they've been here lets me know that there's something that was of interest that was in that locker.
Excuse me, sir, can you tell me if you're any closer to taking anybody in for questioning or?
Ma'am, that is going to be a question that our Sheriff's Information Bureau will be able to answer at this point.
For the second day in a row, investigators from the LA County Sheriff's Department and ATF scoured a small storage unit at Via Marina and Marquesas Way in Marina del Rey. Neighbors got the word Del Alley was off limits on a text chain. A warning was issued.
Stay away from Del Alley balconies and windows.
SkyFOX overhead Wednesday morning as the intense search for clues as to what caused the deadly explosion Friday, July 18th in East LA. It took the lives of 3 veteran LA County Sheriff's detectives. The search on Via Marina began Tuesday night and included bomb-sniffing dogs and a bomb robot.
There we go. We got stuff coming out.
Wednesday, our SkyFOX camera focused in on a box removed during the search with a name and telephone number out of Florida. It is possibly connected to a technical advisor in Florida. Fox 11 called multiple times, no response.
He's got air tanks, rifle.
Last Friday, the investigation spread to an apartment complex in Santa Monica. The last 3 days, 2 locations in Marina del Rey, including a boat and a car in the marina, were searched.
Seeing a helicopter hovering over what seemed to be the marina and then gradually making its way over to my complex.
It's been an exhaustive search, and everybody telling me they hope very soon they can have a break in the case. I'm Laura Diaz reporting live from Marina del Rey, sending it back to the studio.
So you heard from that deputy saying, talk to the Sheriff's Information Bureau. Have they said anything?
Well, other than what I told you off the top, that they wanted to come back 2 days in a row so they could get fresh eyes on it. You heard that one person who lives here in the complex, Alex. He said that they spent a long time there. And I wish we could get more on that box with the name on it and with a telephone number out of Florida, but we tried again and again. One time somebody answered, said they would give the message. The other times went straight to voicemail. So I don't know if that person has anything to do with this, but clearly people would like to talk to him in the Sheriff's Department.
And we'll follow up. Laura Diaz live for us in Marina del Rey. Thank you. Ahead, new details in Malcolm Jamal Warner's drowning, plus dramatic rip currents off the Southern California coast. That's after the break.
Fox 11 Traffic is sponsored by Sweet James Accident Attorneys.
All right, we've got a number of incidents plotted on the map right here. Let me take you, though, to where we have the Euclid fire going on, where we still have a report of 71 closed in both directions. That's between Chino Hills and Corona. Then as we come over closer to downtown on the 5 South and the 110 North, we have wrecks reported there. Finally, on the 405 North right there, we have a wreck reported with 1 lane blocked. Now we'll look at some other traffic hotspots.
When you've been hurt in an accident, hiring the right attorney can mean the difference between winning $10,000 or $10 million. Call the firm that wins big. Call Sweet James.
live look outside, and that is Santa Monica. It looks a little choppy out there in terms of the water.
Yeah, a dramatic rescue caught on camera. This is in San Diego as lifeguards rush to rescue a swimmer trapped in a dangerous rip current. This is at Torrey Pines State Beach. One lifeguard paddles out with a rescue board. Another lifeguard pulls up on a watercraft. They load the swimmer, struggling from exhaustion, onto the rescue board and return him to safely on shore. That was yesterday.
Well, noting all of that, we have new details tonight about the drowning of actor Malcolm Jamal Warner. The beach in Costa Rica where he died is notorious for dangerous rip currents, but had no lifeguards on duty. Warner was swimming with his daughter when he was swept under. Rescuers later found him on the ocean floor. The second man pulled from the water survived. Warner was just 54 years old.
Let's check back in with our Chief Meteorologist Adam Krueger. And Adam, those rip currents can be really scary.
Yeah, you know, they're stronger maybe than most people think. If you haven't been in one, if you were an Olympic swimmer, you wouldn't be able to fight a rip current. That's how fast they're moving. So really, if you find yourself caught in one, the advice is you have to swim parallel to the coast. Basically go sideways until you're out of the rip current. Then you can attempt to swim back towards shore. You know, just unfortunate situation. A lot of times, at least in the U.S., the National Weather Service will issue beach hazard statements or high surf advisories if it's going to be particularly choppy water with rip currents. Or, you know, you can check in, you can look online at what the beach kind of like statements are, or check in with the lifeguard stations, those kinds of things. Outside of the U.S., a little tricky, right? The National Weather Service not monitoring those coastlines. We'll start with the radar and satellite right now locally. We've got clear skies. The clouds are way, way off the coast here right now, and so as we go into the evening hours, it should stay clear through a lot of the night, in fact. So this is a little different from the last several nights where the marine layer kind of comes in as soon as the sun goes down. Notice by 3 in the morning, I think we're still mostly clear. We'll probably get some cloud cover developing after that point. So this is 7 a.m. tomorrow. There'll be some clouds, but they're not that far inland, and they clear pretty quick. So this is a shallow marine layer that's going to be taking shape the next few mornings. Notice by 10 a.m., most of the clouds are pretty much completely gone tomorrow. So again, there will be a little time tomorrow morning where it's mostly cloudy. Temperatures in the 60s to start the day for LA and for most of the area as well, with LA's highs in the upper 70s tomorrow. Around the rest of the region, most low temperatures, upper 50s, low 60s will be common. Highs tomorrow, a lot like today, which is not that hot for July. Even in the deserts, we've got about 90 degrees up towards Palmdale and Lancaster, over towards Palm Springs, a little bit over 100, and a little bit closer around L.A., Orange County. You see kind of a blend of 70s and 80s, a little bit cooler near the coast in the low 70s. Valleys will see more 80s as opposed to 90s, which this time of year 90s would be more common in the valleys and in the Inland Empire. All right, let's take it much wider now as we show you highs across the nation tomorrow, and you'll see that cluster of 100s around Texas into the southeast, where it's not just hot, it's also very humid. There are heat alerts posted there and extreme heat warnings in pink, where it could feel as hot as 110 to 115. In the northeast, there's also some heat alerts posted as well. So all this is happening under this heat dome, this area of high pressure right here, which will hold more or less in the same spot for the next few days. It's not till next week when that starts to spread a little farther west, and that's when the low gets pushed off the west coast and we see some hotter temperatures. Also circling around this high, notice the winds go clockwise around it, will be a disturbance that the Hurricane Center says has a very low chance of organizing into a tropical system in the Gulf. But what we do see, regardless of organization, is just a broad swirl with a good dose of rain, rounds of thunderstorms, heavy rain at times along the Gulf Coast states. All right, so as we look at our forecast, the 7 days, next 7 days for LA and inland Orange County, it's upper 70s tomorrow. We actually go down a couple degrees into Saturday, then we start ramping back up next week, getting back closer to normal for July as we head into the 80s. For the coast, it's going to be low 70s for a few days, back to the mid 70s by next week. For the valleys, Inland Empire, again, not that hot for July, upper 80s. In fact, cooling to mid 80s by Saturday, but then 90s coming our way in the valleys and IE for next week. For the mountains, it'll be 70s through the weekend, 80s next week. We'll wrap it up with the deserts, looking at the high desert, as it will be windy again tomorrow like it's been for several days in a row. A couple more days of pretty strong winds, closer to 100 next week. And finally, the low desert, it will be over 100. But for the low desert, this is not that hot for July. We'll be closer to normal, closer to 110 as we head on into next week. Back to you.
Adam, thank you. A powerful new docuseries revisits Hurricane Katrina, revealing the slow-building failures behind the storm and the lessons that still matter 20 years later.
And where you can celebrate the 30th anniversary of the movie Clueless in true Cher Horowitz style and meet the woman behind the film's iconic fashion.
you're still hearing us and you haven't left yet, please leave. I hate to say this, but I just don't have enough body bags.
Well, Race Against Time shows how the Hurricane Katrina disaster unfolded long before the storm hit and what we missed in the moment. If you can believe it, it's been nearly 20 years since that happened, and this feels like a warning for places still recovering, including here in L.A. We're joined by somebody who's seen every episode.
A person is Carla Renata, and she joins us now. This is a 5-part series that's set to debut on Nat Geo a little bit later this month. Your thoughts on it?
When I watched it, as you said, I did see every episode. When I watched it, I was viscerally torn because I remember that, as everybody does. Even though it was 20 years ago, it feels like it was yesterday. And the documentary series starts with what happened before it hit, while it was hitting, and after it hit, from a very few select residents of the New Orleans area. And the thing that hit me the most was, I remember that was also the time that there was a benefit that happened where Kanye West said George Bush hates black people. That was during that time that happened. I also remember the news media referring to the people of New Orleans as refugees. I'm like, how you gonna be a refugee in your own country? I remember all of that. But more importantly, the one thing I took away from this documentary was the levees, right? So the levees were in danger before they hit. They were jacked up after Hurricane Betsy. Hurricane Katrina was no different. They've rebuilt the levees, and they've already said, the Corps of Army Engineers has already said that this levee may not hold either because of global warming and the climate change that's happening. The water will rise even higher and the winds will be even fiercer the next time one hits.
Lessons that LA can take away from this if you watch this?
Lessons that LA can take from this is that be prepared. And when they tell you to get out, get out. Do not be like, New Orleanians are notorious for not wanting to leave their homes. I had a friend whose mother was in New Orleans when the hurricane hit, and she did not want to leave her house. And you hear many people say over and over again throughout the course of this documentary, but the biggest lesson is to take away, be prepared, have your stuff ready to go, and when they say go, go.
Yeah, and unfortunately, most of the people that lost their lives in the fires were the people that refused to evacuate and made that choice to stay.
Exactly.
Lighter note, Fantastic Four is coming out for some escapism from all that. How is it?
It is fantabulous. I loved me some fantastic. Don't you remember the cartoon? Well, I'm old enough to remember the cartoon, but I watched the cartoon and loved it. So to be able to see real life people inhabit these characters is everything. It's the MCU's first family. It is the shortest Marvel movie I've ever seen. It's clocking in at 1 hour 55 minutes. I was like, yes, I'm not here for 3 hours. I was all in for that. I loved the whole cast. The cast was great. But Baby Franklin steals it, honey. Baby Franklin is stealing the show from all of the adults. That baby is something else. But it centers around the story of this family who's trying to balance their lives as superheroes and do what's best for their family at the same time, and it proves to be problematic.
And Pedro Pascal must have the best agent in Hollywood. It seems like he's in every single thing everywhere you look, right?
Right? He's got 3 movies out this year. 3. This is the 3rd movie he's released this year.
And we're only halfway through the year.
I know, the Materialist in Eddington and this one.
Yeah.
Okay, lastly, Clueless, marking its 30th anniversary, and this sounds amazing. You can have a real special girls' night in Beverly Hills to mark the occasion.
As if, Marla, I'm just saying. Yes, Clueless is celebrating its 30th anniversary. I mean, who doesn't remember Alicia Silverstone, Stacey Dash, the ageless Paul Rudd in this classic film, which actually was a remake, well, not a remake, but an adaptation of the 1815 novel by Jane Austen, Emma. We've seen Emma a million times, and so Clueless was a modernized version of that. But at the Beverly Hills Hotel, where they're celebrating the anniversary among some others like Legally Blonde and some other little girl kitschy things, you can have a whole girls' night. They'll give you some champagne when you arrive. You'll be able to watch the movie in its entirety. They provide the snacks. You provide yourselves.
And the costume designer is going to be there.
Yes, yes, she'll be there. It is as if you're stepping back into the land of Clueless. And it's just a really fun, unique way to spend some time with your girlfriends at a hotel that is infamously notorious for exuding Hollywood glamour from the golden era.
It's something else.
Yeah.
All right, Carla, thank you so much. Whatever. We'll be right back.
Whatever, Alex.
And you got watch Carla's podcast, The Kirby Critic, wherever you get your podcast. We'll be right back.
See, you was ready to get rid of me so fast.
No, we're
be frozen if I ate it that quick. Get one of those headaches you get.
Oh, he's got two.
It's a little toasty at the ballpark today, so much so that Kike Hernandez needed not one but two popsicles to cool down in the Dodger dugout. That was during the game against the Twins, which had a spectacular ending.
That's the third, the tying run. Ohtani at second, the winning run. 1-2. Freeman lines the ball to left field. Bader can't get it, and the Dodgers win.
Freddie Freeman, once again the hero this afternoon. The Dodgers down 1. He lined the ball to left. 2 runners scored. Dodgers win it 4-3. Way to go, Freddie. The Dodgers have had a tough run of it lately, so this was a big momentum swing for them.
We'll be right back. All right, here's what's coming up. LA Live News tonight from 8 to 10 on Fox 11 Plus. That's also known as Channel 13.
Then we'll be back at 10 o'clock for the Fox 11 News at 10.
And then after that, I'll see you at 11 o'clock for Good Night LA.
Thanks so much for joining us tonight for the Fox 11 News at 6 o'clock. Tomorrow night, as we said, one of the other candidates for LA County Sheriff.
Yeah, retired Captain Mike Bornman will be with us here on the Fox News. Extra.
You cited alcohol abuse, eating disorders, violent fights. Your quote was, "I was raised in a cave by animals." And so when you look back, do you still feel mostly the pain of that? Or are you able to be empowered by the resilience of it?
I never felt the pain of it. I didn't know it was wrong. You know what I mean? I never felt the pain of it. It was just survival. It was just what it was. It was just the racetrack and gambling and being at nightclubs and things like that. You don't realize that it's not normal until you look back. I was watching Sons of Anarchy, and you have little babies with prostitutes and drugs and people with guns around, but like the kids don't know that that's wrong because it's just it's just what's around, just women and, you know, scantily clad clothing. They might sense something's off, but that is their normal. So, yeah, I didn't know. I now know that, I'm a survivor because I was raised around a bunch of very tough people in a very tough environment, and I'm not a big complainer. And I've had people around me who have together families and, you know, parents and grandparents that are in their 90s and maybe they're divorced or something is slightly non-traditional, say to me that they have a hard time during the holidays. And I'll internally roll my eyes and I'll be like, yeah, I'm an orphan. And there was a time when I was a kid when I do remember like doing a Christmas dinner or something fun and feeling the feeling that it felt good and that version of normal. So, you know, I don't have that for my daughter. I don't have that big family. I don't have that dynamic. So I, you know, I'm just a place of yes person that creates positivity in other ways. You know, it doesn't mean I'm always a positive person, but it's just like, if it's a divorce, we do a fake Christmas. It's not on the 25th if your kid's not going to be with you. If it's, you don't have a big family, you know, every year Bryn and I go to Radio City to see the Rockettes, and this year we're adding Tavern on the Green, and we have all these different rituals. We go to the Hamptons and we go to this ornament store and we each pick out an ornament for each other, and like we're big on traditions and rituals and things like that, ice skating, pumpkin picking. So we have our own version of what these things mean, and we definitely stick to them. So we have our own traditions, even though we're a small little unit.
So when I interview people, I do like a really deep dive, and then I try to like figure out what makes them tick. And I had so much fun deep diving into your businesses and your philanthropy. And one of the things that struck me was I read a book from Margaret Bisnow, who interviewed 60 entrepreneurs. And she said that basically the through line that all of them had in common was they had one person, and it was typically their mother, that believed in them. And you just had this wild self-belief. You didn't, from what I understand, you didn't really have anyone looking at you and saying, you can do anything you want to do. I believe in you. I think that self-belief is like something that everyone is trying to harness. I want to understand where that came from.
That's so true. I have that, and I see people gravitate towards it. And not until this age do I realize that people of, you know, that are wealthy, that are good looking, that have like everything, but the one that successful, I see people gravitating towards that. And it's almost like they want to take my light. It's not intentional. It's just that like they are lacking something. And I've now realized people want to be around me and are almost addicted to it because they want it. They want to be near it. They want some part of it. It makes them feel, but then I don't think about how I feel. And what's weird is I am a little bit of a fixer, or I am attracted to people that are super needy and want that, but that's not necessarily good for me. So the self-belief and where it comes from, I mean, Gaga said it best. I think I was born that way. I mean, I do think as a very young child, my mother was extremely competitive with me and jealous of me and would say like, I want your life, or I gave up everything because of you. I did things I didn't want to do for you, you know, all that stuff that she said, like I was a married man I didn't want to because of you. I got abused because of you. But all that stuff, I still think fundamentally she did love me, and she did think that I had something special, but it was very, very fleeting glimpses. So I don't know if that could count, but I think it maybe mattered to me. A lot of kids who are abused, they like cling on to like the very little thing. I don't know what the hell. I think I was an only child, and I just think it was inside me. I just think I was born with it. I think I just thought I had it from a kid. I wanted to, you know, I used to look in the phone books and wanted to be like an actress and take me somewhere to be something, but no one would take me anywhere. My mother, I don't even know if it was true. She told me she had been on she told me when I was older, like maybe 7 or 8, that I'd been offered a Disney contract when I was a kid, but she turned it down. It was torture. It was like torment. Her telling me that was torture, because it was like, wait, why didn't, and I just always thought I was supposed to be something. So like her not taking that meant that like she took my chance away, and her never taking me into the city, me begging her to like take me to some appointment or some like modeling, acting, anything, I was like, just like no one's giving me the opportunity to do anything. So it's crazy. Like my daughter, she gets offers for contracts for things because, yes, it's ultimately because of me. I mean, she's beautiful and she's sweet. And everyone says, despite this life that she has this essence and this sweetness, and she's great. But I'm saying like the opportunities are because of me, and good. Go get it. Who cares? So it's shocking to me, like that I was begging for scraps. So I've always been begging for scraps. So that's just what it's always been.
I have so many things I want to reply to what you said. First of all, I saw you at the Woman of Worth gala in LA last month, and I saw that thing in person. Actually, I was like a voyeur of people sort of wanting that light. And there was a lot of people that were famous there. It's not the fame. There is this je ne sais quoi that I think people glob onto.
That's interesting, because I was not in a good place that night. I had something going on personally, so I was like a little off. So I wasn't that social. It's very funny. I wasn't like alive, but that's interesting. But yes,
I saw people come up to your table. I saw how people reacted after you got off stage.
That's nice. Yeah. I mean, I guess that's I thought recently for the first time, there was a girl, I don't know her name, and she didn't want to take a picture, which is very unusual. And she was at a restaurant called Mila, and she came up twice because she didn't get to say everything she wanted to say. But the last thing she said to me the first time, she said, "You are very, very loved." I mean, I'm going to cry. She said, "You are loved. You are very loved." And it was like, no one's ever said that to me, like a fan for sure. No, I mean, maybe like some motivational speaker said it to like people, but no one's ever said that to me. And it was wild, because in that moment, it was last week. It was Art Basel weekend. It was at this restaurant. I was at the bar, and I was like, interesting. Like, that's got to be what this is all about. Like being loved by strangers. I mean, a lot of people do that, but, and I'm extremely insular. I have very few friends. And I'm honestly dispassionate. I care about the people I care about. And like, I care about also strangers and like do relief work, but like in the middle, it's like, I'm not, that touchy-feely about people that I'm not like that good friends with. It's like you're in or you're out. I'm super like that. So anyway, that hit me, her saying that.
Why did it hit you?
Because it made me realize like someone would gravitate towards this life who didn't receive the love they're supposed to receive as a child. And sometimes when my daughter doesn't want it or doesn't want the camera or the thing, I'm always like shocked, because it's like, wait, as a kid, I was so desperate for something.
Right.
But it's because I wasn't getting anything, and she's getting so much. She's beloved by me, by all. She just has a good community around her. So it's just like, it makes sense.
So I always feel like at 25, I kind of woke up, and I'm still having these like mini wake ups all the time. But that was the age that I really sort of awakened. And I remember being on a call, this guy that I was dating, maybe I was like 28, and he was negotiating a multi-million-dollar contract. And it was the first time I'd ever been a fly on the wall hearing any of that. And I thought, oh my God, that is so much money. I could never. And then as I started just listening more, I was like, I definitely could do that. This isn't even that much money. Like, just being around it and hearing it helped me realize I could. What was your wake up moment?
When
you realized that the possibility of it.
It had the most defining moment of my business life was being on the cover of Forbes magazine.
Why?
Because it was insane. Like, it was crazy. It was like, what? Like, nothing made it seem real before that. Like, the fastest growing liquor brand in history didn't make it seem real. Being a breakout star on the show, in my brain, having this whole chessboard that I sort of thought was going to be, I knew I'd have a spinoff. I knew I'd have this. I knew they'd come to me, want me to do a talk show. Like, I knew my book would be success. Like, all that stuff I mean, I can't say I knew the first book, but like, I don't know, just things just like glide through. I never really have a plan. That stopped me dead in my tracks. Like, what the fuck? And I was like at the very end of it, like at the 99th, I think Khloe Kardashian and I were at the very bottom of it, like by the skin of our teeth. And, but I didn't feel Emperor Has No Clothes because it meant a lot because I was the first one to monetize reality TV, to turn a brand, even before the Kardashians. Like, they followed my model because they had the same agent. And so Kim did Midori after me, and they integrated Sears into the show after me and all that. And obviously there's so many of them, and they're much more wealthy, successful, powerful, and they're insanely, beautiful and whatever. I'm just saying, like, I was the first one, and I had like I wasn't just being rich on TV, and I wasn't just like getting facials and diamonds. I was like, I had something, I was going somewhere. And so that showed that the entertainment industry had changed. Actresses used to be pissed off at people like Kim Kardashian or myself or other people, because why were we taking airtime? Now, actresses are dinosaurs in most cases. It's like it's the upside down, and actresses do reality shows. So it just was a moment in time that said, this is the new normal. And now there are many new normals, and I've been part of them too. And it's not even intentional. It's never intentional. It's just like I happen to wander into these rooms. But I wasn't like planning anything. I wasn't planning any liquor brand. I wasn't planning anything. I just made a drink. I just keep going. So that was like, but that showed me that unintentionally, like the Mr. Magoo that I can be, I was like not only in the right room, I was the room. I created the room, because everybody was asking for liquor deals. No celebrity would hold alcohol. There were three people, Ciroc, Sammy Hagar, and Dan Aykroyd. It wasn't like a big thing. Like George Clooney and Ryan Reynolds and all these people, they came after me because their representatives were like, we want a deal for these guys. Like, look what she did. That was the Hollywood Reporter. That was Forbes. Everyone can deny it. It doesn't matter what they say. Everyone in the liquor industry knows what happened. That's what happened. It made it mainstream.
Was Forbes a legitimacy thing also? Because I think like the public wants to trivialize reality stars, even Kim Kardashian, right?
No, it was a street cred thing. And so was turning the brand. But I had this plan. I have a tag on me. I decided to, I didn't want to do the deal. I was emotional about it. It was my brand. It was my baby. I had never made $1 on it. And I didn't even understand what those numbers meant. It was like just weird. And, but I sold it because I sold only the cocktails, not the rest of the brand, because I wanted the control of the intellectual property on my own. I learned that. I didn't even know what the word intellectual property meant when they came to buy the brand. I learned quick. So I wanted to own the intellectual property, so I had the power and the control to do it in other categories. And I wanted the street cred. I just knew instinctively that if I sold this and turned something, that then all the other categories would have so much street cred and people would want to do business. And then Forbes put the stamp on it and really gave the street cred, like it's pure. And it's so long ago, and it's just why is Hermes different than the artist formerly known's channel? It just is. It's just called Forbes magazine. It's the cover, period, the end. It's in songs, so I did it. I got there by the skin of my teeth, and they can never take it away.
think one of the reasons you're so good on reality TV is you know how to play to your audience, and I think read the room better than almost anyone I've seen on television. How much of your TikTok is reading the virtual room and how much of it is you?
I happen to be really good at reality TV, like you said. Like I was born for that. I didn't know that was even a genre, that was even a thing. I didn't know what I was going into. I didn't know The Apprentice was different than The Housewives. Like I thought, I didn't know reality TV has so many different flavors and varieties. You know,
You also make it not cringe. I don't know how.
because I won't do because I literally don't watch reality TV, but I watch people on social media talk about reality TV. So they're talking about what's going on in the Real Housewives of New York, which has literally 300,000 viewers. When I left this first time, we had over 3 million viewers, and it went down to 1.6, and I came back and it went back to 3. Wow. And then during the like Heather, Carol, Kristen era, that was when it went down to like 1.6, and I came back, it came up on my show. That show is, just from what people are saying and from the clips, insufferable, because the people are just, they think the audience is stupid. Like that this is like a manufactured production, you know? So I don't know. I don't have the capability to lie. I don't. I was in a miserable marriage, and why did I have to share that with the audience? I could have just coasted through like everybody else does for years on reality TV and that spinoff. Why? Because there's like a fraudulence that I feel in any type of like someone thinking I have this life that's great, and it's not actually. Also because it could help people. And it's vile to watch all these housewives on all of them, you know, Beverly Hills, Salt. I don't watch Salt. Like I just know, like, again, the clips and what I see, everybody pretends they have the greatest life and the greatest marriage and they're so rich. Then you see somebody killing themselves with a suitcase. Somebody's got fake bags. Somebody's got a fake life. Somebody's marriage is falling apart. Like, it doesn't happen overnight, but everyone's fronting and stunting. And that the Beverly Hills show can hold that, because they have the real estate porn and, you know, the backdrop of wealth, which is like a great character. New York didn't have that because you had small apartments. Right. So they're the same price as the houses in Beverly Hills, but it's just the real estate's more expensive per square foot. And I would never like do that to that audience. I made that decision very early. It's just like, this is what it is. Like, we're being honest, we're doing it or we're not. And that's how I do everything. So I remember producers. I remember the male and female producer telling me I was going to get on my bed, and I was going to, when I was getting married, and I was going to have the big dress splaying out, or however, just like Carrie Bradshaw. And I literally said, and I said this for years after, and say it now, how about we do real? I'm not fucking laying out on a bed in a studio apartment with a big giant. What are you talking about? That's not real. It turns me off. It makes my skin crawl. And that's what that show is. That's what they do. That's what happened during the Heather, Kristen, Carol era, when I was at Dorinda's walking downstairs and being like, why is everyone in glam? We're in a fucking house up in the Berkshires. What are we doing? Like, because I came back after 3 seasons, and I used to like badger Andy, like, why is everybody in glam? Why is Kristen wearing 2 different shoes? Why is every day people paying more attention to what they look like than just like be who they are? Yeah. And had to kind of get into it. Otherwise you look like a train wreck. Otherwise you were Denise Richards trying to be real, walking out on the balcony with people in ball gowns in a closed scene. They're not going anywhere. So that's when it all jumped the shark and became, you know, not real. And everyone's like got 47 diamond bobby pins and weird hairstyles looking like spaceships. And Lisa Rinna becomes Erica Jane. I'm like, what's going on? She used to wear sheath dresses with the same haircut every scene. Now she's like, you know, but everyone's allowed to change and evolve and be in a costume. They're on television. Do what you want. It doesn't always work. It worked for the Lisa Rinnas and the Ericas in the costumes, because that's Beverly Hills. It doesn't work for New York. It's just a gritty city that it didn't work. So I don't do any of that shit. And it was a long answer, because it drives me nuts, to a question about, is that me on TikTok? It's the same thing. It is. People are like, why don't you get back on TV? I'm like, I am on TV. This is it. You're watching the show. This is just a scene.
Yeah. No, you're producing yourself. I mean, for you to like talk about fake designer purses, I don't think I've ever seen anybody, and like everybody does it, except for you're the only one just talking about it and making it funny.
Oh, so, I know. Yeah, full on. I have purses that are $20 that I glued Prada triangles to show everyone how ridiculous a nylon bag is. By the way, I have all the expensive shit. I sold 50 Hermes bags in the last year. I will not tell you what they're worth, because I have no followers and I could buy a house. but I kept special pieces. It's all fronting and stunting. It's all a flex. It's all an insecurity. I literally am wearing Peter Rabbit pajamas under my Hello Kitty sweater. That was 20. Where did this come from?
Thank you for dressing up for me.
It was $5. Oh, I just fucked my microphone. Here it is.
It's from Marshall's.
It was from Marshall's. It was $5. I've saved it since last year to wear it. It's ill-fitting, but I just thought, why not do this today? So, yeah, but it's also an age thing. You're younger, but I think it's a great example for younger people. Like, I don't want these girls wasting all their money on stupid shit.
Yeah.
And, being so insecure and the flex and just the camera focusing on the bag, sitting in the middle of the thing. And yes, they're probably fake. And who cares? Do what you want to do. Wear fake, wear real, buy it. It could be an investment. Nobody's paying my rent. Hermes I sold out Hermes lip oil. I don't see them sending me over any lip products. Chanel's not doing anything for me. 250 million views trolling them, and it keeps going. They're not paying my rent. I don't care what Hermes, Chanel, anybody thinks of me. I could buy my own shit. I don't borrow. It's so stupid, the big flex and insecurity.
Were you purging things because you were kind of you had sort of a transformative year, I would say. I don't know if that resonates.
I think I've been bored and you can fill a hole, a void with stuff, and it's just something to do. And also, truthfully, not Hermes, but this accidental influencer era has made me has reduced the importance placed on stuff. Because Cadillacs and Broncos are dropped off on your driveway. So what do I don't need, I could get anything I want anytime I want. I don't have to keep anything. I give everything away. I give gifts every day, all day to people, to everybody. I'm constantly giving shit away. I don't want anything. I have very little makeup in my own drawer.
Mm-hmm.
I do have many bags because that is always, and I have a lot of jewelry. That's really and watches. Those are the categories. But other than that, I don't really shop for clothes that much. I don't really shop for shoes that much. I don't really care about all this stuff that much.
What's with the accidental influencer? Because I know you said you didn't mean to be in a room or meet somebody, but you are very thoughtful and strategic. I have a hard time believing that you didn't sit down and think, I'm going to go into beauty influencing, or I'm going to kind of rebrand.
You're going to have the hardest time you want. I didn't even know there was a room in beauty. I didn't know
Really?
that there was a world of YouTube and tutorials. I wanted to learn how to do my own makeup as an aside. Two things were going on at the same time. I always sucked at social media. I don't understand, look at me in the bathing suit. I was early to do it because I was told to do it, late to understand it because it cringed me to see, look how good I look. Let me take a picture of myself. Let me take a selfie.
Yeah.
That was such a crazy concept when I first heard it. Let me tell people where I'm having lunch. So I remember with Twitter being what? It just... And then I even remember on Instagram, you just posted, but I wasn't good at it. I'd look at other people's. It was so filtered and perfect and edited and looked good. And I just didn't know how to do it. So I just did it, but I didn't have probably the followers I should have and the views because it just wasn't inspired. I just didn't understand it. And I wanted to hire different people and talk to different people. And no one could do it for me and write captions for me. No one can write for me. And so I just always was frustrated by not being able to do it.
Mm-hmm.
And then I had left reality TV. I was doing this podcast, but I had left HSN, had left a bunch of things, was sort of kind of wanting to move towards retirement. I was in a relationship and I had no worries financially for the most part. I just didn't want to be on this roller coaster anymore. And so and it was the pandemic, but later in it that I had a delay because I am a homebody. I don't like to go out. So I sort of just still now I feel like I'm in the pandemic. It's just I've been very social lately because I've really tried. Same with social media. I've tried to be social.
Mm-hmm.
So I sat down and I never know how to do things myself. Gary Vee had told me before Charlie D'Amelio and the other one, the other big one.
Addison Rae. Yeah.
Right. He said to me, you should be on TikTok and this is where things are happening. And the social girl that worked for me in Brooklyn, I said to her, I want to do this. And how do I get in this? And I thought could other people post for me? I didn't understand the model.
Mm-hmm.
So I thought is it Instagram or something where other people could take a video and they post it, which technically they could, but it's going to be uninspired. You have to do it yourself. And I'm not good at tech or anything. I don't even know how to download apps or anything or anything.
Wow.
So the social person said to me, it's for 8 to 11-year-olds. It's trends. It's not for you. Had I only gotten in then, can you imagine? Like, and my daughter was doing the dances, but I thought it's all dancing. And like, I don't copy people, so I don't understand trends. And I was so stupid that I'm so intimidated to even turn it on or looking at how to put it on my phone and look at it. It's like, I have an aversion to things like that. I won't even look at it. So years later, I had people trying to post for me different things and it was doing fine. It's fine. I think I didn't have many followers. And then I don't know why I just like turned it on and like figured out how to just like record and like just post it. It was bad lighting. There was a light on ahead of me. There was this much room. I thought I discovered America by just like going in my drawer. And I don't know why I talked about like CoverGirl versus other things. It was sort of just like fucking around, because the other goal that I had was to learn how to do my own makeup. So I started watching these videos just to learn how to do my makeup. And I was like, wait, all these people were talking about, I didn't understand algorithm. So I didn't know that I was seeing all these videos because I had like watched 2 videos. So like I only saw the glow, the snatch, like everything. And I thought this is all people are talking about. I didn't understand like there's a world of like tuna fish somewhere else, but I was like in this world and I thought it was all real. I didn't know anybody I didn't know there were filters on the phone. I didn't know people had filters. I didn't know they knew how to edit. I didn't know that like the snatch looked real, not because the product was magic, but because of the thing. I thought like all my products from years ago are shit and technology's so crazy. Like people are snatched and look like this, but I didn't realize that they were lying. So I bought everything. I bought like $50,000 worth of stuff in a year. I just like bought everything everybody said to me was whatever. And I would talk about it.
Oh my God.
And it just exploded. I exploded early. Like, I think exploded early because people were like, what the fuck is she doing? Like, why is she doing that? It was like weird. So
the 50 grand was a good investment. I was reading that your first year, I think you made like 3.2 million just from the ad deals.
I don't remember. I guess that was 2.5 years ago. And that was many millions ago. Cause I make a lot of money doing a lot of different things. But, the 50 grand was over the course of the year. It completely was accidental. I didn't even know this was a space. I didn't even know people were doing the reviews or any of this shit. I didn't know any of it. And there's a whole way in which I do things that is a whole absolutely new model that no one else is doing. I know this because I know that agencies are calling me to try to mine me for information. So I don't gatekeep products, but I gatekeep what's going on behind the scenes over here because it's some crazy shit. And one it'll be a big book, but it's nuts.
You seem to have a knack for understanding the matrix. Once you get in, you figure out all the inefficiencies.
I unintentionally understand where to go, but I don't know what it's called. Like I said, I didn't know what licensing or equity was when I was doing my deal. So someone had to explain, but then I was like, I want to do that. I didn't know what intellectual property was until the day someone came to offer me money for my brand. I asked my friend what to do, and he said, well, who owns the IP? I said, what is that? So I didn't understand that there was a makeup room. I didn't understand there was an algorithm. I didn't understand there was a whole world of brand businesses and that this is the future. I didn't understand that TV was the dinosaur. And I listened to all these people that are trying to clamor to get on like Bravo and E, and I'm laughing because they're going into bedrock with a car that has no engine or bottom, and they're using their feet, but they don't get it.
It's like trying to get into retailers. It's like, just get on TikTok Shop.
It's insane. And so I realize that a lot of people are in the Poseidon Adventure, the boat, when it's upside down, and they're trying to go to the top of the boat. They don't realize the boat's upside down. They got to go to the bottom. And so people that are really smart, like Gary Vee, they're doing very well because they know what the future is, and they're doing all this research. And I don't do all this research. I just know after talking to them and listening to them that I accidentally have been walking in the direction of what they're doing, but I'm calling it something different because I didn't know. I don't plan like that. I don't say, oh, AI, let's get into AI. Like, that's a concept. Until I feel it in my cells, I don't even understand how that's going to affect me. So that was the same thing with social media. Like, I was like, what do I want to be part of it, but I have to feel it. You can't just like decide to be an entrepreneur or decide to be good at something like that. Like, it doesn't work like that. And that's the same thing with reality TV. It's what they're doing wrong. You can't just decide you're going to be like a good reality TV person. It's like, be real. Who are you actually?
Just be you.
But you may not know who you are, and that's why it's very hard. You get in your head, you see cameras, and you want to be who you think people want you to be or who you think they're going to like. You don't know who you really are.
I think that was the entire J-Lo movie documentary stuff that happened online, is like, kids have gotten really smart, and we were all watching this unhealed person. And all of a sudden...
Well, I did a TikTok on that. That became a big Instagram and got millions of views. At the same time, I said to myself, when Blake Lively and Jennifer Lopez are getting canceled and I'm walking in Paris Fashion Week, we've hit the upside down. So what I said was, and what is true is,
it's so funny.
And I know they saw the videos, and I know their teams, and I know, basically.
You really don't give up. I love it.
Zero.
Zero.
Well, no, I mean, that very week, one of those people's teams like blew me off at an event that I went to, like, cause I'm not,
Yeah, but who cares?
I just don't. Well, I certainly, because they're much bigger than I am, obviously. So what happened? Well, but there's never any sort of like, and nothing's personal.
Yeah.
Like, I've sat down and talked about, like, when I talk about products aren't people. Like, people aren't products. Like, you could have a great product and people don't like you. Like, it's the product's the product. If the eyeshadow is good, I'm going to say it's good. If the skim socks are good, I'm saying they're good because they are good. Like, they're great. So, and so is her eyeshadow, even though I don't think it did very well because of the price. And it was like, but, so I said that week that what happened with Blake Lively and Jennifer Lopez was they have these teams that are from another generation of celebrity.
Yeah.
It's called crafted, sculpted, glossed. Here are the talking points. Tell the interviewer, don't ask anything different. Go down, do what you're told. Full glam, full makeup, full beat, full outfit. And like, this is what you're doing. You are a star. And they were the second iteration. The first iteration was Hollywood starlets born from a studio. Yep. They each were owned by a studio, and they were studio property, and they went out as dolls. Like, they were pushed out from MGM, etc. So this was like the next version of that. And this has worked for a really long time. And someone like Blake Lively, whose entire brand is perfection and blondness and like the outfit and, just adored. And J-Lo, who's like gorgeous and snatched to perfection, and everything is like taken 3 hours to do, but it's like, it lands every time. Like, this is what works. They are juggernaut celebrities, and it works. So you stick Blake Lively on a carpet because of people like me. Her team has said, we've got to deal with you for your drink, and we've got to deal with you for your hair. And we've got 50 pounds of shit. We have a 5-pound bag. We're going to stuff it all in. You're walking down that carpet. Doesn't matter if we're talking about domestic violence. You're going to fucking say all the points that all the partners that we've poured you out to do want you to say in this one experience because you don't go out that much and you've got kids, you live in the suburbs and you got your makeup on, you got your major outfit on. So what the fuck are you going to talk about? You're going to go out there and you're going to do it all because you owe everybody now. And then you go out and you do that. But the people, it's not, are smart. The citizens, journalists, the people, the girls who have no money, they're all watching like, wait, what? This is it. Because you can't control it anymore because it's social media. It can't just be in a box where you're only seeing it on television. So now it's like out there and they're like, wait, what? Alcohol at a domestic violence thing? Wait, you're talking about your hair product and florals for spring. We're talking about an abusive relationship. So that didn't land. And that's
I have a question about that because I understand, like when I saw J-Lo promote,
we're gonna,
I don't want,
we'll get to her.
Them. But when I saw her promote her new album and say like, if you buy it, you can, I'll send you like my new poster. I was like, is this 1996? Like who is marketing here? And I think that same thing happened with Blake Lively. But what I didn't understand about that situation is Ryan Reynolds, I think, I don't want to misquote the number, but like his marketing agency is worth 14 billion or something, or it's worth so much money. And so how does he, like, aren't they having pillow talk? Doesn't he know better?
But take it to the next level. Did it really matter? I don't know. I know that their cocktail brands aren't doing well. We're talking about Jennifer Lopez and Blake Lively, but like they're very successful. I'm sure they've made, I don't know what the hair did a lot. Sometimes people, I mean, there was a foundation on TikTok that was so bad that someone hated so much that people bought it. Like, you know what I mean? I actually tasted Harry Hamlin's tomato sauce, was shocked and actually upset visibly because I was expecting to make pasta and like talk about it and have a little dinner. And it was not edible. And I think that people will buy it to be out of curiosity. End up making them money and they'll reformulate because there's no discussion as to whether it was good or not. I had 10 people taste it. It's like, it should not, it's just like the game moved too fast. But so I don't know what the sales were because sometimes bad is good, the upside down, you know? So with Jennifer, what I think happened with her was similar but different distribution products, is that she decided to launch all this stuff at once that nobody asked for at the same time. So it was a documentary about her love life or her relationship, like her relationship to love, right? And then she doubled down and decided to make a documentary on the making of that when that hadn't been successful. So how would you make a documentary on the thing about the thing? You don't know if that's been successful. So you made a failed documentary about a failed original product. But again, people probably hate watch it, so she probably made the money back.
Right.
But it wasn't good for her personal image. And certainly I'm sure it wasn't good for her ego. And also at the same time announcing a tour, an album, a relationship documentary, and a documentary about the relationship documentary, whilst never really revealing anything about yourself. Like it was like blue balls. Like we got so close. I was like, okay, is she about, is she about to talk about like, you know, because her not being in makeup, I thought was very big for her.
Yes.
And her being vulnerable about people not being invited, I thought was very big for her. And I thought, wait, she's getting close, but it was just the tip. Yeah. And to see how it felt good, but that we needed that. Yeah. And people, and that's the point though. It's terrifying if you've lived a life of being manufactured to then be real, and it doesn't always land. I don't think people want to see Kim Kardashian without makeup. I really don't for 1 second. Like you're trapped in the corner of perfection, and then you've got to worry about aging, and then you're going to have to like crazy glue yourself together like the movie and now play Death Becomes Her, where you've got to keep the perfection up, but like it doesn't work. You know, I guess, I mean, I saw Jane Fonda, she looks great, but like how you look can't be your whole life. It doesn't work. It doesn't work anymore. It really doesn't. So I think that they were an example about 2024, but I don't know that it's hurt them financially because it might have all sold. I don't know that data, but it was awkward.
I don't know if money is their barometer anymore. To me, it feels like it's ego.
Yeah, it's not when you've been so beloved for anything you do. Yeah. But that's the people's fault for like idolizing and making people into perfection and then getting mad and then wanting to take them down. You know, yeah. I mean,
there's a cycle of that.
Jennifer Lopez took a beat down for being who she's always been, like perfect. You know, I mean, I think like, yeah, she's been unlucky in love. That's been who she's always been. Like now people are going to be mad at about that. Like she's a diva, like she's fucking Jennifer Lopez. And then people are acting like she has no talent. Like maybe she doesn't sing her songs. Who cares? She's very talented. Like I've seen her show. She dances like really great. She gives it. She gives.
I always felt like it was courageous that she would get out of bad relationships.
Because it shows like we failed again. I mean, that's my life.
Yeah, exactly. And it's like, is it even failure? Like it's kind of just like this is life. And I think yeah, when people, I could make fun of a lot of other things that she does, but I think when we're talking about following your heart or your instincts,
she's looking for love. And I understand why she did all her relationships. Her Mark Anthony is my ex-husband. I fully understand why she would be with A-Rod. I went out with A-Rod. Like, I get it. There's and then they had it looked so good together.
Right.
And, their backgrounds being similar and the two kids like that. And sometimes you live in
they
the light
to be
of what
like
it
the
looks
Latin
like.
Jay-Z and Beyonce.
Yeah. And sometimes it looks great to the outside and you end up living. That could take you a while. Many couples stay for 20 years just based on all their friends and the lifestyle, not the life. You could get a lot out. People, that's an example probably of people trying to create a life out of a lifestyle. And I fully understand her being with Ben the first time and the last time. Like that's like your high school relationship and like then wanting to chase. Dragon. I mean, it all makes sense. Everyone does it.
Yeah.
60% of relationships end up in divorce.
I love when you talk about relationships on TikTok. I know everybody comes for the makeup and the hilarity and the chicken salad. I come for the advice for the 20 and 30-year-olds. You talk a lot about the relationship or the money dynamics in relationships. I've heard you say whoever has the gold rules.
He who makes the gold, she or he who makes the gold makes the rules. Facts.
Makes the rules. Okay. I have one that my girlfriend taught me, and it's if you marry for money, you pay for it the rest of your life.
I said that.
You said it too?
Yeah, I said that.
It's a great phrase. I've been living by that for years. I'm wondering why you discuss this topic in particular. Is it something that you felt or dealt with in your 20s and 30s? Like why is it on your heart?
I know you're talking about the money aspect or the whole thing, the whole thing.
The money aspect.
Oh, yeah, I have many reasons for that. Number one, I know a lot about dating and relationships. I am very good at it. And I have talked to and worked with different matchmakers, and I am markedly, they don't really bring anything to the table that people can't do themselves. Like, honestly, I've seen it. Like the people can't do themselves, having to do the work with setups and apps and things like that. But I have always had very good game because I don't place a tremendous emphasis on looks. I'm not vain. I think everyone's going the wrong direction. putting the primary focus on looks. They matter. And it's important that you take care of yourself, but they're not the primary focus once you like lock someone in. And I may not have been great at either choosing or staying or sustaining, but I've always been very good at being able to quote unquote get the guy, or, you know, I've even people who hate me will say that I've had good games. So I know about the topic a lot, and I know about the dynamic, and also, and I've been in many relationships, like, and all different types and shapes and sizes. And so I talk about the money in a relationship because yes, if you marry for money, you pay the rest of your life. That doesn't mean money isn't a massive character in a relationship. And it really, really is, because if you are the breadwinner, it will come out eventually and the other person will feel inferior or powerless or emasculated some way. If you, as the woman, we can pretend we're all feminists and it's 2024. It doesn't matter. Men define themselves by what they do for a living and providing, and that is just the dynamic. I've seen it too many times. There are exceptions, but it always seeps out in another way. The power struggle comes out in another way. They're justifying that they're home with the kids, that they're the manny. It comes out in some power struggle, and it can be like almost abusive because people feel resentful, and then the woman is always then overcompensating, trying to make them feel better and give them a cookie and do this dynamic where we both put money in the bank account. So then we have a credit card. So then he can pull out the credit card and pay the bill, even though it's my money. It always comes up. Okay. Or the guy becomes a big player, or he's sleeping with younger women, or he's out buying Ferraris, or it's comes out. Okay. And even if the woman comes from family money, then there's a dynamic too. So it doesn't have to be, if it's 50 shades of rich and both people are rich. I've had a situation where I've been with people where they have more money and I make more money. And that can be very challenging for men, because in the day to day, they're with a girl who has less than them and they're feeling like the man, good about themselves, provider, pound on chest. Then they're with me. And no matter what, because men think about their own careers and being providers and define themselves by what they're doing, they start to get in their own head about how busy they are. And it becomes this silent competition. It's not intentional. It's a mirror. If you're next to your friend and she's thriving and surviving, let's say she's dating amazing guys. Let's say you think you're smarter and better looking. You're going to think about what she's doing and why it's working for her. So men are going to think that. And that happens to me more than you. That's happened to me a lot. So, and someone gets a chip on their shoulder. Well, I'm not a billionaire. Like, they start saying that. Then you have a way that you live. People say that they don't want to go to hotels because they don't want to live. They don't want to be away and have it be less nice than at home. Okay.